he can completely turn it around. If you don't have a lineup that's capable of getting back to defend against him, then you're going to get shut down. This split push profit is so difficult to stop. He doesn't even need to be there for long. You get this early Shadow Blade up and running up, you get your hand of Midas, you create your army of trees, you push him down the lane after giving it a little bit of oomph at the very, very start, and then you've got to rotate on the defense, one player back down there, maybe two depending on how good your support heroes are at counter push, to deal with that kind of pushing power, and then you stop from doing the team fight, you stop from doing your own push.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Navi's turn to ban.
Up for some other jungle heroes. We know Puppey is rather inventive when it comes to the jungle. We have seen him even run an axe in the jungle before. I know we were trolling him just before we started the game today about what they could be running in their jungle. Of course, it does all open up for the other third core jungler, you'd say. Chen, Enchantress, Enigma would be the three you'd think about.
Navi's turn to pick.
It's actually quite interesting when you look at it. You take out both the SK, the Lifestealer, and we've already got the Naga Siren picked up here. You're actually removing the three most played heroes of net throughout the preliminaries. Yes. Dragon Knight, normally, and I think we're pretty well secure in saying this, it will be a Dendi on the DK for the solo mid.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah. That's when you're greedy, man. You gotta holla for that.
Navi's turn to pick.
This borderline aggression with the Visage and Nyx Orange still keep their options very much open for that. And of course, the Prophet TP in, so trial lane turns to quad lane. But right now, we still haven't seen their two cores. Very difficult for Puppey when he's picking first coming in here into the first stage. Like, he's already shown 3 heroes, one of which we assume is already a supporter, which is the Naga Siren, and then the Weaver and the DK, which have to be double cores.
Reserve time.
Up till now. Yeah. It's the OD and the Razor, which are the situational, scary picks. Like we saw at the very, very start of the preliminaries, these two heroes were the main heroes that were banned out in the very, like the wildcard match, I think is probably the best example. Rattlesnake going up against Quantic, where we saw these two heroes, like, they just like, no, don't want to deal with that. But at the same time, Whisk got through.
Bang.
Orange's turn to pick.
I was wondering, when you pick up a Weaver, like you can still go teamfight lockdown lineups with a Weaver, because he just runs around and he loves people who distract him. Like you want to try and shut down like an Enigma Black Hole, that means you got to take care of that first, and Weaver's killing you in that small amount of time as well. And the DK Ultimate Splash form, of course, level 11, you get that with the poison change to it, and Naga Siren, of course, a great setup for it. But instead, this looks very single target focused. Bane, Naga, DK, all with single target stuns or holds, especially Bane with one of the best ones, but ballsy as well from Puppey to do this. And the only reason why the balls can be there is because Orange picked up 2 supports, Rubik's still on the field, and he's not really fearful of Orange picking up a Rubik as well, because it would force Nyx into that solo mid-roll.
Tidehunter.
Navi's turn to pick.
Fields.
Orange's turn to ban.
But looking at core, who do you want up against the Tide? Out of everything you've got here, and someone that can also deal with it, like the fact of having a Kraken shield on the field too.
10 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to pick. Orange's turn to pick.
Mirana did this a lot, and this is now going to be locking it in for Weaver on the safe lane with Revorce. The Mirana pickup, this is something that Na'Vi did a hell of a lot, especially during the Alienware Cup. They would just have him on the Ancient Stack and just clean off the trees and just farm and farm and farm. And he'll come out like level 4 a couple of minutes in and go, hey guys, I've got all the DPS in the world, I've now got this new and improved arrow, and are you still going to be able to kill me? No, because I can leap away and maybe even get to that Moonlight Shadow, which is another way that Na'Vi can then initiate. You don't need the Naga ulti to get yourself in all the time or out all the time, because you can make the most of the Moonlight Shadow. Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining.
Versus Mirana would be the only thing which she would probably be happier with. And Alchemist, so we're going to get the last one to come in for the orange lineup. A lot of melee for him. We're still looking at 3 melee heroes coming off here from Neolution Orange, but they've got a lot of power behind that Visage early nuke. My bigger question is still going to be, how strong are these lanes going to be at the end of the day? Up against what's a very stable, very normal to predict lineup from Na'Vi. They're not thinking outside the box here. They want to go with what's consistent for them.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Mushi and KYXY just jumping around a little bit. So we KYXY over on the Tidehunter, and Mushi will get to take that Alchemist. And we'll get to see our lanes also come out. I like this also, very quick move from Ohio. Already trying to establish Orange's dominance over the Radiant jungle. And you know, Horvorst, like everyone, like the good luck have fun's come out from them, and we get ourselves underway. Also, interesting fact too, which big shout out to K-Pop Tosis, who is our stat man. He is our stat man for this competition. And he brings up the interesting fact. It's 4-1 to Orange. The times these teams met. The last time Na'Vi beat Orange was actually back in, was it 2011?
2011. I believe it was at the ESWC.
Yeah. ESWC, and it was the last time Na'Vi beat them, and it wasn't with this lineup. Obviously this lineup's gone through a couple of changes. It was back when Artstyle used to be playing with Na'Vi as well as Light of Heaven, before Fnatic and Kura joined the roster.
Exactly. But even for Orange, I don't believe that they had the exact same lineup back then. But looking over at what's going on, Puppy is running up here and just checking. He will see.
Hey, they want to, at this stage of the game, man, it's just control over runes. You want to know where everyone's moving, so you'll see Nyx Assassin, you'll see Mushi, and he already says hello to Nat, and the arrow, it is just combining in. Net was able to move. Extinct actually took the Nightmare. Now in we go. Ohio, he TP's in for it. They want Puppy with a stun. They should be able to get him. They're trying to hold him out. Solo Suntrick gets the first blood. Orange is off the stun. Next caught in the corner. Fnatic, they're blocked in almost. They're able to get revenge. 1-for-1 the ball, but Fnatic, he's locked in the corner of the G line. Mushy is in here. Koro, Mushy, stunned. Arrow flies straight through. Mushy still alive. He's almost got a Koro. Double kill for the Naga Siren. He's still on the run. Soul Assumption, there's no mana left. And welcome to TI3.
Well, what a nice save from that pretty horrendous situation that they were in. Na'Vi right after the arrow missed, still coming out 2 for 2 against 4 heroes there. Really nice play, but wow, this is aggression from the start.
And it is, but the beautiful thing, 2 kills up on the Naga Siren already, so that's going to be a lot of early money coming the way of the supporter. What it weakens though is this top tri-lane of Na'Vi. They do have Puppy and Fnatic up here. They want to get this Naga back up here, or maybe even consider bringing it to that middle lane, because Ohio has basically pitched the tent here with KOAXY to shut down Dendi in the mid.
Yeah, coming in and helping, just closing down that farm. No way for Dendi to really farm all too much when he gets support there, but he's actually doing really well. Already finding 4 for 2 and 4 for 3 there, getting another deny. What I'm worried about for Orange though is, with Furion TPing in to help out there, he now heads down to the bottom lane, and he's up against Havorst on Weaver. This is not going to be an easy lane for Furion.
No, he's going to keep his trains harassing already. Havorst doesn't want to let Ohio get comfortable down here, but Ohio managed to get some free damage on him, blocking him with the trees over at that side shot, and Havorst basically just caught in a bad position for himself, but he's already 9-3 up against his prop, who's now arriving 2-1.
Nice
so
play,
Havorst off to a very, very good start for his farm.
Yeah, Ohio doing a really good job, just how he uses his treants to push the Weaver away, blocking him off even, just being really nuisance. And there's no salve on this Weaver, so all the harass that he deals, he knows that it's going to be slow regen back to full health by the tangles.
But shutting down a Weaver before he hits that level 6 is already going to be difficult as it is. And Ohio, like, he's got boots to start with, he can at least move back a little bit faster, but he's got the king of speed. He's got 8 legs to run, man. This is a Havorst on Weaver.
Yes, such a super fast hero. Also, we should mention
Koro, it's their top lane. They're going to go again with the arrow. Riptide, being saved here, and Koro, now he gets stopped with 3, but Mushy, wonderful stun by Net. 2 to catch out. Soul Assumption on the Koro. Fnatic away with a beasting of life. Mushy, he wants to finish him. Fnatic is healing up. Over towards the east. Koro running away as well. Have they managed to evade here? Mushy chasing down. He's got concussion back up again. Arrow, here's on Mushy. No long stun. He'll get it off on Puppy. Na'Vi want to retreat. Mushy right behind him. More damage required. Koro coming back in again. Visage gets another kill up on this top lane. And Koro bringing way too many friends up the river. He's got to back up a little bit.
Yeah, this is just Orange really. Na'Vi are playing so aggressive behind the enemy tower, against the tri-lane, against Furion. With Visage and Alchemist on the lane, Na'Vi are not scared of anything, but I feel they should be lucky to get away with one guy dying there. At least they do save a lot of time here where Havorst can just free farm completely. So it does have positive impact as well for them, even though they didn't claim a kill there.
The scarier thing is really going to be, this top lane is already, like, I don't want to say it's even Stevens. I still feel like Orange control this top lane a little bit more. But what happens when KYXY leaves this middle lane? He's already getting close towards a Ravage because solo experience in that middle lane. Dendi has a small advantage because the Prophet was there to start with, but it's very, very small. Dendi is not winning this middle lane. It's 14-4 up against 20 for 3 on the CS board.
Yeah, Tide is a very strong solo mid against any melee hero, so he's doing rather well, and he now finds this rune that's going to be really big.
This is almost a point on this bottom lane where I'm wondering if Havorst has to Ohio has to abandon this bottom lane. In fact, he's already moving into a position where he farms up the hill, and there goes your TP out.
He has to.
He's had enough of this. Havorst will kill him in just a couple of moments if he stays around any longer.
Yeah, there's no way for him to keep laning against Weaver as Weaver hits that higher levels.
Oh, he's in range of the sentry. Stuns up. It's there as well. Arrow will hit on Mushy here, and Koro wants to get this kill with Fnatic. They may have enough damage to do it, but there's a big soul assumption. Leap up by Fnatic, giving the movement speed to Koro. They're getting him around the tree line. Now moving over towards Net. Koro, another Riptide. Now has to cut his way through the tree line. It's a small narrow path. Spike Carapace, follow-up stun. Koro needs more mana. He can't get it off. Fnatic as well as Koro have to retreat, but it's an Alchemist. Oh, he's in. The gush, the nightmare from Puppy has to be taken off him. That haste through, body blocked by Puppy, holding him out. And KYXY tries to get hate out on Puppy. but he cannot come in range of that tier 1 tower. First rotation from the Tide, and it doesn't get a kill.
No, he was not level 6 yet. He had a TP scroll as well, but not using it there. He really wants to hit level 6. That's when he can come in and just kill everything. Back to the mid lane now.
But Denny is okay with this damage. He gets his bottle back again. So the courier ferrying with that bottle. They're still keeping DK in this. And of course, that small amount of time, Dendy made the most out of it. Now he's ahead on the CS board as far as that mid goes. That's the problem with these mid solos when they rotate. If you don't make it worthwhile, this kind of stuff happens. You got Dragon Form up on DK, and this is when tier 1 towers in the middle lane start to tremble.
Yes, and we do see, while Orange are ahead in kills, the farm, I'm a little bit worried for him here. Weaver is free farming on bottom. Sure, he was contested a little bit for a while, but Alchemist farm is just on par with Bottoms. Mirana is doing really well in this offlane thanks to her supporters coming in. So Navi's play, while super aggressive and against the Furion, against that quad lane, it's really looking like it's paying off.
I'm interested to know what build 2 Horse will go for. We saw a lot of him throughout the preliminaries with this Weaver. We saw him go with the Urns as being actually our first build by Rattlesnake. This Urn kind of build into BKB and Desolator we've seen as well. Oh, hello, Koro. Right in behind the tier 1 tower.
No mana on Dendy, so he can't really help here as well.
He can't, that bottle's only flying back again now. Coffee's on the way out.
Just barely missing. She wants to make her way back to the top lane. There's a lot of experience coming into the tower. She doesn't want to miss that. Nice attempt though.
They're thinking about back up the top lane. Butchie's getting some free space up here. And he gets his level 6 too. This top lane mate just became a hell of a lot harder to kill. Chemical Rage now being available for the Alchemist.
Yeah, he becomes a definite monster, and also having face boots along with it makes him so fast and so dangerous when he chases you with a stun.
How the support levels looking, if we want to go through them? Actually pretty even across the board. Every single level, it seems that there's always a matchup. The only thing is with Mirana being level 5, but that's because Koro has basically been holding the hand the entire time.
So is Furion though. And they are look at Havos just pushing back the Furion on bottom lane, playing so aggressively. Using his ulti to do this, of course.
No reason to keep it on cooldown there.
No. Havos doesn't save things, he uses them.
So, saving any money. Talking to before, it's like, so what do you get? Actually, he does save one thing. He says, like, saves like 10 of your Steel Series headsets. He loves those little suckers. Yeah, so 3 to 4. We're now 7 minutes into this game. And, well, we actually got another rotation. We've got middle.
Yeah.
He would have called this one out because it looks like Orange want to add some pressure to this
Should have
tier 1
said,
tower on top.
look how defensive they are standing now, even with Leap.
And they bring in Prophet. Already, Orange, they assemble 5-man net. Wow,
full
very
aggro.
nice by Carapace.
Yeah.
Keeps them back, they pull the creep wave down, but when you've got an army of trees, this is going to be the first tier 1 tower going down in favor of Orange. The fortification will slow up their victory on this, and this is wasting a little bit more time of fall 5 for the players, and even KYXY wants to leave, but the tower is killed off by Nature's Prophet. No, they're getting a trade anyway. You've got the tier 1 tower in the middle lane with the Poison Dragon Form. This poison will tick down on the buildings, and that's the reason why this Dragon Form is just so important.
Dendy backing out completely here. The tower not in denial.
He wants to secure the rune, and more Dendys.
Yeah, it's a really good rune to get as well. He's gonna send one-way illusions down to bottom to help out pushing. I really like this. The poison, of course, from the dragon even works on your illusions, so just sending down his illusion does a lot if he starts attacking the tower. But we'll see.
It's almost like he just wants to keep a higher that knows this is fake. Either that or he wasn't looking when he was walking himself down just then. There's also a prep for the middle lane from Orange. They got both the Visage as well as the Mixed Assassins trying to come in, but this Radiant Ward from Na'Vi, they've perfectly seen what's going on here with Orange.
Yeah, Dendy has to be careful on the mid if he wants to go in. Tower is going to be denied now. I believe he took some damage.
Yeah, it's in deny range, so it will be taken care of from us.
Middle tower.
Do such a thing.
Yeah.
This really hurts as well, Na'Vi. Like, that extra goal they could have had. They've got control now over the middle lane a hell of a lot more, but they've got to shift their attention towards T1 tower on bottom top if they really want to start blocking Orange into a corner.
Weaver doing a lot of damage to his tower on bottom.
Oh, Fnatic. It's the arrow machine. It's just some free time to do some damage. The wonders of Chemical Rage. You know Fnatic will never attempt that kill.
Yeah, Fnatic, of course, maxing out that arrow. It's especially nice when you play it as an offlaner or as a solo hero instead of as carry. Then you just want to max out arrow because it's cheap and really strong.
Oh, it's going to be aggressive right now. He would have seen. In
Puppey.
fact, Puppey will see it. Hit through the rear. Gush stuns. They don't need to use a Ravage for this. Just Mega Smash, Brain Sap, and the Concoction. from Mushi will get that kill, but in the meantime, of course, doing low damage to Ohio, and they go Shikuchi through, gets the kill, stun over towards net, KYXY, he's still got Ravage right now, but Dandy, Moonlight Shadow will hide him, gets hit by the Ravage, oh, 6 HP, pops up the wand, he sees him! The guts comes out from KYXY, gets the kill. Concoction over towards Fnatic. Kuro's joined the fight too now. He's got to help out Fnatic. The stun from Dendy. The ensnare as well. They hold net in position. KYXY, another anchor smash. They're running out of damage right now. It's a double kill for this Tidehunter before he finally backed himself up to his tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and getting kills on the pot and on the Weaver, who was just barely dying to that gush there.
He was almost home and hosed.
So close to getting away with his magic wand, but not enough. Dandy came in at such a nice timing, but even so, the team fight of Orange is really something you gotta worry about. That Tidehunter is ridiculously strong in this early stage.
They just, like, you cannot, like, once the mech comes up as well, all of Orange become ridiculously strong during these team fights. The only upside right now for Navi is the fact that Ohio doesn't have anywhere near the farm you would have expected up on the native profit. He's walking around with strength treads, or now intel treads, that hasn't got his hand of miners up and running, and we just hit the 11-minute mark into this too.
That is true, but look over to the Visage.
Oh, you're right.
He just
the
bought...
Gain of Courage just got purchased with the smoke as well.
And still has 280 gold to go, so a rich supporter at that. And that armor that you have from Medallion is really, really good against someone like Weaver who wants to reduce it.
Especially when you can combine it up now with Mushi, 2 points up and an acid spray, and then you got the Gush as well. Up the 5 armor reduction. The synergy is beautiful for Orange for this negative armor.
Navi want to fight this, but they have to be careful.
They don't really want to fight this. They shouldn't want to fight this.
No, they pretty much have to sack this tower. Pushing out mid as much as possible is forced, but this tower claimed by Orange.
Yeah. That Master as well going away from Mushi. He's bringing himself a lot closer towards the Shadow Blade.
Yeah, and of course we also have the mech, and just 5 gold is going to be purchased up by Tidehunter.
Good net. Double Kamehameha. Takes him on the way past. At least he wasn't from Virtus Pro, or else he'd be dead.
He keeps firing at him. He has to be careful. Those things have a lot of mana. They gotta keep doing that.
You do not upset the status, and they know what's coming too. Mushi.
They're taking some serious damage here. They have to stop. Alchemist just gonna farm it up now.
The biggest threat in the jungle isn't Na'Vi.
Is under attack.
In fact, Na'Vi have no desire for that. They're looking towards middle lane. The horse is in here. We've got Dendy now, dragon form. Movement speed with a haste rune. He wants to bring down KYXY at the same time. Now they're going to find a force. Sentry Wall goes down. Can't get close.
Nice arrow!
Here's on Mushi. That's a long stump of the familiars from Extinct keeps him now. Chikuchi, damage. A horse gets hit by it. He will go down, but Dandy in through the rear with the breeze fire. The mech challenge has to pop to keep Orange fighting from this high ground. They're playing King of the Hill up against Na'Vi, and Na'Vi, that haste rune, it's getting Dendy out and the Moonlight Shadow. Again, they're playing from the Invis.
Nice play. They're blocking the arrow with his bird's Visage on top of it. Really nice arrow, but in the end, not really a big win for Na'Vi with Weaver going down as well, so it's just an even trade, losing their carries.
The Weaver
Even denied on the Alchemists.
He was?
Yeah.
You're right, he committed suicide.
Oh, the chicken! It got ensnared and killed. Naga was there and ensnared the chicken. DK just right-click over his range form. Chicken of Orange goes down. It's a lot of gold.
Oh, man.
Well, they did pick up their mech before that, and the medallion, of course, so... not losing all too much on it.
Moving right now, and that is going to be the perfect position for Orange. Stun, Gush, Anchor, and Visage Nuke. 3 gold coming the way of Orange.
Yeah, we see another smoke as well. Look at where Puppy and Fnatic are heading.
Having a bit of a wander around, man. They're just hoping for someone that's out of position. A Prophet that just wants to chill and farm, but he's got we've got 4 of the heroes now in the middle lane for Orange, and soon to become 5. And this will be another tier 1 tower going the way of Orange.
This is what we were talking about during the draft, where I said that having Tide and having Furion, you know that you can push, and you know that you're stronger in team fight. That is a deadly combination.
Orange are trying to defend this tower. They bring in the Tidehunter, that arrow.
Immediate arrow and just backing out safely. He got some damage dealt to the tower at least. Half HP just now.
Radiant's middle tower is
I'm wondering what the timing is right now for Na'Vi, because Orange are claiming map control, they're claiming fights, and they've got, well, actually 3 heroes higher than net worth, but they start at the 3rd position. There's a lot of money in there for Dendi at 4.9k or 5.1k.
Dendi in this on bottom,
as
he's
well.
just waiting, but he can't really kill this Furin. Too much HP with the power threads. If he initiates with stun, then he will just TP away, so he has to just wait for someone else to come. He will be farming this up.
Switch himself into Intel.
He'll be farming this up very soon.
Lost. Puppy realizes, obviously, with the Sentry was dewarding, gets hit by the Prophet Ultimate. Just keeping all the lanes out, and Mushy goes back to farming. Is he finally going to pick up this? Oh, yeah. Lost for now.
And the experience right now is pretty much dead even. We see the gold, of course, going the way of Orange, but that is to be expected when they take towers like this. When you're up by 2 towers, then you really almost always are in the gold lead. Alchemist still doesn't have a single point in greed, so it's really built for fighting and nothing else. He is gonna pick it up later, but early game he just wants to kill people.
Orange movement now. They're coming in the range of at least an Observer Wall, but not a Sentry. And now the Satyr also, again, he just hates Fnatic. Hates everybody. They'll come in range of the Sentry Walls, or will they? A little bit further down, Kuro caught out. Familiar stuns and Visage nukes. They won't catch up to Dendi, however.
No, it's still a nice pick-off going into enemy jungle and claiming 1, but they are pretty much moving as 4, so they want to take Roshan now. With a DD rune, they can actually do this.
Yep. But then again, at the same time, we can just see Naga TP herself. Well, she's got to go to the tier 2 tower, doesn't she? Won't get there in time to get off that Naga sleep. And that's only if Na'Vi are aware of this, and there should be. The Observer was watching him move, and Dendi is coming very, very close to the pit.
Dendi
He'd like
knows.
to get himself in there. Yeah, they know. Naga's coming back too, and it's going to be a TP at the tier 2 tower. Again, the familiar micro. Holds the arrow out. The sprout, the trees.
Are they going to commit?
Vision. I think they're going to commit into this one, man. They're using the Moonlight Shadow to come in. Nightmare goes on KYXY. The stun over on the Nyx Assassin. He's half-life already. Mushy with the CD finally coming out. But he's going to stun up himself right now. He's caught out. Low on life. This is the moment. In they come. Mushy goes down. The neck charge was too late. Tidehunter. He has no mana for Ravage. Now he does. The Ravage can pop. He throws it out. Hits on 3. Then he locked in position. Solar Assumption. They bring down the DK. Puppy. He's looking for more, but now he'll go down as well. A triple kill for Ohio.
Alchemist coming in as well. Just joining now. They should be able to claim the Roshan arrow. Connect.
Monster. But they're not going to go back in for this.
No, they can't. With the medallion, with the acid spray, this Roshan still dies very fast. Only to 2 guys clicking that down.
Although smart TP out as well from Prophet the last man. He sprouted himself up, used a TP scroll to get back to basics, instantly come back into the fight if Na'Vi were ballsy enough to go out. But the first Roshan goes the way of Orange. Aegis the Immortal will be in the hands of Mushy.
Nice to see that the chicken is back alive for Orange. Poor thing. Actually, that Kuroki just ensnared it. Of course, one of the few skills that does work on the chicken. Holds it in place, makes it easy to kill, even the flying courier.
And
do we have the full BKB now?
It's a donkey courier, man.
We do. Full BKB finished on Havost. Look for him to play even more aggressive.
That's the build we like to see. None of this Lincoln stuff, where it's fighting build.
Yeah, Orange looking so strong in this early game though. Taking all the towers first, then taking a pretty early Roshan as well. That's gonna mean that he's up at early mid game and they can kill it again. So now they have some pressure on them here. They have a smoke available, but I don't know if they want to smoke and look for a fight or just wait for Dendi to finish his BKB as well.
It looks like right now Orange are the ones that want to keep the pressure up. They've been using their smokes a lot, rotating around trying to find these kills a lot more than Na'Vi has. And it's been showing too, it's all coming up. Like you got 3,000 is the experience advantage to Orange right now, and just over 5,000 gold going their way as well. You think when the pressure on Na'Vi, it's definitely applied. They are behind in this game.
It is, and Furion, look over to him, he's 5-1 and 3, 2,000 golds, he has his Shadow Blade. Of course he didn't have a Midas as we mentioned earlier on, but it doesn't seem that he cares too much about it, he's just going for the core items. Going for that Shadow Blade allows you to play so much more aggressive. Top tower.
It's going to be a bit of a fight right now. Mushy, Net, as well as Extinct all to rotate up. TP for everyone else. The arrows having a look. That's all that was there for. And a Vorst initiated up. Net starts with Vendetta hit. Follow Concoction. Soul Assumption. They get the kill before it can time lapse. Prophet Ultimate. And Kuro says no fun. Everybody stops. Everybody stops. TP out. Puppy was a little bit later there, and he might be able to get... No, he doesn't. Everyone's out to safety. They only lose to Vorst, but then again, they lost to Vorst.
They did lose a Vorst, and this means that they will be pushing on top as well, most likely. We're just gonna head back as the mech is on cooldown.
This is not where you want to be, the nerves. I know Bruno was talking about it during the preliminaries, like, yeah, first game of the day, you're still getting warmed up, but really, you need to be warm before you start this game. This is a best-of-3 matchup, and if you go one game down in the best-of-3, and then you're one loss away from facing up in a best-of-1 in the lower bracket, that's a horrible barrel to be looking down.
That's something you want. No. Now, the push really being applied, going on to tier 2 tower. First tier 2 tower to be threatened in the game.
Illusion's going to sign up for the Riptide. Long arrow hits on Extinct. There's a long stun, but they can't really follow it with much more damage. Puppy able to get rid of one of these familiars, and Fnatic might try and do the same thing as well. This tier 2 tower, Na'Vi is staying close enough to deny it and hanging in the wings. Vorst, he's already thrown the bugs out, and Orange, they get it back up here. The question is, does Na'Vi want to follow? And the answer is no.
Yeah, so dealing really nice damage to tier 2, not claiming it yet, but Na'Vi holding with that BKB on DK. I think that they just saw it and realized that that fight would be dangerous even with a tight ulti.
14-7, man. Orange, I'm still getting a little bit concerned about their timing for their push in to break the base. Like, their team fight, their split push is absolutely fantastic right now. Mushy having enough arm is just not there yet. He's only got 1 point up on the Greeble Street and only now starts. Like, you went fighting Alchemist. Yes. Now this like sit back and just holla.
And that's what Na'Vi knows. With Alchemist not being too farmed in this game, of course he's trying his hardest to just catch up now to make up for that early game where he had to fight. It was not a choice that he could do anything different, he just had to. But with him catching up farm now, I'm still really it's looking good for Na'Vi because they could finish up another BKB on Mirana. She's going for it. It's going to be a long while, but when she gets it, there won't be too much damage being dealt to the core heroes of Na'Vi.
That's true. And you just don't care about the Ravage. You won't care about the Prophet Ultimate. You won't care about the Visage. You can't nuke you.
Same thing there. Of course, he has his ulti, but that's all he really has. And you can even kill him as he has his carapace up.
They're still going to need more than that, though. Because this DPS will come in time. It'll come in time. And getting BKBs off and making the most of the duration of it, that's also not the easiest task in the world if you're going to have a proc man around with a side device.
Oh yeah, that's
It's not BKB, man.
It's going to be a really, really early type of Ice as well, this game. Ohio playing such a nice Fury.
My bigger question is really, when is the Vorst going to get his Desolator? He needs that Deso.
Yeah, they need more damage to come out of Na'Vi, but with 3 BKBs, if they can finish up that as well, that's going to mean that they have a lot of time to deal damage. But when you have a hero like Alchemist who just regenerates, you want to bring him down fast, not long fights.
This is Orange now. Take most out this Aegis. It's only got 30 seconds or so. Arrow will fly, and it hits a long stun on Extinct. But it's so far behind the lines of Orange that Na'Vi can't dive in for that. And they're going to have to abandon it. Even while the illusions of Visage spotting a Vorst trying to come around through the rear. And check down. Now your 30-second countdown on that Aegis the Immortal. But Orange now, there's only 2 outer towers of Na'Vi remaining on the map. They have definitely got a firm grip around the throat of Na'Vi.
They do, and even Na'Vi just backing out here. They know they can't really push bottom. Na'Vi have little to no vision. They have some vision on the bottom lane, but that's really it.
Yeah, that one ward that's down here. In fact, is that their only ward? It looks like their only ward.
It is their only ward.
They can't even see up a little bit higher. Like, they will never know when Ohio comes into the map.
And look at the vision that Orange have with the ward they placed next to the tier 2 tower on top. That gives us such nice information for Furion. He knows how far he can push every single time he goes for a split push on top. He knows when someone is coming in for him. Because there's no Shadow Blade on this DK. This is a DK with BKB because he has to go for that build.
A very difficult ward to de-ward. Like, you want to check wards around, you probably check a little bit lower than that.
Yeah, you pretty much would wish that you would be in the position that Orange is in, having a supporter run around with, of course, point booster, medallion, and a gem. Gem allowing you to just de-ward wherever you want.
Oh, sneaky gem. The Force wants something. Walking around with it. And the Force is trusted with a very expensive with drops on death.
Yeah, and he has less than 1,000 HP right now, just want to point that out. So if he gets caught, he will probably get bursted down. He has to play really well and just use his BKB in time.
Everyone just moving back in. This is just that passive point. They know Na'Vi respect the team fight of Orange, and Orange doing exactly the same for Na'Vi. This is all about timing of items.
It's not even only that, it's with the split push coming in from Orange all the time with Furion. Na'Vi can't really look for a fight too hard before they have to go and deal with the push coming in from the side lanes. See, as soon as they go top, he starts pushing bottom. That means that his team has a lot of freedom to do whatever they want to do.
Fnatic has to be careful running this close. He just saw Orange de-water close with both teams with a gem. No one's going to keep any kind of vision of wards. It's all going to come from positioning on the map. And Orange are the ones that force the positioning. They're the guys that... Everyone's pushing in and hold the high ground. They throw down another ward. Voss, he's going to get caught. He's going to get picked. And he's going to go down. The gem goes on the sidelines. The Naga throws out the ultimate so Puppy can steal the gem and try and TP out under the cover of it too. He gets out.
Amazing. What a save on the gem.
Still going to lose that tier 2 tower, and they still look to Vorst again. This Weaver is never going to get a big item again. He's 1 for 1 in this game. Puppy is not really sharing the same kind of thing too. He's 0-5 on the Bane. Really taking it for the team.
Yeah, they're not in good positions.
Even Amelia's trying to keep out these Naga illusions. At least that's one small little bit of harassment that Na'Vi can do without putting themselves at risk. Because look, another arrow extincts a magnet for these things.
Yes, definitely is.
But that's the tier 2 tower and the last outer remaining tower. This is when it's breach time for Orange. 26 minutes in. They don't want to go up yet.
There is a Roshan respawning very soon, so they want to just wait for that one after taking this tower.
This is going to be the critical moment. Then 1 minute from the countdown. So 27:30, we'll look for Roshan to spawn up.
Saving the Furion ulti for now. He's probably going to use it right before Roshan. Just make sure every lane is split pushed as much as possible right now. Just farming up jungle with both Furion and Alchemists. And they might have their BKB in time. Actually, they won't have it for Roshan.
Fun choice from Dendy. With all the gems on the field, he still wants to go with the Shadow Blade. He won't defer from the normal DK build.
You need to really get faster and get in there and stun someone. You want to be able to get in and initiate. Even with gems on the field, that is the go-to build on this hero. You could go for something else. You could go for a Blink Dagger, but it gives you no damage output. You would be so useless, just an initiator.
Look at the top of Orange. Everyone's missing on lanes. No one's defending bot, no one's defending top.
Yeah, this is
middle.
Very obvious smoke coming out from Na'Vi. Of course, I say that it wasn't obvious at the point they smoked, but as the lanes start pushing in this far and no one is taking them, that point is very obvious to Orange.
The big man's back. The big man is back. This is the worst thing for him. 45 seconds on the Naga ultimate cooldown. That is the worst thing that could be happening to you right now, especially when Roshan has negative 14 armor. This will be Roshan's death. Nothing will be able to really prevent this. Of course, he'll throw the bugs out there, but Roshan's going to be dead before it even arrives. And Alchemist, again, will take the Agassi model. Arrow flies in. Again, the Familiars are able to tank these little suckers up.
And we now have 2.4k gold on this Tidehunter as well. Not only does Mushi have his BKB.
Are you thinking Pipe or Blink?
I'm thinking Blink, man. I'm really thinking Blink.
Well, Korea's back to basic and buy whatever it wants to.
I like the build that we see coming out from Net on that Nyx. He really knows how to play some interesting support, and look at that, just buying Earn into a Vit booster. He has 1.2k HP on an agility hero that has very, very good armor. Has 6 armor already, so...
Skipper just run in, do his stuns, actually spike characters to annoy the crap out of him, and they still won't be able to kill him properly.
So for a supporter, he's very hard to kill.
Because also there's no damage item. Like Dendy went in for the Shadow Amulet to start with, he didn't even get the Claymore as part of the Shadow Blade to start with.
Well, his attack speed is pretty high now with it, and he has decent damage from the start, so I believe that actually Shadow Amulet gives him maybe even more, but he needs to finish up the entire thing. It's not enough to just run around with the Amulet.
So we see how Vorst makes item as well. He's not going to go Desolator, in fact he's going to go into a Monkey King bar. Going up
KB in this game.
That one to start with.
Maybe he's fearful of people starting to buy up those halberds, just giving a lot of evasion chance.
We got a very this is not going to be a good trade for Na'Vi. They've got to come back. Orange are pushing all 5 through the bottom, and Na'Vi aren't even near that tier 2 tower on the top lane. They have to defend this, and now you've already got Kuro, illusions that to be sent in to start with, and there's already concoction. Look how aggressive Mushi's being. Dendi will go in this to try and evade.
Mushi, of course, has that Aegis of the Immortal. We should remember that.
Long arrow, very long arrow.
Yeah, but
the ping comes out
Carapace,
from Poppy. Yeah, it's like how many of these arrows have hit on the other side of the line of Orange? It's so far behind. Fortification slowing down Orange. A creep wave and a new one now arrives. So Mushi wants to turn around, but he's got very little damage with his Enfeeble.
Enfeeble being a really good spell against any form of right click like this. Only level 1, but already it gives you minus 30.
There's your Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger tied.
So he did wait quite long. I was thinking maybe he will head into something like a Shiva's Guard as he started saving up that much gold. Now we do have the entire Shadow Blade on Dendi. But with this 5-man movement from Orange, doesn't make a huge difference though. He wants them to split push.
Ooh, they want
the wraparound.
to give this a shot. Denny's on the front lines. Moonlight Shadow. Even Courier's coming at the same time. Might want to pick off that Blink Dagger. Gets to all Couriers at TI3. That's a big kill as well. Now the tightness of the Blink Dagger that's going to stop Orange from wanting to breach the base for 3
Orange
minutes.
just surrounded.
They still know it's a sandwich on this bottom lane, and the meat, Orange get put into a grinder. Extinct, long stun on him. The Meg Charge will pop. Mushi, double stun, up on Kuro. Now the Ravage, Fnatic and Kuro. They're both going down, but a boss. That'll be up a double kill. The BKB, even with the Naga Ultimate, he can still keep fighting. Nyx Assassin, low on life. Triple kill for a boss. Puppy, he's holding a high-end position. He's like a boss. Please, just kill him. Not possible.
Denied.
Mushi, he's denied. Puppy is denied. Dendi is in here. They're bringing down Mushi, but a boss. The gem drops down. Mushi, Dendi gets the kill, but it's only an Legacy Immortal. And Na'Vi will lose all 5 heroes
and that's the
on
gem.
this bottom lane. 2 gems lay on the deck. In fact, one now picked up by Ohio. And we'll see if they can do damage to this tier 3 tower, but we've got 3 heroes. In fact, the boss decides to buy back straight away.
And I believe Orange will not push the issue here. Winning that fight, coming out with 5 kills on Na'Vi. They do not need to force the issue right now. They can just go back, play a little bit more safe now. Wait for the cooldown.
The biggest upside right now, like Orange just destroyed Na'Vi, but they didn't destroy it completely. Avor's still got 3 kills. 3 kills going the way of your damage dealer, and he's already picking up the Demon Edge. He wants to dish out this damage. When that Monkey King bar comes up, he's going to hurt a hell of a lot more during the team fights and hurt a lot faster as well. So then he can move on to the other heroes. The other thing is they sniped out the Courier. You may as well say it was a 5v4 situation here, and then the Aegis Immortal was also triggered, and triggered well before the time of it going down.
Yes, and we also have BKB finished up now for Fnatic, so if they can hit that MKB, and they now have 3 core heroes with BKB able to just walk in, because Fnatic really couldn't go in and dish out that damage, even with them surrounding the enemies. So Na'Vi have a hope, but I would say that Orange are claiming a really firm lead after that team wipe.
Gems are now used as sentries.
Yes.
Doesn't really have the same properties though. Extinct will come and pick it up.
And he gives it to Havost.
Havost has a gem as well? Okay.
Oh, yeah, he gave it to him.
They bought a new one.
They did. So 3 gems on the ground.
It's almost worthwhile putting one back in base, but there's nothing there for Orange. Again, this movement, this is some ballsy movement from Puppy. He just wants to ward up somewhere nice and aggressive so he can see the rotation. In fact, there it is already. So they split themselves up, they know if they walk around the corner, they know what's going on, and now Orange also want to do the same thing. They're moving into the opponent's jungle. So both teams basically are going to opposite sides of the map to fight
Both teams thinking, well, it's safer to go to enemy jungle anyway. And looking over at Orange, I like how safe they play there for just a few minutes, because now Chicken is alive again. It has that Blink Dagger. They're sending it out to a Secret Shop as well, gonna buy something more, but...
They're picking up the gem.
Oh, they left the gem over there.
There's so many gems. Ever since the change where you can't deny the gem.
It's decoration now.
Hang it on your Dota 2 Christmas tree. 1 gem for every
Cooldown
tree.
is almost done for Visage. He has that level 11 and Aghanim Scepter, so he wants to resummon. Probably gonna do it in a fight though. I'm not sure if he's gonna use it. because it's super long cooldown on it, and you will use it pretty much every fight anyway. So yeah, he is saving it. Very wise choice.
What are both these teams waiting for?
Both teams are very scared right now.
Orange wants to push in through the last 2 or 3 times they came down there, Na'Vi flanked them. They always look behind him, and you can already see Orange, like, they're sending not only, like, they leave a ward behind, they leave a Treant, as well as having a bit of a wander around. They are trying to find Na'Vi, and Na'Vi are waiting for Orange to almost make a mistake, and then they can either gank him in mid, or cut down into their own jungle, and find where they know Orange is. But Orange are wasting a lot of time down here. They're not getting experience during this period, but then again, they got 14,000 gold advantage, as well as over 10,000 experience. I don't think they care about wasting one.
They have the Soul QS, it's go time now. They want to just go in, force the issue. We actually have a full ultimate orb as well on Tidehunter, so he's heading in towards the Gwyntu as well, or of course the Sheepstick.
Naga illusions are coming into the range. This is actually a real problem for KYXY. If he gets attacked by that and puts his Blink Dagger back on the cooldown, but both the Riptide didn't do anything. And now they do come in the tier 3 tower. Na'Vi, they're a little bit further up. And with the, well, they've already gone with the Moonlight Shadow. Fnatic gonna throw the arrow down, hits on net. And now with the BKBs up, Fnatic only one affected by the Ravage. Get a higher by looks of it, but he'll pop his own BKB. Danny trying to focus down this problem, but then the Familiars, there's 3 of them up for extinct. He kills off the boss, and they'll move deeper. Dandy on the run with the gems giving him the vision. He'll go down. It is almost a full team wipe. In fact, it is a full team wipe. Orange, the Malaysians. Down Na'Vi, and GG. Game number 1. 36 minutes, 25 to 10. Na'Vi select their opponents, and their opponents are happy to take the first game off them. What a hell of a match, Orange.
And what a performance.
So patient as well. Orange was so patient.
Yeah, really patient. Anytime that they had to be, when they were waiting for Roshan, when they didn't have the Blink Dagger on Tide, any moment when they knew we don't have cooldown, we don't have the chance to take this fight, let's just back out, play safe. And yeah, just really nice play by Orange.
It is, and that is now, well, game 1 of 3. There is even more coming up, and that's not going to be too far away. But for right now, we get to hand it back over to our boys to get to decode game number 1. Back to James and the crew, and over on the panel.
Oh, wait.
Especially from Extinct on the visits, probably has the best visits throughout the tournament so far. So I'm very,
especially at blocking bottom arrows like we.
Is very pleased.
Okay, so Ben, what?
Lots of. They didn't have any good combo with. Naga Siren, they were really BKB dependent, and the Tidehunter just completely threw a wrench into their plans. And I'm very surprised that they let Alchemist through the draft. We usually see Na'Vi ban out Alchemist very early or take it for Havos, but they first pick Weaver and they let Orange get Alchemist last, and that hero is just a beast.
Yeah, definitely a strong lineup from Orange all around. As you were saying, the Tidehunter, Na'Vi could not fight them. We saw the guerrilla warfare by them at the first Roshan fight, and it just didn't work out for them. Even though they did a fairly good initiate, killing off Mushi from the get-go, there's nothing they could do, and I felt that was really where Na'Vi started struggling a lot, and Orange just kept on improving their item lead.
you can see where they wanted to go with their strategy, just pick off a lot of early kills with Net into an arrow or Bane sleep into an arrow. But once it actually came to the team fight and the mid game, they just kind of fell apart. Orange could split push with Nature's Prophet. They had a very, very good Roshan lineup tight if they actually wanted to fight. They had plenty of things to tank. They had double minus armor. They just had a more synergistic strategy.
And one of the key moments I felt, and what you're kind of emphasizing, is the team fights of Orange were really good. I mean, just having that Tidehunter and Alchemist in there and Visage just constantly be able to put out damage. And then it came down to a Roshan fight, which went in Orange's way. It started off, it was looking a little bit crazy, but Ben, do you want to take us through the Roshan fight?
Yeah, so they were taking a lot of damage. Mushi was getting really, really low. They try to sleep KYXY, but they can't really go. Look how close the heroes are. They're always running away from him. KYXY just has complete control of this fight. Mushi stuns himself. He gets really low at this point, but KYXY... The big Ravage, Dendy caught in the trees, and the damage output from Visage. They were really good at focus firing too. Whenever their ganks went off, they killed one hero in a matter of like 1 to 2 seconds. And Kuroki couldn't counter-initiate with sleep a lot of the time, and it was mostly just used to save people. And almost always they would lose one before the fight. So you're one ultimate down, you're one hero down. How do you win a fight from there, especially without good team fight heroes?
Exactly, and that's the difference between having Song of the Siren and having a Ravage, because with Ravage, not only does it deal a lot of damage, but you can also put in a lot of damage during the Ravage, whereas with Sleep you need something to follow up with it, so they can only use it for defensive purposes, really. And that just didn't pan out with the lineup they had. Normally you would see like teams would go for a Darkseer pick or an Enigma pick or something along those lines. Even Alchemist, and Na'Vi had nothing to follow up with. They had a Dragon Knight, basically.
Bruno, what did you make of the match?
I think there are two key heroes here going on. First of all, you talked about the Visage and how important it is. Also the Tidehunter. This is the second time Orange plays Tidehunter. In their 2 games, he has combined 9 kills, just 1 death, and 25 assists. It's a hero that fits them really well. And we saw how many times they got 3 or 4 man Ravages. That's crucial, especially when you have a Weaver. I think Luminous was telling, yeah, it was Luminous. Was telling me a couple days ago how important it is to have a Tidehunter versus a Weaver, because even if she's Shikuchi's and you have to have some kind of detection, you just throw the Ravage and she will not be able to run away in time. So it's a great control for that hero that has been, as I was saying before, one of the heroes of the tournament. And the other key was a Dragon Knight on Dendy. Dendy is not a player that wants to play those heroes. Dragon Knight, I particularly do not like him as much in mid, but I understand that if you get to level 6, they cannot leave the lane, because the moment they leave the lane, you just push their tower, kill it super fast, and then just get the items yourself. But Dendy is not a player that you want to keep in mid pushing a tower. Dendy is a player that you want in your team fight. You want helping Havos, you want rotating. And if you push Dragon Knight out of that comfort zone at the beginning of the game, he will not be able to catch up, get the Shadow Blade and everything.
You and I was talking about this yesterday, that Dendy is really best.
But it was like, if the supports for Na'Vi, because they didn't win the team fights and because they didn't have a pushing lineup, they didn't get the items they needed on their supports. Even when the game finished, there was no mech. And you know, when you're going up, you know, in a team fight, you need to have a mech. Like, sure, you've got 3 BKBs. They did finish with 3 BKBs. Make sure you get the tower down and start playing around from there. And when your supports have a little, just didn't let them. They didn't let them. They were like, we're going to fight, we're going to push you. And those fights in top lane at the very early stages were fantastic. Even you can't fault Na'Vi in terms of their skill in the fight. Fnatic was brilliant, Puppey was brilliant in terms of sleeps, but
yeah, and Na'Vi, like you were saying, Na'Vi relied on winning those early fights to keep the item progression going and keep making sure that Orange couldn't fight them throughout the game, and that just didn't happen because Orange was ready for what Na'Vi had to bring to them. So we saw Puppey doing some great play with the Bane element, but at the end of the day, the Bane really didn't do anything throughout the game. He did some fairly good nightmares, and he had like a fairly good Fiend Scrape from time to time, but there's nothing much a Bane can really offer when they have such a sturdy lineup and with all the items they had on them. And Extinct positioned himself so very well on the Visage that he could just deal tons of damage, like mostly because he had just been firing off soul assumptions left, right, and center.
Well, you can see his items he finished there, Puppy, you know, brown boots. So I do believe we actually have another highlight from the game based around the gem. Hopefully I was here to see this, but here they are picking up Havost. Nice sheepstick, and that will win them the gem. So, oh, is that going to be the steal? Run, Puppy. How important was True Sight for Na'Vi to deny an orange?
Well, clearly not too much because Orange ended up winning anyways.
I mean, the worst thing for Na'Vi with the gem was the fact that they had a Nyx assassin, but it didn't really play much of an important role because all Orange did was run around together. Whereas for Orange to have the gem would have been crucial for them to win the fights because of the breaches of the moon ulti. So we saw that on the bottom lane in the fight where Na'Vi ran around, but Orange still came out on top because Na'Vi have nothing to actually fight them with. All they could do was run. They defensively used ultimates in bottom ulti and in the Naga Siren ulti, so all they could really do was just run around and hope for the best.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about Havost. Now, he was playing the Weaver, and he had great CS. Obviously, he was kind of had the ability to get great CS, but then when you wanted your Weaver to be able to start split pushing and really pushing the enemy back and stopping them from fighting and buy your team time, it didn't seem that they were able to do that so well. I believe he was looking to, which is a pretty big pickup of an item, but you're still up against a sheepstick. You don't have a Lincoln's, I believe. But how did the Weaver play out for you? Because normally the Weaver is a big impact hero, and it didn't seem to give them what they needed.
A lot of the fights in the mid game was really decided already with the rabbits, and unfortunately for Havost, he got hit by a lot of them. And because of the sturdiness and the alchemist, the tidehunter, and even the visits, it just meant that Havost really couldn't do much. The only one he had a real shot at picking off was Nexus Prophet. That doesn't leave you with much good options to go for. So they got the BKBs up and running, but still didn't have the damage potential to actually bring down neither tidehunter or alchemist for that matter. Mushi was the one dying the most, and that spoke a lot of who Na'Vi decided to focus on in the fights, but maybe they should have focused the visits instead, because most of the damage output was coming from the visits. And that's just how great of a pick that is right now, and I think Na'Vi might want to pay more respect to that hero, because we saw Orange banning out the Chen and Enchantress as knowing Extinct was going to play the visits, so there was no use in having Chen and Enchantress available to them, whereas Poppy with a Chen and Enchantress is very, very destructive.
Yeah, Na'Vi didn't really seem like they had anything to fall back on. If they lose the early game, they can't really come back from that. They don't have great farmers, they don't have great split pushers, and on the flip side, Orange had a lot of things they could do. They could split push with Furion and Alchemist. They can just play the farm game because Alchemist farms way, way faster than any of Na'Vi's heroes. And they had great team fight too. They had Ravage, good gank potential with the Nyx Assassin, so they had a lot more flexibility, and if they were losing team fights, they can split push. If they're losing small skirmishes, they can just group up as 5 and push towers like they did and take out Roshan. I think that Na'Vi needs to improve their draft if they want to win the next game.
All right, so yeah, hopefully we'll see when the teams are getting ready, and we'll get them straight into game number 2, but the story, of course, is now Orange at match point. They win this, they guarantee top 6, and they could knock Na'Vi down. So it looks like I was going to ask you guys predictions for the second game, but it looks like we're ready, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going out of the show schedule. Then Orange going to come through 2-0.
Well, I still gotta go with Na'Vi. I bet it 2-0, but my prediction's already wrong. But I'm still going with Na'Vi for game 2.
All right, Malk.
I'm very impressed with Orange in this game, but I'm still leaning towards giving the overall victory to Na'Vi. I'm expecting Na'Vi to win this game at least.
Bruno?
I'm going to look at Dandy stats with Queen of Pain. He had 11 assists the last time he played that hero in this tournament. Looking really strong. No more Dragon Knight. Give him something that Dandy can win with, and they will win the game.
All right, well, we'll see if that's going to be the case as we're going to go back to the hall for game number 2 with Na'Vi and Orange.
Game number 2 of the winners bracket quarterfinal matchup. The Malaysian Orange going up against the Ukrainian Na'Vi. We have got Na'Vi. Well, a second game in a position which I don't think anybody before we started off this playoff would have said, you know what, yeah, we're going to second game down a game.
Well, I don't know, man. Some people would, I mean, most fans, of course, cheering for Na'Vi, but Orange, they played so amazing there, and you can't take anything away from that. And they already head into a draft picking up a Nature's Prophet in this game as well. We saw how much they could use that hero. He wasn't even down there on the offlane too much, just helped out in the fights, and we saw him make such a big impact throughout the entire game.
I also want to point out too, I know the panel were talking about it too, the Visage. The Visage and his nuke damage, he wasn't focused in the last game. Puppy says, I don't want to focus in this game, I'll just ban him out in the first two. So take out the Batrider, take out the Visage. Darkseer, again, the other ban from Mushi, he's not letting it through, and that Wisp will again be banned out against Na'Vi. But we get Lifestealer up for Na'Vi. One of their most played heroes in the past. Like, we see him in multiple different roles. We've even seen him jungled by Puppy, we've seen him off lane by Fnatic, we see a Roshan hard carry of him.
Yes.
It's like, it's an all-purpose kind of hero, and that also means they can go their combo style heroes. Bruno was almost basically on his knees begging for a Queen of Pain. You put a Queen of Pain, a Lifestealer inside, bada bing, bada boom, boof boof, and then you basically got all the damage to kill off anybody you want.
Of course, and it would also work equally good with a puck. And there we see something that Malk was touching on, that Chen. Not having Chen in the last game, it made it so hard for Na'Vi to just play out of it. They couldn't push, and of course that was Mushi shutting it out in the second ban phase. So now picking it up really early, knowing that Dendi, he's very versatile, he can play more than just one hero on the mid. There is the Queen. I even believe that the DK works if you have a Chen and have the power to push through. It can definitely work. So I would fully agree that he needs to have a hero that he can play. It's just they needed more oomph.
Yeah, oomph is the word.
Oomph is good.
Oomph is the word, man. And well, I'm looking at this going. For Mushi, if I was in his shoes, I wouldn't have thought about that being the second pickup. You had OG as well as Razor to choose from. You're going up against a Lifestealer, you want to get that lockdown, and you can see the Puppy's expression now. It's like, well, I knew I'd have to face up against this guy at one point of the tournament. We'll see what we can get up against him. Something that can control the Razor will be very, very good. I was going to say Mushi's band's focus would have to look to the jumping heroes in the middle. Even if it could be a DK in the solo mid, he's got to take out the Storm, he's got to take out the Quap. Anyone that's going to leap themselves into the engagement and also cause trouble for Nature's Prophet, they have to be removed right now.
I definitely agree. He needs to ban out these jumpers. Of course, Storm being the first ban, I wouldn't necessarily say that he has to ban out the Storm, but it is a lethal combo along with Lifestealer, even along with Chen. You can send back the Storm and then let him jump in. That is also a dangerous combo. And of course, there is also the puck available, so let's see where he's going to ban out for a second, but it should be Dandy's Queen.
Puppy takes out the OG. It looks like the mid is the main focus of both these team captains. Who gets the upper hand here? We could even just find ourselves with both the puck and the Queen of Pain being banned out by each of the teams respectively.
We might. There are too many supporters to ban out them all, and we actually gonna see him going, banning out that Rubik.
Yeah, so I think maybe just realize the Storm is the biggest threat to Nature's Prophet. He can't stop all the jumpers. He can't stop all the jumpers. It'll be a Quap, it could be whoever you want it to be, a puck or a Quap. You can't take them all out, so why just ban out one? Unless you're gonna get first pick, but that doesn't happen here. Puppy gets the ban and then gets the first pick going into the second stage. So whatever jumper hero he wants, he would be able to pick up, and then Orange would be in a bad position for them mid. So at least both puck as well as the Quap there.
Something that might be going through the mind of Mushi banning out that Rubik might be that he wants a big hero. He might look towards something like Enigma because he knows that there's a Chen on the enemy team. They don't want to pick it up that badly. It is a really good hero against Lifestealer. They might go into it. I don't know if Orange really feel like it, but banning out that Rubik, it allows you to pick these heroes because if Rubik is there, it's near impossible to play these heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, and Puppy felt it coming. You take out that Niger ulti, it'll be the setup for all those heroes. Yeah. But he's got to make a decision here. Then he doesn't look as confident about this. He might be feeling a little bit more confident once Puppy picks him an aggro hero. And until that point, he's got to wait it out and see what Puppy wants. There's actually not the only discussion I'm seeing inside the box is really between Kuro as well as Puppy.
Yeah, talking a little bit, and I like that it banned out the Naga Siren. It's not something that you give away. If you have Sprout and Ensnare, it's gonna be way too easy for this Razor to just leech all the damage in Static Link. And with Bane being picked up, also a hero I want to give away against Lifestealer, and with Razor it would be a strong hero for Mushi.
It's still a weird kind of pickup here again. Like last time I was against the team fight, it's like, yeah, it's going to be a team fight. And then it all became like Bane picked up and it forces you into this single focus kind of shut down that one person. Like, And like, even for Razor, you want to Nightmare him so someone could run away. If you Fiend Grip him, he's already got the lockdown. You're still going to run away before he can come back and then try and damage him down.
It looks really much like block picks coming out from Puppey, like banning out the Naga Siren, picking up, even just picking up the Bane there. But now Shadow Demon, it's a good supporter as any, very versatile, so gotta pick him up.
And the great synergy with the Razor too, even inside the disruption, the static link will still remain. So if you catch even one person out of position with the static link first and then to the disruption, you'll take, well, your maximum amount of damage to the disruption time.
Yes, definitely. And Puppey now with the choice, he has picked up both his supporters, he has his carry, most likely in this lifesteal, could be off lane.
5 seconds.
He needs to pick up a mid for sure, and he might want to pick up an off lane as well. Gonna see what he heads into now.
The choices are pretty well open for whatever he wants. Things really been shut down, but I still want to know how they want to deal with this Razor. I'm not feeling Chen and Bane. They got a little lockdown. We're going to go with Funix Bounty Hunter now. So that does push a Vorth onto that Lifestealer, but I'm still the Orange with a Razor with an SD. The other thing we're kind of missing from this huge ass combo is having ourselves an Alchemist in the pool to also synergize with the SD. Let them almost run a dual lane in this mid.
They could just solo Alchemist mid is something that's doable, but they don't know what's mid. They don't know what Dandy is playing yet.
Yeah.
They're hiding Dandy's pick completely. Last game, we saw a totally different story coming out of Na'Vi. They picked up core heroes very early, and that may have punished them. This time, hiding it. They want to be the one to pick the better mid, but of course, something that you should know about Dota is that when you have Captain's Mode, the guy that has the first pick also has the last pick.
Finally, the boys in the panel can be happy. The Sand King gets picked up for neck. So we've got this roaming ganking combination now of SD as well as SK. And with the Prophet and the Razor,
10 seconds.
this could be so aggressive. This could almost be 3 guys straight down to that bottom lane. Contest the people down there, because you can have Chen inside the jungle at the very, very start, and SD and SK, they can cause absolute havoc with that Chen.
They could. It's a really, really strong hero at just going in and crushing.
In fact, there's the man that gets to play the SK right on your screen right
Net
now.
himself.
He's like, thank you, but still, let's win.
Yeah.
If it be on a 2-0 Na'Vi, I think Malaysia will be having a huge party. If that's the case.
And looking like it for Orange here, of course, Razor is a hero that can go mid, but they all
Screen right now
himself. Hero. And as I said just previously, they have the first pick and the last pick. It's how it works nowadays. So they can sort of just wait and see what Na'Vi want to put there. Of course, bans coming out first, but both teams should be looking to ban out what they don't want to play against mid.
Problem is, you want to ban those out? What would you ban out against? You take out Cop, you take out Puck, and then all of a sudden you're sitting there going, well, I can't pick up everything. But maybe that's also the way Poppy wants to approach this.
It's situational.
In fact, take out TA.
Exactly. A hero like that is one of the heroes that you can't play Puck against, for example.
Yep.
Just because it's simply too hard to play against TA's damage. Queen can play decently against it, but then you wouldn't know if Mushi would ban or remove that. So.
Yeah, but we've still got the 2 jump heroes left for Na'Vi. So Puck and Quop both are left. So Mushi has a choice right now. Does he just want to go into this Puck versus Quop kind of thing? Or does he want to maybe just take out the Puck? Take out the Pudge.
That's some respect there.
That's not a way to get the crowd on your side.
No, the crowd is not happy about it, but come on guys, they're scared. It's Dandy's Pudge.
This became a filler ban. This just became a filler ban. They want both the Puck and the Quop to get through and force them into this picking scenario. Banning out the Pudge just takes out the left wing kind of pick, and there's the Puck for Dandy.
So they have a lot of good disable, but they're really relying on lifesteal to deal a lot of damage. Unless Bounty Hunter can get some good momentum in the early game, he's gonna be the only one to really target down the entire of Orange and just right-click them.
They're still deciding this. Like, we're sitting over here on the side saying, well, it's quite obvious it should either be the Puck or the Quop, or Puck and the Quop. But it really looks like Orange have not made up their minds at all.
Oh no, they're still thinking, and there may be some other option that they feel like they could go for. I'm not entirely sure what they want to pick with so many of the mid heroes being banned out now. We see Batrider, Storm, Pudge, OD, TA, a lot of focus on that mid. Could head into something like a DK just to add the push. possible with the Nature's Prophet that they have. More disable means even easier time for Razor to deal damage. And DK is not all that bad against Puck on the lane.
Looks like they've made up their mind right now, and Beastmaster will be the selection in orange.
Even better.
Yeah.
And also a little bit better laner as well, I would say. Having those axes, being able to shove the lane, he can actually rune control against Puck to an extent.
The only issue which could be coming out is that power of the Chen during the fight. Beastmaster was great, but you've still got that big global heal everywhere across the map, and Beastmaster was, it might be enough to help survive. Like, even Kura is a very difficult hero to kill off. If he gets that Hand of God, he's got possibility for Nightmare, as well as Brain Sap, that's instant life straight back. Again, there's a lot of options there. Puck, a very slippery little sucker. It's going to be difficult to lock him down. Bounty's got Invis Juke, and Bounty's we'll have to see when that level 6, when the bounty comes up, as well as also when we see that infest from the Lifestealer.
Yes, and also it's not only about, oh, we see very early TP and wards.
We'll hear absolutely everything. 1 minute 10. 1 minute 10 on the clock before the creep wave will start to spawn. Again, Ohio. He loves doing this. Got him down here, looking to shut down Chen straight from the get-go. But Puppy also prepared. 2 sentries in hand.
Yeah, of course. When you play Chen, you always have the option to buy just every single support item. Look at his inventory. He has sentries and 23 golds. That's not the start gold of Dota 2.
That's a man for the team.
Yeah, of course.
And again, none of it's been given to Dendi. He's with his own steam, but the salve as well as the tango got given to Fnatic, and 550 gold left on Fnatic. They really want him to get that bottle quickly and be very, very fat in the top. Avor's already preparing up the pull-through points for Kuro, who'll be as that Bay on the bottom. And as far as Orange go, they've got a defensive tri-lane. Mushi will be as the Razor, Extinct over on the Sand King, with Net onto the SD, and then KYXY solo mid, and Prophet is the last one, played by Ohio. Boots are ready, and well, looks like he'll come into the easy farm spot.
Yeah, he's gonna start out farming that medium tank.
This is just so we can basically stack up this camp a little bit, and he'll take no damage. If he gets really lucky and he gets the double melee creeps, he'll be happy as Larry up here. He's even, like, you see him backing himself up, so he won't actually stop the creep camp from spawning, as if he's on that side of the line.
Yeah, there's some serious sabotage in the enemy jungle, really, and should see some movement.
This should be a really good lane for Dendi in the mid. He's up against the Beastmaster. Evading the axe is going to be the highest thing. And in fact, there you go the axe already. Dendi hasn't leveled up a single ability yet. He's still waiting to see if he needs phase shift or if he needs the orb.
A brilliant last hitting so far by KYXY. Got every single last hit. Of course, he didn't get the deny. Only one creep died.
Sonic going to go on his little pulling spree. Net can't catch up to him. Not to do that disruption, even with that slow time. So Fnatic's going to get some good experience from the very, very start. It won't cause too much imbalance with the lane, though. When you got 2 heroes supporting on that safe lane on top, you get some free pull. But something we do see again, which Orange seems to be very willing to let happen, is Avorst free farming on bottom lane. Timing for Weaver wasn't quite right in the last game, but a Lifestealer, he hits hard a lot earlier on.
Yes, and this hero, he can have very early face boots armlet, even face boots drums. If you want to build a race car build, you can get really, really strong. And he is effective at just going in and bashing down. Of course, doesn't want to get caught too long in the static link, but if he gets enough items, he can even kill the racer before he loses too much damage.
Like Ohio wants to get out of the jungle as quickly as possible, already onto that bottom lane. Must be expecting some kind of push to come from Na'Vi with Puppy. But Puppy needs a good creep for that. So far, he's just having to make do with what he's got, because both the camps on the west were blocked.
Yeah, and KYXY, I'm still really impressed by how good of a start he had against Dendi here on the mid.
Mike and Net both move up to the top lane for the room, but there's going to be a haste rune on the bottom lane, and they'll get together the way of Kuro.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But Mushi, actually, this isn't really like the best thing that could ever happen to a Razor. You want someone to steal the damage from him so he can get the power.
Yeah, I mean, his push power is not very, very high. And Fnatic is up here just looking around a little bit.
He's wanting to soak up as much of this experience as possible, but he also he understands the threat that SD and SK do pose. So we can't move out past the tower. Consumables are one thing, but dying straight away is another, and that's a big push on top. He can't pull the aggro down, so they are forced to fortify, and Kuro will actually come up here to see if he can take out the aggro. Maybe save somebody. Dire Sentry would already planned deeper in, so now they go to the disruption. Net taking a little bit of damage here, and the Burrow strike through. The Nightmare is up right now, but Mushi still in the damage off Fnatic. He's got to walk away from that Sentry Ward, but they're using the static field and know where he is. He's still got the Invis. Sentry Ward again, they cannot reach him. Fnatic will escape on the top lane.
Turned around and hit the tower once there. Mushi might have gotten him if he kept chasing, as he has boots himself as well. But he does
want this tower. They so want this tower.
This tower is really important. They're already committed to it so much.
Phoenix looking for a courier snipe. Orange again will get to claim the tower. KYXY really close in here on Dendy. He's got 8 seconds till axes again. But he's got to be very careful. Phoenix behind him. And now you'll see the bottle come in.
This is dangerous for a courier.
Yep.
Reminder.
If he snipes this bottle,
Yes,
if he snipes this bottle, there it is, and he's he's not fast enough. He's not fast enough though. It's just little booties won't go.
Would have to stand a little bit more in position for that one.
Yep. He needed to hit on the way in and then instantly again on the way out. It would have been so close for him to get it.
Of course, KYXY did save the speed burst on the courier till the way back, so it was going pretty fast. Else it is a very easy kill.
Yeah, but when you're delivering the empty bottles anyway, you have to use the speed boost. Now, still with no first blood, Kuro wants to come back in here. There's no vision from Orange watching this. Like, they'll see him as he gets a little bit closer, but that's the vision of Orange right there. They just don't see it. And, okay, if one person can't do it, let's just commit 2.
Yeah, that's pretty evil courier hate.
Oh, it's already moved to use the speed. Fnatic starts attacking. They made us get this one.
Wow,
Chen with a nuke.
no
Dendy, he's got orb in 1 second time, and maybe he can block him as he goes up this small ramp. The movement up, the orb won't hit. And Fnatic doesn't have enough damage now to get that kill. Even with the Vorce in that bottom lane, there's 4 heroes that were chasing down 1 player. And KYXY has to use his TP scroll, but they're shutting down the mid solo now. Beastmaster 17 for nil, forced to use the TP to go back to base.
Yeah, the experience is looking pretty good for Na'Vi, but when you have a Chen full farming in the jungle like this, he gets really fast experience as well, and a lot of it is just life
Round 2, Net, middle lane, Fnatic, already attacked hard, Dendy drops a dream call, nice disruption, he was expecting the orb from Dendy, but with the rift, Dendy gets the first blood. Will orb himself through the orb.
Roshan!
Dendy! Roshan! Opens up the can of Wolfblast, he's gonna hang in there, Fnatic on the run again. He can't go invis, there's not enough mana for it. And Mushi, he's TV'd up top of Planet will get the kill. The Vorce wants to come in. He's got Infest available, he's got to save with the creep waves of this. And Kuro being body blocked up by these trees. He can't get himself away fast enough. Nightmare's up once, now he can run himself away. The trees took the aggro of the Nightmare away. TP's out, Planet damage, Kuro not out in time. Mushi, double kill on the bottom lane. Worth the rotation now.
Nice body block coming out from Ohio as well, on top of the micro there. Razor is so strong when he walks in like this. Even a free farm lifesteal can't really just walk in without being too careful.
And this is the reason why we love watching this international Dota. This level, these small plays that make huge plays. 3-1, Vorst, his bottom lane is under siege by the Master of Trees. He's about to have the Shadow Demon and the Beastmaster both rotate down. And they check over a little bit further to the side. I don't know if we're forced to catch a glimpse. No, it's nighttime. The vision's too restricted for him.
Yeah, nice little pulls there just with the Treants, keeping the aggro off tower.
Bottom tower gets to be taken by Mushi. He's getting a lot of money, man. Are we going to be seeing this Aghanim's Refresher Orb?
I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think it will be a race car build, more likely. So look, if he's gonna pick up the drums, of course, Aghanim's is the most entertaining item to see on Razor. It's really, really strong.
Surprise in store. Extinct already goes invis. The Force jumps out, they see him. Oh, very quick kill. They get another kill in this middle lane. It was Kuro with the brain set that got the damage out at the end to take out the escape. But it's still 3-2 in favor of Orange, who are at this point 2 towers up as well.
It's a nice kill, but they can't really get anything with it. They can't get a push. They, of course, got the experience of gold from getting the kill, but normally you want to transition into a tower after getting an advantage like that, pinging your enemies on the side mark. And we saw earlier the stats that Orange hasn't lost a game with Fury yet here at TI3, and I can really believe it when I saw last game. They played in a very nice manner.
Seems so cool, calm, and collective. It doesn't really look like Orange is stressed or like we saw Na'Vi in between the games. Just out the back of the side stage, and it really was, and I'm going to say, a pleasant conversation. It seemed like a conversation which was more along the lines of communicate would be the key word I would have taken from it. And right now, like, how do you communicate? 5-man in the middle taking out tower. You want to try and find that?
Some pressure being added, and with Buckler even being used by the Beastmaster, the Mushi does have his drums ready. Behind, look for Kuroki.
He's got the invis, but there's no ulti. You can find Mushi a little bit further up looking for the 8-minute rune, but well, Kuro already managed to snipe that one out. And Vorse and Denny will protect the mid, and in the meantime, Fnatic is finding himself some experience, and this is really important. That level 6 is now up on the Bounty Hunter.
And a lot of gold.
Yeah, that's 1,700 gold on him too.
Drums also bought up on the Lifestealer now. So pretty equal for farm, actually exactly equal for farm on Razor.
Orange gonna try and make a play. They're going to attempt it while Na'Vi are getting themselves a little bit too deep in the river. They want to add aggro to that tower, but in they come through the rear. And Koro with the invis rune. He reveals the smoke. Vorse, he can rage up. This Nightmare on Mushi taken off by ST. The roar already goes out. Denny will be the first one to die in the middle lane. And Vorse looks for more damage, but he's losing it all. Yes. One aesthetically was on him, and they should be able to catch out net. There's that track. Look at the movement speed. That's even without the phase boost. Chen Yu and Live Still will get the kill.
And that's a track kill. That's a big kill as well.
That's when you start saying you got a bounty out on the field, you're getting track. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Na'Vi will get the advantage because of the bonus gold.
Yeah, every single time, and if this bounty hunter is allowed to get even more experience, he needs to get some kills now and really be up there and just claim it. But if he gets level 2 on that track, that's when it really starts becoming dangerous, giving twice as much to the allies as opposed to level 1.
I didn't realize how low in levels Extinct is. This SK, his burrow strike is so short right now. Even if he wants to get himself inside the fight, he'll have to walk halfway in there.
We didn't really mention that as well. It's Extinct playing it. It's not net.
True. It's over on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Free gold? Not free gold.
It's never free gold to kill SD. He can put himself down.
He
is gonna
help.
try it.
Denny's in the neighborhood.
Denny's so close.
Even if it's just like an attack, a track, and a Shuri toss, that'll be enough. But he doesn't want to instantly just let them know that he's in the neighborhood. He wanted to look around. Ohio, nice grab. Of course, it's Swimming Blade, but there's no way. Maybe there is. Nightmare from Koro. Ohio, double TP. He throws the ulti off. Already with the infest being used. Destruction on Koro. This is almost a 1-for-1 trade. Kuro in the tree line. Roared up. Burner strike as well. There's 16 finally against level 5, and a Vorse TP out from Mushi.
A lot of spells being used by Furion, just a little bit too aggressive there, being caught out.
You almost wonder if that's worth it though. They use a lot of money worth of TP scrolls just then.
It's worth it for Na'Vi, for sure. Diving in and killing there, 2-on-1, and then having 3 people TPing in and reacting to it. So basically they had 4 enemy heroes committed and they were only 2. So it's really, really good.
He's gonna be staring down the barrel of something right now. But he's got the track up on Mushi, so he's not really scared about getting caught out. It's also another thing which doesn't work for Mushi. While this track is up on him, the movement speed allows anybody who's basically static linked to run away even faster.
Anyone close to him can just run away.
It's almost the, well, I wouldn't say he's the most important hero to track, because you have track on any other hero. If they're sitting next to Mushi, boom, you're away.
Yeah, so in that regard, Gondor is a pretty nice pickup against Razor, but it's one of the impacts he has. He wants to really have even more aggressive game though, because Fnatic has really only been in 1 kill throughout this entire game.
That's again this Hand of Midas lack of profit. We're another 11.5 minutes in and not even the start of it.
He doesn't like it though. He just buys straight for a power threat. Seems to prefer that even more.
He's solo up on this top right now. He's gonna be really careful about that. Remember the combination we're talking about with the infest in? Vorse has that off cooldown, 3 seconds time. He'd love to find a kill anywhere across the map. And I'm wondering too if SK is just here in the mid as support in case things go wrong, or maybe not. Maybe they're here to spill some blood.
Just spotted out by Na'Vi. Seems it wasn't. Puppy.
And just around the corner, smoke revealed, he gets Wild Wing, armor, won't let him live through this. He'll go down, Hand of God, Puppy, Roar had to be used.
Yeah, he forces
but
the
then
Roar.
again, we've got help coming in, Fnatic's on the way, look for the track over the Beastmaster, and a Vorse jumps out, the Burrow Strike doesn't go through, but Denny with a double coil, KY XY will go down. Chen for a Beastmaster and an SK with Track Gold.
Big win there for Na'Vi. Track with 4 heroes nearby.
Radiant's top tower is
Really
under
big,
attack.
and also claiming the second kill.
Orange have to stop these trades, man. They're getting their split push down. Ohio's getting that right, but they've got to stop fighting. That's not even like an even trade. The even trades are horrible enough for them. They need to get the advantage back again. But look at Kuro, so aggressive back past the tier 1 tower. He wants to keep Orange at bay.
Yeah, Na'Vi's starting to pull ahead even more in the experience now. Up to about 4,000 experience ahead.
Track already up on Mushi. Target number uno.
They
want him.
Always put it on him, because if they track someone else and Racer starts chasing, then they might just run away with a tracked hero so that he doesn't give any speed. But as long as Racer is tracked, everyone should be safe.
These key items arriving too. Horvors building into the armlet. Dendi, he is now 100 gold away from having his Blink Dagger. 13 minutes in. Mushi went for high movement speed, drums, phase boots. He is next shortly. Extinct, well, just happy to be level 7 now, so 4 levels up in that Burrow Strike. Meg is the build from the Beastmaster, so Aghanim's will have to wait. And Ohio attacking Fnatic through the tree line. But Fnatic also with phase boots, and against Ohio, he does have now 1.1k gold.
He does a lot of gold starting to be accumulated there, and Racer, interesting to see that he didn't max out the Stag Link.
The Kraken applauded. Wonderful bottle trick from Na'Vi. Chen sends back, Dendi uses the orb. He comes back full life, full mana, and also full bottle as well.
Yeah, that is a really nice little gimmick that you can use.
I only doubt that is it costs Chen some mana, but he has Arcane Boost now, so he doesn't really care.
He doesn't care at all about that, and Blink Dagger being up on Puck is such a good thing now. You can really start just going in, and Puck is an amazing hero against both SD, and we see a little bit of movement with it.
This is the reason why you fear jump heroes.
Yes.
You have to always be careful, especially jump heroes with a Lifestealer. Lifestealer, such a fantastic hero. Even with the nerf to open wounds, his synergy with other heroes is just perfect. And Dendi coming in range of the tower. Orange realize what's going on here. They're bringing in almost everybody. Prophet can come in at a moment's notice, but already the whirlwind's going to start, and this is going to make it very difficult for Orange to get themselves into position to fight on top of the tier 1 tower. And if they want to try and stop the Wild Wing from doing what he's doing, they're going to put themselves at risk.
And he wants to jump them, but not into the tower against all those spells.
There's
Yeah,
Twister
a lot of
right now in
harassment.
the middle lane. And no, jump in, Dendi! XY, don't stop, no raw, the neck charge did pop off, but Fnatic in the back end, he already got Burrow Strike, but they get a double kill here, triple kill in favor of all of Na'Vi. SD's on the run back, and Prophet didn't even bother to TP in. And Dendi, whoa, not your base. In he goes, silence on net and reach the tier 4 towers. Dendi, he does go down. Overcommitment, Fnatic will TP out. That is
still
just
a track kill. It's still a track kill. So even though he's a carry dying there to dive right after a Shadow Demon, it's still a lot of gold that you get. And of course, he didn't give away any experience. So maybe not worth it, but still, it's okay.
He didn't give away a hell of a lot of gold either. Like that, he's 1 for 3 on a pack. Everyone else getting the kills. He got Horvors. Horvors after his last game, where holding a gem was like holding a hot potato. Now he goes 4-0-4 on his lifesteal. Give him an extra set of hands. He'll hold everything for you, including all of his team.
Yeah, and we did mention it really early that Lifesteal will have to be the one to deal a lot of damage to the entire of Orange, but with this kind of farm, he really can. It is a scary hero when he gets this early omelet drums up.
Yes, man, he's going to get even stronger now. Vladimir's offering up on Fnatic. The already with having the feast and now with the extra lifesteal, killing him during a team fight. It's almost worth one to kill the bounty. And Koro, Nightmare up on 1. He still got sprouted. That's some hatred. Nightmare, he only had one thing to do, and that was die. Mushi will take out yet another tower now.
Kill and a tower, so getting a lot there. He is starting to level up more into Static Link, and he really needs it. He used it on Dendi in the last fight, and he can't really do that. He has to use it.
Tier 1 for a tier 1 lifesteal.
Dire's bottom tower.
I was wondering if SK will be able to TP there in time, but they TP to the tier 2 tower as opposed to tier 1.
Yeah, they really have to get this Static Link going on Horvors. Even though he's fast, Razer is also very fast.
That could basically just pop right now. Maybe not. They go the SK. Dream Coil doesn't actually hit anybody in this fight, but they don't really care when Avors does this. 1-2 disruption.
Chicken.
Couriers
Oh.
not dying at TI3. Avors, he has to armlet toggle. Armlet toggle quickly. The lining's behind him. Dendy snipes off the back.
Armlet
Double kill
toggle.
for him. The armlet toggle continues. He's got to be careful with plasma fields. Mushy shuts him down. Nick's looking for a little snipe off on somebody else. He'll come in behind Mushy. Danny's back in again. He wants a thrice. Maybe he can. Mushy. Shuri toss. Pumpy. He needs a nuke. He throws at Mushy. Now he goes down. Danny picked up 3 on this bottom lane. Separated by time though, so no triple kill. Ohio wants Danny again. Can't face it. Hiding in the tree line. Orbs out. Danny in from the corner. Koro's back. Barra strike by the SK. No epicenter channels. He's already managed to pick up 1 though. Puppy to the sideline. Now the epicenter starts off a feed strip. Holds him at bay. Goro lives one off for Fnatic to pick up another kill. Now they back up. Beastmaster, no Raw, and Chen. Pumpy, he's got a troll trap. He's got a troll trap. There is no way to chase this. Fnatic maybe Axis evades. Fancy footwork.
Tower is under attack.
And harassment will force KYXY back.
And look at the gold now on Fnatic, up to 1800. This fight is so worth it for Na'Vi. They want to have exactly this type of a game. The gold graph and the EXP graph both tell us exactly how this benefits Na'Vi.
Yeah, this looks
The
just
mid.
like the
Oh,
control.
they can't kill Dendy like that.
TP in on him.
Furion tried to go in and slay him with his Shadow Blade and the ultimate, but Dendy, of course, can just orb away.
You got Phase Shift, you got Orb, you got Blink Dagger. The ability to kill off Dendy requires at least a stun. That means SD, even if SD's there, and he likes staying in Disruption because his Blink Dagger, he won't be attacked. He'll come out of that with his Blink off cooldown. And this is exactly what Orange had to do. They're behind the 8-pole, and the best thing you can do, try and basically sink one. And that's going to be Roshan's life points to pick up that Aegis.
It's
Navi's
gonna be
ready.
hella hard though.
Towards it down. They can see Fnatic in very, very close. Avors, just screw it. I'll walk in. Use the troll to scout out inside the Rosh pit. One a little bit higher. Dendy. Oh, he's going to find Net. Now they jump out. Net. Well, actually, Avors jumped out too early. Now he uses one charge. He still goes down, and the track got off from Fnatic as well.
So a little bit too early there, but he has his basher delivered now. Hang on, chicken. That Roshan was completely denied.
Ohio
Funny.
comes in, attacks once, puts the sprout up. Troll just standing there. Who's he going to hold in position? Extinct is the one. Fnatic will go down now, but Avors goes on Extinct. Thinking strip again by Koro. War will cancel off, but Dendy jumps in. Big silence across 3 of them. XY wants to keep chasing this down as well. They've already lost 2 here, Na'Vi, for the price of picking up an SK.
And
Track gold or not really worth it, and Puppy just wants to be a twit. Yep, denies it off.
yeah.
Now go back in again to try this.
We are
Now
not
the
really
inner ball
ready
back.
for fighting now though. With this medallion again. The medallion on the Beastmaster, yeah.
Wing finds Boars. Somebody Stormbolt that. 17 to 13. Orange, they do not want to risk anything. The Sata also, again, they're scouting without risk to hero. But they got an Alpha Wolf also in this lineup. Bonus damage galore. And looks like they're going to do the trick again. But it's just like clockwork.
Sending home.
And Orange, the Wild Wings did not make that easy. Extinct even Burrow striking in to try and cancel it off.
I want to keep doing this. I think it's going to be hard. Again, invest into Dandy.
Coming in, where is it? They find one. They found KYXY, orb into the pit. Wonderful destruction by Net. Will save his teammate Slifer a little bit. KYXY gets a roar off the course of it, but now he'll go down. Burrow strike through. Mushy, solo and live. He's just been sitting there attacking with Fnatic with a double kill. Now the rest of them, Dendy inside the pit. Roshan, he really hates Dendy. Hits him again, and a mega kill streak for the mid solo puck of Na'Vi, and a bash up on SD. Triple kill for Fnatic, and they will track down Mushy. The feed strips off cooldown. Nowhere to go but down. SK sits back, but now Roshan, who's already half-life, can be cleaned so simply by Na'Vi. Vlad's and lifesteal to go to work.
This Roshan is not something that Orange can contest. 4 still on the sideline.
Aegis the Immortal gets given to the most suicidal player.
It is so rewarded though. Jumping into
yeah.
Dendy and just following along. these two heroes having a jump in, silence, then infest damage.
You can already see him, man. Like, Havors, he's such a team player with this too. 4-1-11 is his stats. 11 assists as well for Dendi. Funnily enough, the Bounty Hunter is the one that's claiming the last scout to hang on his mantelpiece. He is 9-2-4 on Fnatic. All the gold he's still giving to the rest of his team because the track bonus. Right now, we'll see if there's going to be more. Tier 2 tower is going to come under siege, and Havors just runs in behind. Who's he want? There's a disruption, so he'll go for net, but he's losing a lot of his damage. He's got to move faster than this. He's still static linked up, and Burrow Strike into the epicenter, holding him as there's actually the full epi. Havors, he'll just armlet toggle this into the sandstorm. Meanwhile, back in the main fight, we've got Mushi being orbed up. Dendy jumping from side to side. Mushi and Kuro bursting there to each other. It's a double kill for Dendi. KYXY on the run here. Havors rejoins the engagement. Open wounds. Beastmaster will be brought down. Tracks us before death as well. Dem monies rolling down the hill for Na'Vi. And Orange are getting a bit of a taste of exactly what they gave to Na'Vi in game 1.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, what a play. They just go in early with Dendi, he knows he can escape out, and then it's just easy for Havors to go in. Gotta do a trick again. Puck to heal as much as possible, but he kind of orbed into the enemy base, so he doesn't want to go the full distance there.
Interesting. Track's already up on net, so now Na'Vi have vision inside the base. They don't have a creep wave, and the tower fortification just got used. I really wouldn't be surprised if they just backed themselves off, but oh, maybe not. It's Dendi and Havors.
And BKB finished up on the Bounty Hunter as well.
Yeah.
Also looking really dangerous in this fight.
Back up to take out of towers when you know you can get a snipe off and just take racks. They even take the border fight for their own cause. Orange's feasts are turning against them here. And they'll look to go in deeper. The track up on the SK. And this will be me. They've got to fight. Beastmaster Roar's available. Epicenter is not. SD will come back up in a moment, but almost looks like Orange are happy to accept them losing this, or are they? KYXY, silenced by Dendi, Dream Coil as well. He does jump back out again. Havors, they picked up the SK. Now the Roar, but the mech charge keeps Kuro alive and being sent back to base. Well, that's going to be Beastmaster going down. Kuro gets sniped off by Ohio, but he's the only one to go down while Havors is chasing down the SD on the towers. And GG! Na'Vi will force this to a third game. They will not drop to the lower bracket yet, but who knows, game 3, anything is possible here. The Malaysians showed in game number 1 they can win, but game number 2, Na'Vi showed they're no mugs.
It's 1-1, and how many times have we seen Na'Vi go in on LAN and lose their first game in a best of 3 and then do exactly this? It is not something that is unheard of.
Definitely not unheard of, but of course the crowd love him for it. This is still, looking back over the game, man, I still want to give props to Orange. Their strat was fairly stable. The problem they ended up having was these combinations that jump in. We were talking about so much during the drafting stage, that combination of a Havors Lifestealer and Dendi, be it Quap, be it Puck, be it whoever, it's their aggression they're searching for. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, and Na'Vi played so well against Razer, so well played Na'Vi for second game.
Yeah, and of course, as we always do when we have ourselves at the end of a game, we jump back to the panel to get their expert thoughts.
Yes.
That's the beauty of it.
And Na'Vi played so well against Razer, so well played Na'Vi for second game.
Yeah, and of course, as we always do when we have ourselves at the end of a game, we jump back to the panel to get their expert thoughts.
Yes.
Thank you, Toby. Yeah, welcome back to the panel. So you guys called it. You said, all three of you said Na'Vi will probably win this game. Bruno, you mentioned as well that the DK wasn't the choice of pick that you wanted for Dendi.
Yes.
He got a puck, Dendi puck, 1-1.
It was really amazing. The Dendi pack on that game. Let me have the stats right here. He finished 10-3-15. This is his second pack game of the tournament. The previous one, which I have right here as well, was about, okay, I lost it. It was 10-3-11. Again,
you're losing it, Statman.
I'd rather have paper than computers, but I don't know. That's just my thing. Anyways, the bottom line is that Dendi's pack is amazing. He played it incredibly well. He managed to go the aggression together with Bounty Hunter and Lifestealer. They did a great job. Ben, what do you think? Oh, sorry, I cut you off.
I was just like, chiming in with Phoenix Bounty Hunter and how he just roamed around the map throughout. Like at level 3, I think he just went for it and went everywhere and just kept Orange down and on their toes constantly, and all the track gold they got, and with Havost farming up the lifestealer meanwhile and getting all the kills off they did with the Bounty Hunter. It's just extremely well coordinated play by Na'Vi this time around.
Yep. Yeah, I think they just gave Na'Vi way too much. Like Puppey on his Shen, they gave Dendi Puck instead of a weaker mid hero, and they gave the Bounty Hunter too. I think Bounty Hunter just suits their playstyle so perfectly. All they want is early aggression. They want an early lead, and if you give them, even if it's even with the Bounty Hunter, you end up winning the mid game. And that's what we saw. We saw relatively close early trades. Mushi got a couple of kills with the Razor, but the track kill was eventually too much for them. They had a lot of solutions for Havost's lifestealer. This is the hero that is like a classic Havost hero before the Weaver, and they had Razor with the Link, they had Razor Ultimate, they had the Boar, they had Primal Roar, they had just so many things, and the Demonic Purge. James pointed out that at level 7, the Shadow Demon didn't have his ultimate.
Yeah, Nets at level 7 didn't actually get Demonic Purge.
Really?
And I was like, oh, is this a mistake? So yeah, Orange didn't come out so strong in the mid game, and you're right, it really was the influence of Fnatic on that bounty, just being able to play so well with his teammates. We actually saw in the early stages in the farm kind of war, it was Havost on his lifestealer versus Mushi on the Razor, and it was really even, and actually Mushi got his drums first, and he was actually slightly ahead just because he got 2 kills bottom, but then just the small skirmishes when Dendi was able to kind of go aggressive and have backup from his teammates, the track gold made all the difference going into the mid game. And I believe we actually have a fight, one of the mid game fights here, where you can actually see Na'Vi take advantage of just how they can fight and just how much track gold they're going to get. And this is already when they were looking pretty damn good over by the Roche pit. And that was a nice save on the Beastmaster. And I also noticed that Na'Vi really wanted to bring down the Beastmaster almost every time, because it stops the mech, because he was the mech carrier. It also stops the Roar. So you put a lot of pressure onto the team, because if you were to go on to the Razor, you potentially actually have a harder time killing him when there's just a Beastmaster available. So I really liked Na'Vi's kind of who they picked to go on first. They were
definitely, and if you looked at this fight, Bounty Hunter got off track on all 5 targets. That's a ton of gold. The entire Na'Vi lineup was in the fights. They got off the Beastmaster. He was like on 100 HP by the time he got his Roar off on the lifestealer, and there was nothing that Orange could really follow up with. So that fight just turned the tides completely of the game, because up until that point it's been sort of even. But what you saw middle lane with KYXY on the Beastmaster, he could do nothing because of Phoenix Bounty Hunter constantly roaming in and annoying him, leaving a lot of space for Dendi on the puck, even though he had a fairly rough early game compared to what he normally has. But he did end up with a Blink Dagger anyways, because of all the track goal and the good fights they had. So just all around good play by Na'Vi. Puppey was actually also slowed down in the jungle by the Furion, played by Ohio, I think.
Yeah.
And he did some good tree and blocks of the camps and had some wards out, so Chen couldn't help as early as he wanted to. So the fact that Fnatic rotated and just did everything to help out the lanes played an important role early on for Na'Vi in this.
Yeah, one thing about Razor versus Lifestealer too, even if they were on farm early, Razor needs a BKB. Nyx doesn't. So if you both have phase drums, Nyx is going to contribute a lot more to the team fight. And Mushi didn't get his, I don't even know if he got BKB, but you have to have it on Razor, and that's one of the weaknesses of the hero. And he's pretty good. We've seen him a lot through this tournament, probably more so than any other, usually versus Outworld Devour or Lifestealer. But like it or not, that hero just dies like a fly, especially to heavy magic damage from Puck. He doesn't even get affected by the passive too.
Yeah, I actually felt that Na'Vi's kind of just draft overall did take into account the Razor in a big way that they were playing against, just because, sure, you're like, okay, we've got a lifestealer, that's not great versus the Razor, just because Static Link will go through, but the Bounty Hunter gives speed for your team to be able to remove themselves from Static Link, and also makes it harder for him to chase, and also the Bane.
Yeah.
When there's no BKB, holding him in place was just really, really nice. And Kurokai played a great Bane, and then Puck is available to destroy an SD, which a Puck does, and also the Sand King. So even if they didn't want to unleash onto Mushi, the supports had a real tough time versus Dendi and the team. And here's another team fight. And this was actually when they were going to chase Fnatic on the bottom lane, and Fnatic gets away, Static links up. This hits, they drop another sentry, but it's already too late. And this could have been a really big thing for them, because they needed Mushi to kind of get a little bit ahead in terms of farm compared to Havost on a lifestealer. Not getting that kill He actually did get a double kill later, but that was quite a big moment. They really
invested a lot of
wanted
effort
that.
into getting that kill on the bounty hunter, definitely. And I mean, they ended up getting the tower, but they spent 4 heroes doing so, and there was nothing that KYXY could do on the middle lane meanwhile. So they really needed to get that kill, especially because like they invest the sentry wards, they invest all the mana of all of their heroes, and they still let Fnatic escape. I'm not even sure why they dealt so little damage. Did they miss target like with the Sanking and the Shadow Demon? It looked as if they didn't hit the bounty hunter because he was just standing there with like barely any HP, but he didn't die. Yeah. I was a bit surprised he got away.
So what about the Fab 5 that you were talking about earlier, Bruno? How does this match up to what you expected?
Well, of course the Weaver wasn't there, but now we're going to talk about the key heroes of this match in particular. I think I actually was talking about this before the match started. These are 5 heroes that were not all in one side. These are from both sides, because I know Melk is looking very weird.
I'm looking at the Darks here.
No, we didn't have a Darks here. And it's a Razor. It's supposed to be a Razor. Never mind.
What? There's a Razor next to Darks.
Yeah, it's a pointy-headed Razor.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean...
Anything with pointy heads or horns does very well.
Never mind. Things are moving around. The interesting thing is that Net didn't play the Sanking, which was what we were expecting for, and it was extinct. Didn't do as much as we intended. There was a team fight where the one that we showed at the beginning where Mushi bought back, Sanking was just completely removed from the team fight. You need Sanking to be in the middle of things. It doesn't matter if he dies. You just, even if you can't pull off the entire epicenter, just getting a burrow strike is a lot.
I think we saw one epicenter, and it was when he was being held in place by Kurugi on the Banal Middle. So all that really took damage from the epicenter was the 2 Wilkins from
the Chen. I mean, that was there. The Razor kind of paid off at the beginning, but great movement from Dandy and great movement from Kavos in not getting caught in the static link all the time. Made it really hard for Razor to actually function as his shield. And again, I have to go back to Dandy's pack being amazing. I think that Navi finally understood that what they have to do is just play their game. Do not go into full, let's trade heroes just because. And if we're going to trade heroes just because, why not get a bounty hunter?
Exactly, like with Shaq and everything. And you could see how Navi just loves playing so aggressive. They dove into the base just to get a Shadow Demon. Then they sacrificed his life, but hey, who cares? They got the track kill off.
Of course.
That's just the Navi style of playing. Russian Dota.
All right, so we're going to go into a final map in just a little moment. It's currently 1-1. What do Orange need to do? Because really, when you lose the last game, it's you who have to react in terms of, okay, now it's your turn to kind of outsmart your opponent. They're obviously going to be looking at that bounty hunter and being like, we're okay not fighting so aggressively. First game they got to fight a lot Orange, but they had the better lineup to do so. Second game, Na'Vi had the better lineup to fight. They seem like they both just want to brawl it out, but what do Orange need to consider in game number 3?
I personally would love to see one of the oldest matchups hero-wise with Chen and Enchantress running around after each other. I don't care which side gets the Chen and who gets the Enchantress, but Extinct versus Poppy on that. Me, myself being a Chen player, this is something I love watching. As you were saying, Net on a Sand King would be really cool to see. There's a lot of different stuff I'd like to see coming out of these teams. Just trademark heroes, a Mushi Queen of Pain. These things would be really, really awesome to see. Now we've seen the Nature's Prophet, and now they finally lost with it, so I'm sort of over it. I want to see something else now, and I want to see some aggression coming out from Orange the same way we saw in Game 1, and I'm hoping they can bring it to Na'Vi.
What about you, Ben?
I'd like to see a TA. I think Mushi's TA is like ridiculously good.
Yeah.
And it's kind of fallen out of favor, but it's still a strong hero. People have been bringing back a lot of older heroes, Sinking, Earthshaker, Tidehunter even, and I think that those heroes are still strong. It's just fallen out of favor. They just need to pick it up. I think it fits well into the playstyle that they're trying to do too, which is just run around, fight a lot early, and TA is one of the best heroes at that. Doesn't even necessarily need a BKB either, but she is incredibly strong. But I think Orange needs to work on their draft. They banned Bounty Hunter first game, why not ban it second? They need to stick with what works. They had a good draft for game 1, didn't have a great one for game 2.
It was a decent draft.
It was decent, but with Na'Vi having like even heroes, it seems like Na'Vi takes it.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Na'Vi had like we were saying, a lot of their trademark heroes, so to speak. Poppy on the Chen, obviously. Provost on the Lifestealer. Phonic on a Bounty Hunter. Dendy on a Puck. Right. So
come on, you missed out Kurokai. You got to name him now. You named the other 4.
He's got to play Rubik.
He's got the Rubik. I don't want to give him Bane.
But that Bane, if he plays it once more, does well, then it's going to be a trademark, right? It's going to become a thing. Okay.
If they win,
you'll consider it.
Yes.
Otherwise, you just left him out because he's not from Ukraine.
I just didn't want to exaggerate the trademark heroes, be like, hey, all 5 of them got a hero of their own. So I'll leave it to 4 heroes.
All right, and we apparently they're not ready yet, guys. So, but I am interested to hear what you have to say, Bruno, in terms of on either of the teams, because we talked a little bit about, of course, what Orange might do in terms of banning the bounty. And Na'Vi, despite winning one game and losing one game, they're certainly not in the clear here. They can still go down to the lower bracket. I know they're a big kind of favourites to the fans and also the people who like to play on Dota Lounge with their rares. But what do Na'Vi have to be worried about when it comes to Orange?
Well, Na'Vi apparently has one Achilles heel. There was one hero, the only one hero in which, with which they were 0-2 in the preliminary stage, and that's Lifestealer. I mean, personally, I do not advocate Lifestealer picking because I think it's a boring hero. I think it's a very safe hero. I like to see something more flashy. I would like to see the return of the Morphling or something like that, which is more fun. But apparently, the two losses were the two losses Fnatic gave Na'Vi at the beginning of the preliminary stage. And then after that, Na'Vi said, we do not want to play against Lifestealer anymore. If for some reason Na'Vi doesn't ban them in the first banning stage, and Mushi can get his team with the Lifestealers in his hand, I think Na'Vi will have to hesitate a little bit.
But do you think that's because of Lifestealer, or just because Na'Vi has to warm up and ease into the tournament? Because Fnatic played them in their very first game, and an error on Lifestealer, of course,
well,
is...
I mean, it's both, but the thing about Lifestealer compared to, let's say, more standard carries like Anti-Mage, is that if you have a bad start, he gets so into the game, he participates a lot since the beginning of the game, he doesn't have to wait maybe 15... We're not anymore in the times where Anti-Mage had to wait 40 minutes to come into a team fight. Now he can come 20, 25 minutes into the game. But when he does that, Lifestealer comes 10 minutes into the game.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So if you have a bad start, and we saw Orange give them a bad time in the first game, if you have something like that with the Lifestealer in your hands, you get a quick armlet, you get a quick whatever you want, Desolator if you want to go super aggressive, and it will hurt them a lot.
Yeah, there's also another hero that we haven't seen played yet. I actually skipped away on the band and draft. I was signing interviews. It was ridiculous. Got my MQ. It's that one over there. Secret shot one, honest. But the Gyrocopter is someone that also can participate pretty early on, similar to a Lifestealer, and would have obviously benefited, in my opinion, more than a Razor would have, but probably banned out. But do you think, like, if you take away the Lifestealer, surely Na'Vi are going to lean towards their Gyro? Because their Gyro is fantastic.
I don't think so. I think with the current ban phase, I think it's more... There's bigger chances of Weaver seeing play again. I think Na'Vi wants to stick with heroes they can play very aggressive with and still not be as squishy. I know Weaver is a squishy hero, but it has like 2 escape abilities, whereas Gyrocopter needs the VKB to actually survive through team fights. Something neither Lifestealer or Weaver has to worry too much about. So I don't think Gyrocopter is the way Na'Vi is going to go throughout the rest of the tournament. I don't think we'll see much of that.
All right, well, we'll see if that's going to be the case, because we're about ready to throw it into game number 3 between Na'Vi and Orange. So once again, we're going to throw it back to the hall. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament thus far. We've got great games coming up for you next. Next up will be Tongfu and also Fnatic. But for now, it's Na'Vi versus Orange, game number 3. One of them will be going down to the lower bracket.
Na'Vi versus Orange.
And welcome back, everybody, here to game number 3. Na'Vi going up against Orange. This is where we find out what team will be the first team to get into the winners bracket semi. I am Toby1.
And I'm Wagamama, and wow,
game,
this
and I'm like, oh, I still hope this won't be a duo, because I want to watch these two teams play more and more Dota. They play absolutely superb. The plays from just these first 2 games make you, like, the more and more you guys at home play Dota 2, the more you'll understand just how these small little finesses the players have. It just excites us spectators. It's just so high level.
It is, and we see the heroes picked up in this game so far. We see Weaver, Lifestealer, and Chen. Pretty similar picks.
Does it seem like deja vu? It's exactly the same bans, exactly the same pickups from the team. I know the guys on the up on the panel were like, yeah, Lifestealer, maybe Orange could take it from them, but they actually had the option, and they said no. They said Weaver is more important, and they're going to take the bounty on it. So we do mix it up a little bit. Fnatic, who played the bounty on the last game, now belongs to Orange.
Going up against Orange.
Weaver and Bounty Hunter, these are pretty greedy picks. I don't say it because both these heroes need a whole lot of farm, but both these heroes, they really lack anti-push, and you're going up against the Chen and you know this. And Na'Vi, they definitely know how to take, I said before, they know how to take your map and start using it. So
this almost feels like they want to force Na'Vi into a pushing kind of strat. And I think maybe Mushy has realized it when he bans out the Prophet. He realizes that, okay, these two heroes are great, but we still need to control our lanes enough, and Prophet's gonna be one of those guys that would just control too much.
There are a lot of different things that we can see Na'Vi pick up in Bofo, but what I want to know is what they're going to ban out. Because we still need a mid hero for Mushi, and we still need 2 supporters over on Orange. So is he going to target out the supporters, ban them out a little bit, or is he going to just go and secure up the mid lane and OD a pretty solid ban?
Yeah, this could even be where OD and Razor both get banned out by, well, Orange could get involved from the party, but we already saw Razor in the last game. Surprisingly, not as effective as you would have thought.
Na'Vi played so well around the static link, I can barely even express it. They cancel it so fast. Whenever Puck got it on him, it was a split second before then he just jumped away somehow, either blink or with the orb. And he could just not stay close enough due to the track. It's a big, big thing that he was tracked all the time on Razor, and that makes it so easy for people to just run out of it.
He realizes that. And, all right, Mushy. We see him up on the screen right there. They're taking their time with this last ban. I think they're going up the same question as you. Like, what are they going to ban out? Like, are we supposed to focus wall something again for the second game now? They take out the Storm Spirit, Live Stealer combo. Again, though, we're in the same position where Puck is available, and we still have the Queen of Pain available, and there's now 2 picks coming up from Poppy, and Rubik will be their first one. So we get Kuro's Rubik already up on the field right now, and this is like comfort zone. Like, this is that old chair which is sitting in your house forever that you never want to throw away. That's exactly what this is for Na'Vi.
They are in that comfy old chair right now. They have heroes that they all love so much. I mean, Havorst on Lifestealer, Puppy on Chen, and Kurokai on Rubik. I don't know if you can find much more trademark heroes. Maybe Weaver for Havorst during this LAN, but he has definitely played his share amount of Lifestealer in the past.
This now opens up a little bit for Orange. Like, you've already got Rubik, who's going to be looking for the major ability he wants is the track of the Bounty Hunter. Shikuchi as well lets you get in, lets you do damage, and more importantly, it lets you get in range for your telekinesis. So it gives initiation. It's like the best ability that you can see is stolen from the Rubik. It's actually a blink dagger, like a blink kind of ability. So heroes like Quab. Yeah, we get the lovely redhead coming in for Orange. I'm happy to see her.
And that makes it very interesting, because this could be a support windrunner. I would almost say it most likely to be, but it could also head towards the mid lane.
Yep, mid solo.
As an offlaner, you already have your bounty hunter, so you don't want to put her down there. And Na'Vi, I don't think that he wants to pick up the Puck now. He's going to wait with the mid pick again. Puppy, that is. Because if he picks something like Puck now, there's always the danger of the enemy going for a TA mid. He is going to go into the Puck, so she is one of the best TA players in Dota.
You wouldn't see him pass it up right now, because if he does, then you know Puppy will ban it instantly as we go into the next phase.
Then again, if they do pick TA, they put themselves even more in that position that we talked about earlier. Having too little D-push, they would have amazing fighting, just tracking down enemies and just chasing after them. But for the big 5-on-5 push from Na'Vi, I don't know if they would be able to hold it with a TA now.
The last question on this one too would be, who is Fnatic playing? Because we don't have a hero for Fnatic. Like, you know you're going to go up against a Bounty Hunter would be the instant assumption. So who would you want him playing up against that Bounty? And can you even get the lane up against him? Because do you want to run Lifestealer, Chen, and Rubik on the top lane? The answer is probably not likely. You want to have, again, Havorst in the bottom lane, Rubik and Chen having the ability to move out. We're going to go with a second game for SK, being the pickup here from Orange. And that does make it a little bit more difficult for like a runaway hero on that top lane. But right now, I'm looking at Orange's lineup. You got Shackle, you got Burrow Strike, you got Shuritos. Shackle isn't a certainty. Burrow Strike is a very short range in the early points of the game. And Shuritos is a mini stun. There's not a lot of control for an offlane hero.
No, and I would say that Na'Vi being Na'Vi, they might just go into a Miran on the offlane again.
Very good point.
Played amazingly in the first game. Even though they lost that game, that was definitely not just the performance of Fnatic, and Orange, however, did have really quick and good reaction with just cancelling the Nightmare. When this game, they're not relying on that. They have other spells. They have just set up with Rubik, the Chen creeps, even the slow of Lifesteal is pretty good for just landing simple, medium-range arrows. And decent offlaner that they actually play a lot.
Yeah, I thought this would be a very fast decision for Na'Vi to take out that TA.
Yeah, I thought so too, but they're baiting it. Ooh. I think that they are definitely baiting a TA pick because the anti-push is too weak for Orange. If they go for something like a TA last,
and that does make it a little bit more it's going to be a rough lane for him. That rotation from Chen and Rubik has to come almost like, even at level 1. Like a smoke gank level 1 almost has to come out.
Maybe. If you kill him level 1 though, he's going to be immediately back. Because you always save for bottle gold and he's going to buy a TP scroll and come back to your lane. So the only thing you have going for you is a little bit of experience and maybe a last hit on the first blood, which is huge of course. But Puck would still have to struggle. It's almost better to wait with the gank till level 3 or so, where you can really have some death time on them as well.
Or maybe even snipe out that bottle. And have ourselves the pretty little suckers across the map.
It didn't work out too well in the last game though.
No, it didn't. There was a lot of commitment to kill couriers.
So much hate towards the couriers during TI.
And on the donkey one too, like it was a plain courier. Like,
let him be.
If it was Shagbark, I would shed like more tears. It's like, he's just so cute, you can't kill him. You're not allowed to kill him.
The Leshrac fan from Puppy is kind of interesting since he's running so much push as well.
Timbersaw will be the last ban. Are they really feeling that that would be...
I mean, Timbersaw is decent offlaner. Maybe they want to be...
would be good up against that hit
I think that Orange want to have their options open to go aggressive tri-lane, and if they do, they would have a bounty solo top, and that would be very sad against a Timbersaw. Timbersaw is quite strong against any melee hero, so quite a lot of thought going into this from both teams for sure.
Well, last selection from both teams. We're down to it. We need a mid solo for Orange, unless it's going to be the Windrunner, and we require an off-lane hero for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they have been going through this pick stage pretty fast, so still have 70 seconds to go. They can really think now and make sure that they have what they want. See the players talking.
Fnatic just chilling on the side.
Fnatic is like,
no one saw that.
It's just my hero they're talking about, it doesn't matter. I
don't need to be involved. I was like, no, I'll get more farm if you pick him this, okay?
He looks pretty happy right now though, a little bit. Yeah, okay, he doesn't care.
Just a stroke of the shoulder. We're going to get you to play like off-lane Pudge. Okay. Not a problem at all. Whatever works for you. He could almost take the puck as well. It's going to be an off-lane Tidehunter.
So, taking up a little bit of the niche from the first game there.
It's also a big hero to have. When you look at that offlane, we're talking about the inability to latch him off. One level up in Kraken Shield, Windrunner already has a hard time doing it. You've got this possibility for the Kraken Shell, you've got this big tanky watermelon basically walking on the top lane, and you want to try and kill him off when you got the damage output of SK, and if it is a support Windrunner, she doesn't really do a lot of physical DPS.
She doesn't.
And Weaver can chase him down, but it's still a lot of damage that has to be dealt to kill off that Tide. And that time, support could rotate it down. If there was a Hand of God or a Ravage, you may as well forget about it.
Yeah, and I really like what Na'Vi are doing because they picked up so much fighting heroes, Puck, Rubik, Tidehunter, even though they have the push from Chen, that should almost be enough. When they go 5, their push is pretty strong, and they have enough skills to really fight against this. Last pickup from
Lone Druid. We're going to see the bear for the first time here on the main stage.
That is greedy lineup.
Yeah. I get a feeling that this is almost, I don't want to say it was essential, but line up well against a Tidehunter. Lone Druid will be capable of doing so. So if they want to, this actually, well, how's this change? Either in the solo mid or?
Oh, this just means that when will be support. We see KYXY. He's probably gonna go mid with this. Lone Druid is really strong against Puck. It's annoying, really annoying as Puck because you have good damage, but against Lone Druid and his bear, you can't really last it that well.
Yeah.
It's the same as laning it against OD, but Puck being even easier to lane against than the OD.
I'm wondering if they even think about doing lineup changes because of that.
I sincerely doubt it.
Yeah, well, everyone's got our last one, and Kuro will select So we get ourselves inside the game and get this little puppy off until there is a pause from the SK. So Orange, I'm guessing there may, yeah, okay, so some settings to change up. Obviously, players still got to get comfortable. It's actually a really cool system they use here at TI3. Every player has their own hard drive. So every single setting they play with in the preliminary is all on the hard drive. Just pull a hard drive out, put a new one in, and instant bada bing, bada boom, you start your game.
Yeah, that's really, really good. When you have a long and big tournament like this, you don't want to have to change everything every single time that you go into a game. Just means less problem.
Everyone's always got their special personal settings.
Yes.
Like I was finding out during the first game, it's like courier button. Okay, not my courier button anymore. Gotta change that one around.
Yes, Toby, opening up the console and stuff.
Hey, it's the back ends. It's the back ends. Yeah, but hopefully their solution will come very, very shortly. Of course, want to give a big shout as well to everyone who is tuning in at home. It's an amazing turnout already, and this is only like day one of a wonderful 5-day event of the International.
I mean, we're finally heading in. We're kicking off the playoffs with this match, 1-for-1. What more could you really ask for seeing Na'Vi and Orange struggle like this against each other?
I could ask for more rares.
More rares?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Everyone here is going to be picking up rares when the players do their signing. Get it signed off on the little ID tags, and you can be picking up like special. Maybe like I saw Dendi at TI3. He signed a boob. Like you can just go from that.
Game, of course, is resumed up.
Yeah, so we get to watch our lanes, and it looks like all 5 heroes from Orange, as well as all 5 heroes from Na'Vi, will be heading down to the bottom lane. So quickly through the lineup, it will be Fnatic on the Tidehunter, Horvost on the Lifestealer, Kuro on the Rubik, Dendi as the Puck, and that leaves Puppy as the Chen. And over towards Orange, Ohio will be the Bounty Hunter, Mushi as the Weaver, Net as the SK, KYXY as the Lone Druid, and lagging just a little bit behind is Extinct as the Windrunner. And the Bears already scouting out Horvost, and Horvost, well, they give it a slap on the cheek. They might keep this damage going. Remember, that bear doesn't have recall up at that level 1, but Orange are almost trying to use this bear to bait them into a fight, and it just is not working for him.
Na'Vi see it though.
And they'll see Mushi as well, just running straight past him.
Yeah, there's no real disable to cancel him, and we saw an interesting stat there that in this game, the heroes that Na'Vi play, except for Fnatic, everyone is playing their most played hero throughout the last year. How is that for a comfort zone, Toby?
That's very, very comfortable. It's exactly what you want to look for when you go into a competition like the International. There is so much money, there is so much status and position on the line in this competition. You don't want to just come in and say, well, we'll play a hero we've never played before and just let's hope it works because strategically it's sound. You do something like that, oh, Extinct. You take the long walk around. He won't get trapped. He'll just have to walk around.
Back in shame is what Kuroki says.
A Windrunner never walks in shame. She's a ranger. She'll put her head up high and say, I have a soul. Let's go play.
Toby?
I speak on behalf of all redheads.
So I want to look at his mid lane and really look how Dendi is going to be doing. Really nice aggressive play from him so far. Because it's important that he gets his bottle early, especially as he rushed Null Talisman. He needs to get many last hits here.
It's actually like a horrible lane for a horrible match for Ricasta to look at when you look at the lanes. Like you got so much potential for this Lone Druid before he look at Dendi. Orbs up, jumps high on the ground, and he brings him down to 40 HP. Forces the salve off, but KYXY knows how far it can overextend this. And then you got Mushi attacking on Fnatic as much harassment damage as he can do. Shikuchi, every time you want to look for that damage directly towards the Tidehunter, and then follow it with a couple of hits, and then run straight back through him again. Force him to burn through his consumables. And Puppy, well, he's getting sick of being hunted by this bounty hunter. He gets himself an Alpha Wolf, but he's also got Ohio saying, would you please mind getting off my side of the river?
Exactly, claiming his own jungle, pushing this 10 out.
He could do a lot of damage here. In fact, this is going to be a hell of a lot of damage, but at the same time...
he doesn't have the slow yet, so if he was level 2, that would be a different story. But right now, I just like this Windrunner sanking off lane that Orange are running on bottom. It is very hard, though, to last it against the Lifestealer. He has really, really nice damage on level 1.
Yeah. They'll have to do it tough, man. They'll have to do it tough. All lanes have to do it tough in this.
Yeah.
And he's almost got his bottle. 100 gold away from it. KYXY. Oh, Dendi, you gotta be careful, man. That bear's almost up to level 3. Won't really matter with a recall, but once that entangle is a possibility.
Oh yeah, once he hits level 5, this lane changes a lot. But even just every single level that goes towards the lone druid makes the last hitting easier, more damage.
I want to watch it. You watch for First Blood. Because
Yes.
this poor little courier, you know it, you know it, it's too fast.
It's already a flying courier, so it's...
If it was walking, you'd have a chance for it, but it's not, so he doesn't have the chance.
If it's walking, it's very easy to just walk in and kill it, and Bounty Hunter has spent so much time just walking around like this, he doesn't have a single point of experience. So Orange, with their super greedy lineup, it kind of forced Bounty Hunter into a weird spot.
Interesting to see already, smoke movement, Puppey thinks about moving in. In fact, the line's already been drawn up by Kuro saying, yo, Puppey, let's not go straight, let's loop ourselves around. It looks like there's an agreement between the two to do so. So they'll move back past the Rosh pit, and they're looking for KYXY. With Dendi, this could definitely be our first blood right now, but they've got to get their timing right. They'll have to run underneath the tier 1 tower, which means control of aggro of the tower, unless they can bring a creep wave in closer. And Dendi's positioning, he's been aggressive pretty much through this entire first part of the match, but there's a level of aggression which already flags a warning bell. The spider senses start to tingle for KYXY in the mid. And Dendi, there goes the orb, it misses. But now they're in close enough. He walked out of range of the tower. Telekinesis, pick up, throw down, and then there will be enough damage. First blood goes the way of Puppey. And Na'Vi are off to the start they were searching for. They shut down the lone draw in the mid. And this
Patient gang.
established Dendi's dominance.
Very patient gang, and seeing that damage wolf in the mid lane, maybe he felt safe that he wouldn't be ganked by a Chen creep from behind, but no, Chen and Rubik was enough.
And now he gets to return to his lane, but it's not going to be a fun time. And like Ohio, this is the problem we were talking about in the top lane too. You want to try and bring down a Tidehunter, but he's got 760 life points. He's got a very thick skin with the 3 armor on him. And they're trying to attack with an entire creep wave. Mushi diving past the tower, in fact. Chikuchi damage, and then Anchor smashed up. Loses a large portion of that damage. Funix just bottling back up to full life again, so we can spam out his Anchor smash. It damages again on Mushi while getting last hits. And Mushi, he's going to be really cautious about this. Funix will just continue to take away a lot of his life points, chasing him into the tree line. Maybe now Mushi wants to play with fire, and this place water.
Mushi is really just playing behind the enemy lines here. Has to run up and get into a little bit safer position. If Rubik and Chen came in, he would have been in a very awkward spot there.
How's the bottom lane looking in the meantime? Like Avos I'm seeing in down here with like 12 for 3. It's not really that great, but Windrun's only got 15 for 9. And for the last 2-3 minutes, we're seeing Puppey and Kuro not even involved there. They're supposed to be revealed. Ohio's right behind him. Dendi with the dream call. Again, they look for KYXY. Nuke on down, pick him up, throw him down, and that'll be another kill. Dendi had to phase shift out the damage from the tower, as well as Ohio. They turn around. They've got the Chen. They're looking for Ohio with Dendi still behind him. He's got a rift in a couple of moments, but they cannot kill what they cannot see. And they have to move back past the tier 1 tower again.
Very nice dive though, didn't lose anything. Navi still looking really good. 2 attempted ganks, and both times it was successful.
Dire's middle
Overall, though,
tower
the
is under
advantage is
attack.
not as high as you'd think for a 2-0 team. Like, it's 150 experience and, well,
it's
about
2
750
heroes.
gold.
Chen and Rubik, 2 heroes that gang together like this, they commit a lot of time just walking away and trying to find a kill. That's time that they are not farming, not getting any experience, so that's when they fall behind again, but the kills really matter. Towards this mid lane, Dendi's doing really good now.
It's like Ohio, who decides no lane belongs to anybody. He wants to go everywhere and anywhere. Moves down to the bottom lane. Horst, once he gets this level 6, even any kind of rotation from this bounty hunter to get a kill won't work. They'll spot a haste rune out, and that will be swiped. Wow, Dendi. Well, he's already got his bottle up and running. Also with 1,000 gold up on him. This Blink Dagger is definitely on track. And Ohio, he's searching for Puppey. He really wants Puppey. But then again, I'm looking at someone coming in with a hell of an ultimate. And he is staring down that lane.
Yes, this mid lane. 1-2.
Can they see him? They can see him.
Yeah,
they
they
ping it
saw
off
him
the sideline. The bear caught a glimpse.
Pretty close.
Especially now they have a bounty and a walk straight in behind him. But Ohio doesn't want to go anywhere near that unless he really, really has to save a teammate.
Tower is under attack.
They just hold back. And Mushi in the meantime, 3 time on top lane. Are they going bottom lane? Okay, Extinct. Kuro will pick him up, throw him back down again. There's no steal. The shackle won't latch on a Vorst and Kuro, but Net comes through with a burrow strike. Extinct, quick south. Wasn't enough life points to survive. And we've got the Chenkri trying to get close enough for a stomp. Open wounds in 3 seconds time. Havors also has Infest, so he doesn't care how far he dives on this. In fact, he almost wants Net to turn around and then open wounds. There's already the orb and the Infest damage. Centaur Stomp pulls him out of the Sandstorm. And Puck will pick up the kill on the bottom lane.
They saw Bounty Hunter as well. They have Fade Time on level 1 Windwalk or Shadow Walk.
They've still got Ravage on this bottom lane. Orange should be nowhere near this tier 1 tower. Absolutely nowhere near it.
Tower is under attack.
I'm almost wondering too if it's going to be worth Fnatic picking up a very early gem. Just throw it on him during these fights. Initiating on Fnatic is just going to make the rest of Na'Vi survive so much longer during these engagements. Ohio, he's waiting for the deny. Fortification actually makes it a little bit harder, especially when he gets hit by the orb as well. And now it will be, well, just aggressive movement to ensure the last hit.
I think that the mech is really, really key. They need to hit that pretty early, and Chen hasn't been farming too much, but I still believe he will be the one to pick it up. I almost feel that he should just go into jungle and start farming it up. Now get that mech so they can really start 5-manning, because when you have Tidehunter, when you have Rubik, and even a Puck, these are the heroes that you just want to train with, take all the towers, and then play out from there.
At the same time though, they got to keep presence on the lane. Mushi is free farming. 49 for 8 for him on that top lane. The only person who's closest to him is 42 for 13 on the mid solo. Havors is 23 for 4. He needs time to farm, but they just took out a tier 1 tower on the bottom lane. It's going to allow the creep wave to go deeper onto Orange's side of the river, and that's probably the reason why we see Havors in the middle lane now. It's the only place where he can get safer farm without running the risk of just dying or having to use his Infest as in a defensive manner.
Yeah, look at the gold on Dandy right now. So close.
Blink Dagger in 30. And that's going to be...
And that's for mid lane against Lone Druid. That's a horrible lane for Puck. Like, it's not good at all. Level 1, he played really beautifully, abusing his higher damage. But then it was really the coordinated ganks. We talked about it, the early rotation from Chen and Rubik. And it just helped so much with that mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Like having a little bit of fun with the attempted Dire pull to a beer camp. But now Denny does have this blink, which means a jump into a silence on Mushi. Won't allow for that level 6. Dream Call as well. Ravage to be committed. Mushi couldn't time-lapse in time. 5-0 in favor of Na'Vi.
The bear coming in from behind, trying to deal damage.
It can pray for an entangle, but when you've got a Windrunner who's also looking for a good shackle, 3 heroes to base, they got so much life.
Bringing down the Weaver there, using 2 ultis for it, it's totally worth it in my mind. Of course, Tidehunter has a long cooldown, but at this early in the game, he's still really strong just with his Anchor Smash and just being able to walk in. He has a nice mana pool because of Magic Wand and Bottle, so... Yeah, I definitely think that's a good and easy gank they went.
I'm liking the rotation as well now. So Mushi comes into the middle lane for Orange. He needs to also make sure that Havors doesn't have a free time. He's the strongest hero in Orange that can do such a thing. While on the top lane, it's going to be KYX. I'm hearing an Infest. It's him. Yeah, okay. So Dandy, who also took the haste rune from bottom lane. He'll be waiting for the jump on. There's Mushi. Hold him in position. Time lapse available this time around. They don't have enough control for it.
Oh, he has very low level on his Waning Rift. Normally you might go for maxing that one out, and then you would have twice as long of a silence, but can't kill Weaver in that 1.5 seconds.
Extinct is looking for the shackle. You can see him just holding in the back lines. Mushi doesn't have a lot of life points because there's the troll trap. I mean, the troll trap being available if they can find someone, but right now, Orange, okay, they're bringing more support in. They're bringing in the SK as well. As many people as they can get in here on the front lines. Bounty is so close to his level 6.
So close.
He won't have it for this fight.
A lot of people close to it, really. See Sanking really close, Bounty Hunter, Rubik. Rubik definitely wants his level 6 so badly so he can steal the Shukuchi or even the track.
Yeah, Shukuchi at this point is probably going to be a little bit more useful for him.
Yeah, for him, but then again, if they have a good fight with track, that could mean so much as well.
Yep. Well, Bounty, who does he want to go on? He was right next to Kuro. He could have got that hit off just then, but still doesn't want to really risk it too much. Those two KYX1, not even, I want to say it's not even the greatest time on that top lane, but he's trying to go one-on-one with Fnatic.
He's building into a mech on this Lone Druid. So really... Oh. Rubik sniping off with the Puck ulti. Seems that he used just the goal.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
is
a
under
little bit too far out of range. And that means tier 1 tower goes down.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But that's a long way to be out of position right there.
T1 tower and another kill on Mushi. 6 for 0 now, Na'Vi. I like the erratic EXP graph this game. Just shows you how they've been playing. Moving around for ganks, finding a kill.
Up and down. We got Puck. He went top lane. They just jumped straight in with the infest, and Lone Druid picked up, throwing down and killed. Very, very quick movement for him.
That's another hero going down. That means that the top tower is now in real danger as well. Low HP. I don't see how Orange could hold it.
It's just kill the tower, kill the tower. The best way to play. And this is with a lineup which, like, the pushing power of Na'Vi is actually quite minimal.
Yes, push power is low, but having a Chen in your team, you still can push. But he's still only level 4. Like, it's not the Chen that's pushing, it's the playstyle of Na'Vi.
Right, so 13 minutes in now. We lose another tower.
Tower, it's going really low. Seems that Na'Vi will just sack it, but they have a Centaur coming in to defend.
The lone Centaur to hold them off.
Roaming Centaur.
Keeps the tower without outside denial range though, so there's no problem for Orange as far as claiming that. Their only problem is the fact that all of their tier 1 towers have already been claimed. Roshan Extinct is just harassment, but every single tier 1 tower of Orange is gone, and they haven't claimed a single one back here. And this is a team that in the last 2 games claimed the tier 1 towers first. And they are really looking to fight this. Sentry wards go down, they assume there was a bounty hunter in the neighborhood, but it's not the case. Well, he is, just not that neighborhood.
I'm feeling that Orange lineup is so bad at playing from behind. They would need to get the advantage in the early game, but against Chen, against Navi's playstyle, these early ganks mid as well, it forces the issue so early on, and they're not really ready for it. Weaver still only having Aquila and Treads. He's not ready to fight this.
Nope. Drums now in for Live Stealer. This Bear's just trying to scout out, but at the same time they've already got the track up on Kuros. They can perfectly see where Na'Vi is trying to set up here. And also very good job by Ohio, keeping himself secret after he cast that track, so Kuro was unable to get the seal, because if they knew where Orange is right now, they would, well, have a lot more insight into where they want to gank up, and they're going to find Net right around the corner. Fnatic is in pretty deep right now, lets off the gush. SK trying to hide, but silenced up. They've still got the Bear in the middle of here, Centaur with a stomp. It holds the Lone Druid, big shackle there from Extinct, holding the Titan in position. Mushi trying to focus on Puppy, now with a Ravage to pop, then Puppy throws out the nuke. Shuri toss from Ohio will be able to snipe him off, but Dendy in the meantime, he is really making the most out of this DD. They pick up another one, buyback by the Weaver. Extinct Kuro, he's so low on life. Extinct able to snipe him out.
Gosh,
Eric
he got him.
Trying to get the kill, but Mushi is still in this fight. Up.
Yeah, he still has his DD rune. It's been so huge for the entire fight.
And Mushi is going to be killed. If he dies again right now, after buying back Burrow Strike. Nicely done by Net, but the silence, it stops the ability to cast off the Ravage with a power shot. Dend, one more hit. He does go down. Big sprint will be taken off from the Windrunner. And now Na'Vi will be forced back away from the tier 2 tower.
We all forced back, and two kills went away of Orange in that dive, but still, just Na'Vi showing how strong they are right now. Ern finished up on the Rubik. Almost a full Blink Dagger as well. Look over to Tide's Gold. Fnatic has definitely found a lot of farm. And talk about comfort zone and how Fnatic was the only one who didn't play his most played hero. And I don't believe I've seen Fnatic play Tidehunter offlane too many times at all. But
no, makes me think of the old Hannah Montana days. And Fnatic, as well as Ohio, man fight in this bottom lane. He's waiting for the Janata to come off cooldown, also to snipe out a rune, where the rune will spawn on top as an illusion.
Fnatic, even out of his comfort zone, being 3-0 and free, he's doing amazing, being sent home now.
He's got Blink Dagger. Yeah, the problem is he's tracked up right now, but looks like he doesn't care. He'll buy out the Blink Dagger even when tracked.
He'll just buy it and they will go. He can't hide the Blink Dagger for too long. Maybe he could have found a surprise initiation, but he's just gonna go with his team.
And they look at, like, I won't say the opposite, but the opposite big team fight initiator for Orange is Net. And he has nothing. Like,
it's so hard to land a good epicenter when you only have boots and literally no other items, like a magic wand and a gauntlet doesn't help.
He wants Mushi. Jump in, already with the silence. Burrow Strike! Wasn't enough when Avos was raged up. He almost claimed the double on him. But still, Mushi going down very, very quickly. That's the only way to kill a Weaver.
Even with that beautiful stump from Sand King, it's just an immediate kill.
Yep, and this should be a tower, maybe even a bear. That's worth a lot. There's still a cooldown for 20 seconds on it. First a collapse from Puppy. Okay, the bear will be fine. There's still a lot of prep tracks, and who's that little bit back? It's Net.
Net's trying to do a positional play with Sand King.
But they got 8 seconds until Weaver comes up. They could still defend this tower. It's going to be risky to do so. Weaver's up, fortifications available, and they say...
And look at how Navi are pushing. It's like they push by just putting 5 heroes on the tower and hitting it. And they keep in so good positions and have the teamfight heroes that Orange can't really contest them. Normally you don't get away with pushing in this manner. It's like a weird kind of push.
And we hit just under 18 minutes of Navi already want to breach on tier 3 towers. It's ballsy play from them because there's a lot of support. Blink down. He's going to find Ohio. And the rest of Navi back up. All they want to do is find a pick-off. And they might be able to. Dendy is normally the one to do so though.
They will have the Puck ulti very soon. It's up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, they keep going on even Burrow strike to a solo Kuro. Now you Weaver bugs. Able to get a quick latch. But still, Orange are keeping them at bay.
Vest is ready again as well, so they could be making a real blitz play here if something happens. They could just jump in.
I want to wait until Puppy's tracks worn off, or actually no, it doesn't matter.
I don't think he saw him there. Puppy was behind the tree line, so I don't think they saw the infest. Might have realized it happened.
It's going to be pretty easy when you realize Lifesteal is not in the lane anymore. But you know that jump will be coming. But they need to know an angle. Like, at this point, Ohio, like, he's coming from the high ground. You've got Mushi who's trying to come in through the low ground.
They have so many invisible, sneaky heroes trying to walk around, but... Dust?
They've got the dust, they found him. Ohio with the gush. Ken will nuke him down. This is their opening, possibly a bigger one. They're going to try and pick off the bear. That's 300 gold right there as well. And Lone Trigger will have to resummon. But 120 seconds on the clock. Blink in, Ravage! Danny right behind. Double on silence. Puppy's going to get stunned up as well. Burrows right back through. It will be the death of Fnatic. But lost 1 for 2. Rubik's on the way out. Koro Soul Epicenter. Goes right in the middle of them. But he still will lose his own life with this. That bear is still fighting strong. And buybacks from Ohio. Remember, fighting off with the bounty hunter is a hell of a lot better. And Avos, he's in range of the sentry ward. The orb, Chen, able to get that final hit off. And now the nuke onto Mushi. They got sentry wards everywhere. Time lapsed out. The bear wants to die.
Ward for Avos, just hitting this bear.
This is a huge loss. No, he's okay. But they've got to heal up this bear.
He might go for it. He's gonna... Oh, he could maybe blinking, just kill it.
That's over a minute cooldown on that bear if they kill it. Meanwhile, at the back end of lines, Mushi, silenced up, orbed up, killed up. Puck will take it, and the bear nukes. 1 minute without bear. They've lost their Weaver for 36 seconds as well. Buyback is not available for him. In fact, no one on Orange has enough money to buy back.
And they have Urns and Mana Boots coming in now with the Rubik and Tides back in the fight.
Does Bounty really want to get on this? There's the gush up on KYXY, but he's just basically a walking mech. And Koro, he just stole Epicenter again.
Oh, again.
A fresh Epicenter, not even Sandstorm being used by Net in the break. And then Blink in, already with the orb. He brought in a Vorce, Fnatic, Anchor Smash, and while Koro channels the Epicenter, walks in, he'll get himself in range of KYXY. Come on, gotta finish him off. Pick up, throw down, that's Koro gonna work again. And they do get the kill with the Fade Bolt. Dendy, 29 HP, the track is on him. The attack from Mushi will get the kill, and the track then onto Koro. There's double track kills in favor of Mushi, and they don't lose the mid-rack. This is what we've seen from Na'Vi in the past. Overcommittal, free monies.
It's a little bit overcommitment diving into a tier 4 like that, but they are also finding so many kills playing like this. It's 20 for 8, but they need to be careful not to throw away too many track kills into Orange, because dying when you're this far ahead in the EXP is really not a good thing. It quickly evens out the EXP graph.
Especially when you have heroes that are involved in everything. Like you check out like 6-2-13 for Dendy. That is his stats right now. He's been involved in all but one of the kills, and even then he was probably in the neighborhood. And then you got 3-0-11 on a Vorst. finds a kill here or there, but he always gets that infest damage when he jumps in with Dendi.
They're just playing really tight together as a team. That's why we see the numbers being so high. I mean, 5, 3, and 9 as well on Rubik, and 3, 1, 8 on Tide. They're just really participating in everything. What do we have now on Lifesteer? He has 2.8k gold. Probably gonna go Basher again, as he did in the last game.
Still waiting for Mushi to get, like, obviously he's 2-6, it's really rough for him, but we have to look him as a huge damage dealer. And now I'm hearing it, just jump in, gosh, anchor smash, and a force is just like,
They did get him.
Yeah.
Beautiful infest damage.
Had to wait for the wind run to wear off. There's a big push on bottom lane. Double wings as well as the Sata. They'll push out that tier 2 tower, and little to nothing's going to stop this. In fact, no one really wants to stop this. Net's in the neighborhood, but if he comes out this far, he risks dying.
Yeah, they really need to get the mana up on Fnatic. Only 200 mana right now, and he needs to be able to blink, gush, anchor, ravage, all these things.
Oh, Burrow Strike evaded by Dendi. He was able to phase shift it out. The mech charge will keep him alive, and now the ravage in from Fnatic. And with the anchor smash as well, they get 1 kill. Tide, now double kill. Hayway's way able to TP himself out, and Mushi ran into the Na'Vi team. And they maybe rethought his position.
And I'm looking at Kuroki, man, and he's 1500 gold. If he gets his blink dagger as well, it's just never gonna stop these blink initiations.
And then you got 3 or 4 different targets to worry about. You've already got Tide blinking in, you have Denny blinking in, you have Kura blinking in, and then a Vorst in all 3 of them. The only thing we're missing right now is a blink on Chen. And you've basically got 4 different targets that a Vorst could be using.
It seems that Na'Vi will wait a little bit now. They took all the tier 2s. Seems weird to say that they will wait, but look over to Vorst, and what he's doing is trying to farm up a Hyperstone because he has all the other components for Assault Cuirass already. So they only need to wait to finish that AC, and the push will be so much easier.
Just so rich. Just so rich. Career blink is done.
He got the last hit on the tower, so finish it up really early.
Yep. And Dendi with Scythe of Ice, almost.
All these key items.
And Orange, like, you look for their key items, and we got Bear with Boots,
Mech.
Calling Blade, and Stout Shield, and you got Mech up on the Bear himself. And Ohio, like, got drums, these Boots, but no big damage dealing items, trying to build into a 4-star for the Windrunner, but still, like, another 1,000 gold away from that. BKB, the choice for Weaver, but Mushi, another 1,650 goldish away from that.
We see the pinks coming out from a Vorst. He's like, just let me farm a little bit more. I almost have it.
They want bears. They want bears. They cannot get bears, though, unless Bear turns to fine. Then they can take bears, and in fact, Dendi got the Bear. Phase shift. Orb out to safety, and resummon again from KYXY. Another 300 free gold going the way of Dendi, and that is actually a Scythe device.
Yeah, he's gonna hit.
And full AC. Full AC is up for a Vorst.
AC is finished up, and now the push.
They blink. They look for Extinct. Telekinesis up from Kuro. He got it. He's got Burrow Strike stolen as well. If you want to hold him there, let me Burrow Strike on the dead corpse.
Hold the Bear.
Yeah, he's too far out. This is going to be a huge loss. 96 seconds. He's got to get it back. He'll be successful. Tide. 14 HP it drops down to. They will still take the tier 3 tower.
It survives, but it doesn't have a lot of items anyway, so it's now we can still just keep going.
Yep. They'll look for the mid-ranks again. The double tornadoes keeping him out. Blink to Ravage and the silence. Orange pop and call the GG. Na'Vi are into the winners bracket semi-final. And the first team here on the main stage to claim a victory. Not the easiest one in the world though. It was forced to 3 games.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they do a traditional Na'Vi win in a best-of-3 series. I don't think they know any other way to win it. It's always lose the first game and then win 2 games by a large margin.
And the first time, man, like they say, they win in this kind of style.
Oh, no.
But this is the first time they've won since 2011 up against Orange. And what a game to do it in. You do it here at TI3. It's the biggest prize pool we've ever seen. And there's so much pressure. There's so much pressure on these teams. That's the beautiful thing. But of course, Wagga, we can have a break, and we'll get to go to the other caster team for the next matches. But what we can do right now, we go to the panel, boys. You do it here at TI3. It's the biggest prize pool we've ever seen. And
There's so much pressure. There's so much pressure on these teams. That's a beautiful thing, but of course, Wagga, we're going to have a break, and we'll get to go to the other caster team for the next matches. But what we can do right now, we go to the panel, boys.
Thank you, Toby and Wagga, and congratulations to Na'Vi. As Toby mentioned, the first win over them since 2011 at the International. They lose the first game, as Wagga said, in Na'Vi fashion, but now they come back, win 2, and they will be the first team to move on to the upper bracket semi-finals and guarantee themselves a top 6, and they won't be playing any more today. We'll see them a little bit later in the tournament. But Orange, guys, it just seemed like they gave Na'Vi everything that they wanted.
Yeah, it was pretty close to the draft from game 2. They had Rubik instead of Bane, but their core were still there. The Chen, the Lifestealer, and Dendy's Puck. Dendy played amazingly yet again.
Yeah, definitely. And like I was saying in the first game, you just gave Na'Vi the entire lineup that they really wanted to have. They got the Lifestealer, the Chen, the Puck again, and then, as you were saying earlier, trademark hero for Rubik, not Rubik, for Kuroki. What?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think Orange kind of crumbled under the pressure in terms of strategy. I didn't really appreciate their lineup whatsoever. It seemed like a lot of different heroes that didn't really have any synergy, and you could just see how Na'Vi executed their lineup and just got a huge lead early on. And even though they went in and died a lot in the base near the end, it didn't matter much.
Do you think it was a case as well that Orange picked up the bounty, like we stopped Na'Vi getting the bounty, and then they didn't complement the bounty with the other heroes? Like, what would you have liked to seen like them do with having a bounty hunter there? Because you said they had different heroes in different kind of roles.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you go for a lone druid, do you really want to go for a bounty hunt? I don't think either hero complements the other. They went for a windrunner pick. I'm not entirely sure what was about. I mean, they got the Sand King, and that's about. Yeah.
On net.
Yeah, that's about all they really got that I liked. I think they should have gone for a Queen of Pain. With a Weaver and a Queen of Pain and a Bounty Hunter, you can really dish out some damage early on and really be distracting the enemy and get off some easy kills with some easy gold. But with a Lone Druid, doesn't really complement.
Yeah, and of course we saw Na'Vi just put the pressure on, went to all the kind of tier 1 towers very early and just stopped that bounty from being useful, and also the whole lineup of Orange Esports. So we do actually have some highlights from the game, and it really was all about Na'Vi. So here we go, Ben. This is a bit of a key. Like, Dendy was so aggressive on KYXY, and could he have predicted that they would have had supports behind the tree line, or just thinking it would have been?
You can't always live in fear of smoke. You have to go out and get some CS sometime. And Dendy almost killed him without. Ooh, nice ravage there. This is really what happened to Mushi all game. He just ravages and dies over and over and over again. And Mushi was unable to farm anything. You almost have to have a BKB as a Weaver against a Tidehunter. It's pretty much the same thing that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and Mushi was actually had the most deaths. And that's very odd to see a Weaver who was on safe lane going to the mid role. He actually had like 5 deaths by, you could call the kind of mid game series, and they were really smart with actually just how to kill him when they want to kill him. They weren't scared of just making sure they can get Dendy on him in terms of silence and also the coil, and also Fnatic. You saw there in the second clip of the highlight, just using that ravage nice and early.
That's what's going to happen when you give a puck that early of a blink dagger against the Weaver that doesn't really have much HP early on. He just blinks on him, silences, and there's nothing the Weaver can do from there if there's enough damage output. And that's the one downside of Weaver, if there is any. It's the fact that he's so squishy if he's just either disabled or silenced, obviously. So, like, yeah, Na'Vi just executed so perfectly well that there's nothing Mushi could do. And again, they didn't really have the lineup to support him either.
All right, so Bruno, what have you got for us? What are your final thoughts on this match?
I want to go back to someone that they were talking about, and I want to back up this with statistics. We talk about the Bounty Hunter. You said how it didn't match with their lineup. It felt like it was something like they saw Na'Vi saying, oh, the Bounty Hunter worked for you last game. We want to do that as well. Yeah. This is actually the first time they played Bounty Hunter in the whole tournament. This is not a hero they had practiced for. It wasn't really good. It didn't pay off for them. And the other thing that they had is that even though the Weaver was 4-0 until now, which was one of their best heroes, I just checked. You know how I said that Tidehunter was kind of strong against Weaver because of the reason of the Ravage? And Pac, you just said that it was strong because you silenced her. Tidehunter versus Weaver, all time, 55% win rate. That's quite a lot. I mean, it's 5% over 50. It's pretty.
Oh, all time, not just tournament.
All time. Yeah. And then Pac versus Weaver, same reason, 57%. Those two destroy the Weaver. If you stop the Weaver from going there, what else did you have? Not much. And that happened.
All right then, yeah, so the story was the draft, and the person in charge of the draft for Na'Vi was, of course, Puppy, and we're going to go live to Casey on stage with an interview.
Hello, guys. Thank you, James. Yeah, Puppy's here. He's already giving me a hard time, so I can tell we're going to have a good time here, don't you think, Puppy?
Nah.
See? You see what's happening here? I'm just going to open it up right away and ask what happened with the first game, because, again, I'm new to the Dota experience, but I was back here and I knew enough to know that things escalated pretty quickly, and a lot of people were surprised to see you guys go down.
Our problem was probably psychological.
Yeah.
Nothing connected to the game, nothing connected to our play, nothing connected to the picks. I think psychologically we weren't ready to play the style that they were playing. I guess we were a bit narrow-minded in that situation, but you know, it's the first game. We always lose the first game for some reason. I don't know what's going on with us, but you know, I guess we like to lose the first game, you know.
Well, how were you able to kind of reconnect and go into the second? What did you do?
No, but we've been here for a lot of times. We know that if we lose the first game and what's the reason, we just understood that, okay, this is actually very strong what they do. We were not prepared, and let's just take it another step, because all we can do is restart our brains, because we can't, you know, remember what happened last time and just keep on banging it in our heads that we just lost the game. Or you probably can hear this like very weird. I don't know.
No, it's good. You do what you want. You won, so hey, do what you want with the microphone.
Next time I'm going to bang that.
You realize that everybody watching you right now is going, no, that's their microphone.
At least they're banging.
So, okay, let's talk about, you mentioned how you're feeling now. I want to know how you're feeling. Did you think I was going to hit you there? How are you feeling now versus last year? Because last year, it sounds like not nearly as strong just coming into the tournament. And now you're coming in, you're coming in from a stronger perspective. How does it feel coming at it this way versus last year?
No difference, to be honest.
Yeah?
Everybody has a chance. Everybody has something to prove. Playoffs are crazy. Yeah. They are. I think every one of these games will be very entertaining to watch, and you will see how, you know, some people play for a million. It's amazing, and you can see it how people start playing like us and like them. To be honest, they lost, you know, the match, and we know what's going on in their heads. They know what's going on in our heads, because it's just how it's going to be, and it's going to have some entertaining Dota.
And I'm told that Tidehunter was a pretty unusual choice. Talk about that.
Well, you know, as long as you don't play Tidehunter like Shiver, everything's fine. The hero's pretty good. You don't know who Shiver is, but...
No, but I think I saw her in the lobby.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's not that famous yet. Nobody has played it like that here, so it's not that famous.
Listen, they want me to send it back to James. James, I want you to hold on one second, because we have a lot of people on Twitter who have been asking me to ask you a couple questions. Twitter! Are you ready to... Are you ready?
Let's do it.
You sure? There's two of them. First is, what did you...
James.
Well, yeah, this is for you, James, too. What did you have for breakfast this morning, and did it help?
I had oatmeal.
Did it help?
I always have oatmeal because they have it in the hotel.
Okay. Also, how are you feeling about Alliance, if we're really going to look further ahead to the end? Are you nervous yet to face Alliance?
Of course I'm nervous, but not really. I think it's good that there's a big European team that's, you know, crushing everybody and showing that, you know, we could do it. And they're amazing. I like the team. I've been always spectating the games, and I hope the best for them.
You guys are fun to watch. I really appreciate it, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us, and good luck moving forward.
James.
You want to toss it back to James? Look at the camera. Go ahead.
I can see James.
You can see.
I can see James.
Okay, James, don't be afraid. Go ahead and say James back to you, or something along those lines, so that he can hear you.
Back to you, James.
Thanks, Puppy. I got it. We're going to make a team together in the future. It's going to be brilliant. I'm going to do the drafting, though, obviously.
Who's the better looking of you two, then?
He's taller, so you just get bonus points for how tall you are. So, Puppy wins. But one of the great things, I mean, Puppy interview is a Puppy interview, right? It's like, you know, we love hearing from the guy. You know that it's like, we're just going to play our best. We know what they're doing. We know what we're doing. And when we lose, we know what the mistake was. And they always seem to be able to recoup. And that's what makes them so amazing as a team. And of course that with the skill level. But one thing he did say was, you know, when talking about all the matches and all the opponents, is everybody still has a chance. And so we should go to the brackets, because of course Orange have dropped down to the lower bracket, but everybody still does have a chance to beat each other. And we can take a look exactly who's going to be playing who. But of course our next game will be Tongfu versus Fnatic. Now I've got Fnatic picked as my surprise team. If that's no surprise to you. I don't know if that's a surprise.
I mean, I just checked my fantasy team, and I'm calling myself out as a liar. I actually had no one from Orange on my fantasy team. Instead, I have Fnatic, so I would very much like to have Fnatic come out. I actually have Tongfu as well, so this is a toss-up for me. If they play head-to-head and do really well against each other, that's great for my fantasy points. I think though, in my book, Tongfu might be a bit better. You know, Fnatic is one of those teams that has some of the EG in them.
Fnatic also said that I can't remember what exactly they said, but they said if they didn't get Tongfu, they would have wanted Orange.
Okay.
So they're quite happy to go up against Tongfu.
That means they didn't want to play against Navi.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if that wasn't even possible though, because they came from a different group.
Who's the other one? Because if they didn't want Tongfu and they wanted Orange,
it's Alliance and LGD, I think.
It might have been, it might have been.
Yeah,
sorry,
they didn't want to play against
Alliance.
That's what they were saying.
So I think Fnatic still feel pretty happy, but of course Orange going down into the lower bracket. I don't know if we're going to have those available. I believe they're going to be playing the winner of, is it Team Dignitas?
Dignitas and Rattlesnake.
Dignitas, Rattlesnake.
Dignitas and Rattlesnake.
Are you sure? I heard it was Liquid and UFC. Just to call you out and
that's the others.
And be wrong about it.
Well, you don't even know who's on your fantasy team. Like, even your fantasies are wrong.
All right,
now.
I'm ignorant.
Okay.
I'll just shut up.
Maybe you're right. We're not really sure here.
No, loser of upper bracket round 1A plays against Dignitas and Rattlesnake.
Yeah, so I'm as always wrong. Back to you, James.
Do you know when Gods is flying in? Hey Ben, how are you doing?
Anyways, back to Tongfu Fnatic. I think they're actually very evenly matched, but one thing is we haven't really seen Fnatic play too much against DK, LGD, Tongfu and the like, and we saw Alliance travel to Asia for the G1, as well as Team Liquid, and then we saw Navi already in Shanghai for the A-Lore Cup, but I'm not particularly sure how these two teams are going to match up. I think that Tongfu is going to take it, but it can't be that much in favor of them.
I mean, I want to hear what Bruno has to say on the teams, but from knowing Fnatic and knowing the kind of team they are, they get the most out of a LAN experience. Like, when they're actually all sat next to each other playing, they hype each other up, they egg each other on, and they actually overperform. Not to, like, you know, they're not capable of playing that level, but online they never seem as good as they come to when they play on LAN, and that's just so much experience they've had from being at many DreamHacks as a team and just knowing each other for so long. But Bruno, what are your impressions on the match we're going to go to next?
Well, if you look at just the score in the preliminary stage, we have Fnatic with 9-5 versus Tongfu 8-6. That's pretty similar, but I think there's something interesting to point about, specifically about Tongfu, and it's that they are very unstable as a team, and that can be shown because they either won their best of twos or lost their best of two. They didn't have any single tie. They lost 2-0 versus Alliance, versus Team Liquid, and versus LGD China, and they won every other single match. What that means is that they are either awesome or they're terrible, apparently.
But that's this group stage, though. If we look further back, Alliance has also been very shaky. At DreamHack, they didn't make it out of the group stage, partially because of a bad rule potentially, and then at EMS they lost to EG. So Fnatic hasn't really been looking too strong on LAN lately in terms of results, but in the group stage they of course did very well and surprised everyone, especially by beating Navi 2-0. So I think anything can happen this match. I'd give it a 50-50 really. It's going to come down to, like Poppy was saying, the psychological play and who's more ready for the game, basically.
Tongfu was the only team to be pretty close to beating Alliance. They had a 78-minute game in the game one of Alliance versus Tongfu series, so that probably speaks for Tongfu a little bit. They either look really strong or just really poor.
All right, and Bruno, I believe we've got some fabulous stuff.
Yes, we talked a little bit about Tongfu. Now we're going to talk a little bit about Fnatic. We're going to talk about the 5 strongest heroes in the tournament. I really wanted to showcase Meeple here, but they say it was a no-go for some reason. So we're not having Meeple, but these are the 5 heroes that work really, really well for them. And the Weaver, again, hero of the tournament. 12 picks. They seem to want to take Weaver every single time. And the only times they didn't get it is because either they banned it themselves just once, or it was banned against them. We expect Tongfu to analyze this and say we're not going to give them Weaver because they also have a very high win rate with that hero. Dragon Knight, DK mid working there, that's also another interesting thing. And the rest, of course, yeah, you know, like Chen, Visage, very strong heroes overall that have been doing very well.
I think worth noticing is the fact that Fnatic's 5 most picked heroes is also some of the most popular heroes throughout the tournament from all the teams.
Yes.
So it looks like they've been picking and playing a bit more cookie cutter than they normally do, because they normally do their own strategies and stuff like that.
Or maybe they are setting the new meta game.
Maybe they're setting.
Maybe it's them, yeah. Are they the trendsetters or the followers? Who knows? But yeah, of course, we've been talking about Fnatic and Tongfu just for a little bit. But if you guys aren't familiar with the teams, if you're watching at home on Twitch TV or even in the auditorium here at Seattle, we're going to let the teams introduce themselves, starting with Tongfu.
大家好，我是来自同福的豪，我在队内担任 carry。从一开始我们打 G1的时候，就是连一个就是东南亚的网吧队都赢不了，然后到后面拿了 DSL 的冠军。自从那个周洋来了之后，我们5个人一起有说有笑，默契非常的好。
在离开eHome的时候，那时候比较年轻气盛吧，自己也不怎么努力，队伍换了挺多，但是始终没有冠军。首先挺对不起原来之前eHome队友的，其次就觉得挺对不起自己的吧，因为自己既然选择离开，应该就会比之前更努力，但是我没有这么做。我的加入可能带给同福有不一样的变化，但是我觉得这是我们5个人的努力。
因为去年我们在 TR2之前是在北京嘛，然后我在北京认识了一个女朋友，所以每天晚上我都去她家睡，所以就是训练完就走，然后平时训练说好了几点，然后又晚回来，所以没有办法就是全心全意。然后但是今年不一样，今年就是全心全意都放在 Dota 上，感情的事什么都没想，就是反正每天都在训练。如果真的拿到冠军的话，肯定非常感谢我的队友们，然后对我一直以来的支持。
王娇 ，banana， 中国开封。
陈志豪，豪，中国广州。
周洋 ，KJ， 中国上海。
张盼，木，中国武汉。
王兆辉，山生，中国湖南。
So there we have it, the team of Tongfu. Now last year at the International, they did finish up kind of in the 7th place, just outside of the top 6. So if they're able to win this game, they will have a better performance than in the 2012 International. And so far, they've been doing pretty well, picking up some good first place finishes over in some of the tournaments that they competed in China. So they seem really good as a team. They seem to be kind of peaking as they've come into 2013. What do you make of the individual players, and what do we expect from them, Jacob and Ben?
I think they've eliminated a lot of the mistakes and maybe gotten some more talent on their roster than they did last time around. Adding King J has really given them some experience and some stable play in their play, and also their drafts are really interesting. They pick a lot of these strength heroes that can fight a long time. They got Pandaren Brewmaster, they got the Clockwork Goblin they utilize a lot. They use the Doombringer, a very sturdy lineups that they like to pick with good shutdown and good initiate basically, and that's like you were saying, they did really good throughout 2013 so far, and that's one of the reasons I had them as my personal favorites going into the tournament. That they were looking shaky in the group stage, I mean, there can be several reasons behind that. I still think they might be a slight favorite to beat Fnatic, and I'd put my rares on them if I had to.
If you had to, you sound like you really love your rares. If someone held,
I'm very clingy to my cosmetic items. Like I don't want to. My heroes are pretty pimp. I don't want to upset anything.
What's your favorite cosmetic item?
Oh,
I mean, every time I play with Jacob, he's like, I'm trying to level up kills on my Bloodseeker items.
Oh yeah, I got the sickest Bloodseeker in
every single time.
My Bloodseeker is the best. I almost have 1,000 kills on it. So, but my favorite item is the Hood of the Hero Fan for Omni Knight. It looks so sweet. He's like a monk and just comes out with his big hammer and smashes you on the head. I love that.
Man, I always game away my Omni Knight items.
Yeah, well, I never played the hero, but he looks sick.
I think that Banana's one of the strongest supports on the scene. I think he's probably the second on the Fantasy League, only behind EGM of Team Alliance. So I also think that Sansheng has really stepped it up. Before, I kind of thought that there was this big discrepancy between Banana and Sansheng, but they've really leveled it out. Sansheng has been playing pretty respectably well. Mu has been playing some unusual heroes too. I saw him on Kunkka the other day in an old school SD and Kunkka mid, so they do have some unusual strategies up their sleeve. And their carry player, Mu, or the carry Hao is very, very strong too. I think he's also performing well in the fantasy.
I was standing behind Hao at TI1, so this is 2 years ago. And this was before I really had much experience with any of the players from China. And watching him play the Weaver, not missing a single last hit for 16 minutes, really, really impressed me, because back then, you know, everyone was bad at the game anyways. So he's just one of the best carries that China has to offer. He's like on level with Burning and Black from Europe, and I'm really impressed with what he can, like if he gets the room or space needed, he can just shut down the entire game on his own with all the farm he's amassed. So a very impressive player.
Yeah, and that's something Bruno said. When they're ahead, they win 2-0. When they lose 2-0. So the team that they're up against, who are going to have to decide if they're going to give them that much room, are of course going to be their opponents, Fnatic.
Hey, I'm Tal Isaac. My nickname is Fly. I'm playing for Team Fnatic, and I'm from Kfar Saba, Israel. Right now, I'm a player for full-time, but I'm also doing some stuff on the side for Commando Krav Maga. It's a self-defense system. Like, there is normal Krav Maga, and then this is a newer version. Recently, I did injure my wrist a bit at the gym, so I can still play, but it kind of hurts when I play.
My name is Johan Sundstein. My nickname is Notel. I play for Fnatic, and I'm from Copenhagen, Denmark. I'm a great guy, like, best as they get, so nah, I would say I'm a very loose kind of guy. I love being sarcastic. I used to go to school. Now I game full-time, and I have been for 2 years.
Winning this year's international will mean quite a huge deal to me, since we've been working a year now to get here.
Winning the international would be obviously the biggest achievement we could get.
I would like to win the group stage and then head into playoffs and feel really confident. Even if we don't win, I will be really psyched to be here, because it's once in a lifetime opportunity.
Being here is already so great. You set a goal, like a big goal, and you achieve the goal, like it's the best feeling you can have. The chances of seeing Meepo are definitely there, and I don't think they're as low as you might think. So screw the money. There you one game with Meepo at TI, you ain't got nothing on me.
Adrian Cresio, Era, Ulricehamn, Sweden.
Tal Isaac, Fly, Kfar Saba, Israel.
Kanbukas, Hani, Düsseldorf, Germany.
Johan Sundstein, Notel, Copenhagen, Denmark.
Kalle Saarinen, Trixie, Helsinki, Finland.
So there you have it. That completes the roster of Fnatic. That's the name you should know them by. Other people also know them by Hontrash, and they're from absolutely everywhere, these guys. But they are, for me, one of my personal favorite teams to follow through any tournament, just to even hang out with. And you can already tell from the video, just a great bunch of guys, and that does actually help when you comes down and plays Dota. But Bruno, what do you think of Fnatic so far? I don't think anyone would have believed that someone that transferred to Dota just almost a year ago, just over a year ago.
Well, a little bit more, but
yeah.
Last year they weren't performing at all. They were kind of this team that everyone invited to tournaments because they had people that everyone knew. They came from other games, and right now they're pretty much strong. Even before TI, now they came strong. They beat Navi. They are very, very solid at what they do. I actually I have a list of everything about every teams. So I got a page here on my Fnatic, and it says, of course there's the Meeple, but the most interesting thing here is that they have no hero under 50% win rate, other than just heroes that they played once. So every hero that they play more than once, they win with it. They are very, very knowledgeable on what they do, and even though they don't have the biggest of hero pools, they do know how to play. They were the trendsetters we were talking about. They get their Weaver, they get their DK, they get all these Chen, Race, or trending heroes. And it's all about them controlling the draft, and from there getting into the victories.
I like your book.
It's pretty nice.
Have you got, is it like a stat book which goes beyond Dota as well? Do you have like stats on me in there or anybody else?
Yeah, but we'll get there in day 4.
Day 4?
Day 4.
All right. All right. So, Ben, what do you make of Fnatic and their chances going up against Tongfu?
Well, Fnatic, I think, is the only surprise in the winners bracket. I think some people would have subbed Zenith in for them, but they came out beating Navi 2-0.
Well, one of the things about beating Navi in this tournament early on, I have to say, I'm going to defend Navi a little bit. They didn't have the best time and luck in terms of travel and attending the event. So I think the first day with Navi, even though Fnatic did beat them, Navi probably weren't all there, but you can't take it away from Fnatic like Puppy actually said to me, he said, even though we lost that and we had a bad time traveling, Fnatic played amazing. So it'll be nice if we get to see them go up against each other again.
Right. There's been some speculation that the reason that Alliance picked LGD was because that Alliance has been constantly scrimming with Fnatic. And Fnatic, that's probably why they're looking so strongly. They've just been constantly scrimming with one of the top teams. And I can't count them out on this. I can't put it at more than 50-50 for either team.
All right. And
like Ben said, it's very hard to predict a win on this. I would love for Fnatic to win. They're a great bunch of guys, and you could just see the passion in No-Tail wanting to just play Meepo. He didn't really care too much about the money, apparently. I mean, it's not that much of a big of a deal for a Danish guy. We were loaded anyways, but playing Meepo in this tournament would be amazing. I would love to see that. The thing is, they can't get Chen and Meepo, so because...
And that's the other thing. Of course, I want to see Meepo as well. But I would also really like to see No-Tail's Wisp. And it's really surprising because this guy can play lots of different heroes. Chen is something very, very noteworthy, as you said, it's Meepo. The Wisp would be something interesting. Tongfu, they do not play Wisp that much. Maybe they do not respect it. And that would be very, very nice to see as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Wisp picks or bans, and it's been like, in the games it's been picked, is it on a 50-50 win rate right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe Tongfu won't respect Wisp as much, and we'll see No-Tail get that Wisp up and going, and we might even see a Chaos Knight from Era rather than his live stealer. And I hope we can see some of the classic Fnatic play rather than just the trend we've seen in group stage.
I mean, they kind of started the Wisp a long time ago. They were one of the first teams that started playing lots of Wisp back when, if you remember, after TI2, the hero came and everyone was a little bit hesitant. Fnatic started playing with it. Then some of the Russian teams, all the Team Empire, used to play it a lot with CK. And that's when the hero grew out of proportion and invaded the Western scene.
The other European player that got famous for playing the Wisp was actually Phonic before he moved to the offlane. He played a ton of Wisp. And like you were saying, Empire and Fnatic, probably the most dominant team throughout the winter of 2012, 2013. And that was largely in part to Wisp and CK.
Yep, Fnatic have been, of course, as you mentioned, playing great in the prelims just before the main event that we're here. And I believe we have some stats on Fnatic for you, Bruno. This is all for you.
Let's go and see.
We're going to be looking at Fly, because we talked about No-Tail, but it is a duo on the support, and Fly is someone that brings a lot to the table.
Yep, it's a very strong duo, and it's all about these heroes that allow him to be a big part of in the middle of the fight. Vengeful Spirit getting in between everyone, Enigma getting the good Blink initiation and getting the big black hole, Crystal Maiden, if she can survive, throw an ultimate. And then Visage, I think Visage is kind of cheating because Visage has been doing so well all around the tournament. Just having that hero, the amount of nuke damage that he can deal at early levels 3 to 7, is amazing. And Fnatic is a team that knows how to exploit this very well. So Fly, one of the main pillars of this very strong team.
Yeah, and what I enjoy with Fly as well, he can do so much with so little item-wise. I always see him really just being involved. A lot of times he does get picked off. He is the kind of guy in the team fights that you'll see like, okay, Fly's gone again. But if it goes his way, he really gives opportunities and builds opportunities for his teammates to be able to do something amazing in the team fight. So, you know, his play with No-Tail's kind of skill and his hero pool is just such a nice lineup for the Fnatic team. And I have to say, Trixie is someone that has really impressed me this tournament. I don't know if did you see his Clockwork games?
I want to say yes, but no.
So he was just, yeah, okay, that's fine. He was just hitting like blind hooks, and it was just absolutely amazing. And Clockwork is a hero that we've also mentioned Tongfu can kind of be fond of. So who knows who's going to be able to pick up the Clockwork?
I'd love to see it regardless. Like, both teams executed very well, apparently. I haven't seen much of Fnatic's Clockwork, but it's just a fun hero to see in-game, and it's going to leave a lot for the spectators to really appreciate, because the hero offers so much aggression for the team that has the hero. I think Tongfu is going to value it a bit higher than Fnatic. Fnatic probably has other priorities.
So what's your prediction for this matchup? Milk?
Putting you on the spot? I'd say Tongfu wins it 2-1. My heart prays that Fnatic does, just because I love every player on the team. But Tongfu 2-1.
I'll have to agree with that. Tongfu 2-1. It's going to be a close series, I think. I don't think any of the games will be stomps.
Bruno, what do you think?
I actually was Heading into this tournament, I was saying Tongfu, but now I want to believe in Fnatic 2-1, if only because I'm looking at Tongfu right now, and when we talked about how their strength heroes are key, this DK mid, Alchemist mid, they do like their farmers. They're not doing very well. They're 1 and 2 with DK and 1 and 3 with Alchemist when they're playing it mid. So their biggest strength is just not there. They're having to play different stuff like OD and things they're not used to. And just because they have to are forced to play out of their comfort zone, I think Fnatic has the edge this time.
All right, yeah, I've got my prediction as well. I've actually been throwing out my predictions on Twitter, by the way.
They're not working. You just call
No. Like I've changed my strategy. So my prediction for this is Fnatic beat Na'Vi 2-1. I've just skipped this game, and I've gone way ahead.
That's like the finals of the winners bracket.
Yeah, because if I don't, because the games I keep predicting, they don't go the way that my predictions are going.
Okay.
Right. So I'm just going to say that they win, but predict the next game.
Oh.
That's too next level for me, James.
See how that's working?
That's not how it
works. So I
works.
predict they get through, and then put the prediction on the next game. It's
and
going to
when
work.
they don't get through,
but
your next prediction is also...
Look, it makes a lot of sense. You just have to go to Twitter, everybody watching, and go to @follow2good.
Wow, shameless plug.
Yes. Apparently they're telling me to get off camera now. So we're sending it to the game. And it is, of course, going to be Tongfu versus Fnatic. It's the other upper bracket match today. It's going to be a best of 3. And once again, best of luck to both the teams.
Tongfu versus Fnatic.
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. Welcome into the International 2013. We're live here on the floor of beautiful Benaroyo Hall in downtown Seattle with our second best of 3 of the day. It's going to be an East versus West showdown. Tongfu taking on Fnatic. Now, Draskell, you and I got a chance to see both of these teams in action a lot throughout the preliminary stage. Both of these teams are playing remarkably good Dota right now, and as Too Good and the rest of the analysts has said, there's really no way to pick a favorite here. Either of these teams could walk away with the win because they're both peaking and playing with some real momentum.
I couldn't agree more. Both these teams on an absolute roll. Fnatic is
Look at Tongfu, their first 2 picks, the Lifestealer and the Chen. We've seen this run by a variety of teams, including Fnatic. This is a composition that Fnatic knows how to run and certainly is going to know how to deal with, at least in one way or another. Very aggressive lineup, very much a guns forward kind of a lineup. You want to get the Chen moving forward. Certainly you want to put the Lifestealer's mid-game efficiency and mid-game effectiveness to use as quickly as you can. But when you look at what Fnatic has with the Weaver and the Treant Protector, that's a very surgical sort of a combination. You let the Weaver just basically be a little guerrilla fighter, getting behind enemy lines, making things happen across the map. And that can really confound a Chen lineup in a lot of ways. If you're able to just slow down the push, slow down the team trying to get together and get moving towards the tower, and just take them out of that early game momentum or that early game kind of aggression, you can completely shut down a lineup, even one as effective as a Lifestealer Chen.
It could very well be the case, and let's also not forget that Tree against push lineups. Say, for instance, you're having a decent early game, but you fail to push a tier 1 tower. Tree's going to have that tower back to full health, usually by the time you get back.
Right.
So it puts a lot more emphasis on Tongfu to make their early pushes execute a lot better. And once Treant gets around 6-7, granted this is likely to be a support tree, so it could take a while, but if it does end up happening, Overgrowth becomes a very powerful tool at stopping pushes just in itself, and you have Leech Seed to partner with that. So we'll have to see how aggressive Fnatic want to play this. Do they want to really defend their towers? Tongfu picking the Lifestealer Chen so early, it does kind of give you a hint of what their game plan is going to be.
Absolutely, and you take a look at the bans that are coming out right now. Tongfu with the Chen and the Lifestealer, getting rid of the DK and the Timbersaw, and we've actually seen Timbersaw just come to a whole new level of popularity over the preliminary stage. We didn't see that hero hardly at all, but people are beginning to realize just how good he is at a number of things. He can be aggressive, but he's also great at anti-push, getting rid of that, getting rid of the DK, just a very strong mid-game fighter. It doesn't need a whole lot of items, just needs a few levels and can shut down pushes very efficiently. But Fnatic picking up the Nature's Prophet, so he's going to be a 2-tree kind of a lineup with the Treant Protector and the Nature's Prophet. But you know, whenever you see that kind of global presence, already coming out with the global presence of Treant Protector's Living Armor, and of course how aggressive a Weaver can play once a tree is there to help him out, Fnatic is showing us something they've shown us in the past. They just want to control the map. map. They want to make sure that their ability to communicate, and one of the strengths of the team is just how long these guys have been together, have been playing together. Their communication is absolutely at the top. And with this kind of a lineup already, you can see they're just going to want to dismantle Tongfu's ability to push and be aggressive early from the very beginning. But Tongfu now picking up the puck, a hero with an immense amount of reach, is going to allow them to take fights even behind the enemy towers early on. And I really like the front three out of Tongfu right now. The game plan may be obvious, but it's going to be very difficult to stop.
They needed the initiation for sure. Whenever you have Chen lineups, sometimes you run into that issue of we can kind of walk at you, but we can't really do anything else, so you need another hero who can actually start the fight in a big way. And of course, Lifestealer inside of a puck is always extremely scary. You can go for the picks. It's very, very easy to get kills that way. Fnatic actually pick up a Crystal Maiden, so this is interesting for a lot of reasons, mainly because she's a really good laner, but she doesn't really bring you much else. It's either you do well on the laning phase, or you kind of flop with the hero. So I think Fnatic might actually be thinking about going aggressive here. For instance, if they take the CM, the Treant, and the Weaver all to the aggressive tri-lane with the Nature's Prophet safe lane, Tongfu is still going to feel hesitant about trying to run Chen ganks on that because, of course, it could potentially be a 4v3. So maybe Fnatic want to stop the push so early that Tongfu aren't ever even going to have the chance to mount one in the first place. And a Weaver against a Lifestealer in lane, not really the best time for a Lifestealer. So if Fnatic do end up laning it that way, I think Tongfu might be in a little bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, when it comes down to Fnatic's lineup, you really get the impression that they, you really put it about as well as anyone could. They just don't want to allow Tongfu to get that guns forward lineup with the guns forward. They don't want to allow them to watch against the tower and then have to worry about the puck's long-range initiation. Crystal Maiden, one of the best 1 through 5 heroes in the entire game. Treant Protector, of course, makes every lane winnable no matter what the situation happens to be. But it really is going to be Fnatic that's going to be under the gun to execute early on, because if Tongfu can stabilize, if they can get a few core items up, get a Blink Dagger up on the puck, get Lifestealer and Armlet or something like that, depending on what he wants to build, and get Chen an early mechanism, it's going to be really difficult for this lineup of Fnatic to slow that down. As good as Crystal Maiden is, and as good as Weaver can be in certain situations, when you look at their lineup, this is not a fight you 5-on-5 head up kind of a lineup. It just is not going to win against a Lifestealer that has an adequate amount of farm or a puck that lands a good coil. We are going to see Tongfu go ahead and grab up with their 4th pick, that Rubik, and again, just an overall good hero. And look how many awesome spells there are for him to steal just between Shukuchi and Living Armor alone.
Just stealing Living Armor is a nightmare. I mean, you turn somebody into a god, essentially. That's pretty much what happens. And the thing about Fnatic's lineup, too, is they don't have many heroes who do damage over time, per se. I mean, Leech Seed ticks a few times, and so does Frostbite, but that's it. You're not really going to have a way to eat through it that effectively. So if he can manage to get his hands on that, it's going to be great for the team. But it's also a very defensive support in general, at least in the laning phase. Telekinesis is very strong, just because you can land like double, maybe even triple stuns. And if Fnatic are planning on running that aggressive tri-lane, then it would be really good to have a Rubik in the lane. So Tongfu, obviously they needed one more, so to Fnatic. For Tongfu, they needed an offlaner, and I want to talk about the bounty ban really fast, because if you look at Fnatic's team, they didn't have anyone who could really deal with a bounty hunter during the mid game. Typically, big AoE teamfight lineups or heavy push is what hurts bounty the most, but Fnatic have none of that. So they basically are just saying, we know that there's a chance that if we're offlaning our tri-lane, that we want to make sure that a bounty hunter is not going to get anything, and during the mid game we don't get punished hard for our mistakes, because Tongfu can't be really given anything extra here.
Looking at Fnatic's lineup, we've seen them do some weird things in terms of that mid position. It seems like a mid is exactly what they're going to want and need at this point, but we have seen them do things like run the Nature's Prophet there, run the Weaver there. So this is a little bit more of an ambiguous lineup than when first meet the eye, but right now I feel like they need someone that gives them some punch. When you look, again, you really made the point, when you look at this team, this is a team who can fight all over the map, who's going to be able to exert a tremendous amount of map control. Any kind of drifting, any kind of roaming ganking style is going to be very effective, but they just are going to struggle so much against Tongfu if they're able to force an issue on their side of the river. So waiting to see what they're going to grab up here. Of all the mids available, well, they're going to go ahead and grab a Viper. Now, seeing that Viper pick is actually interesting, Draskell. At DreamHack Summer, I was talking to Era before his matches there, and I asked Fnatic, looking ahead to the International through DreamHack and DreamHack Valencia, so on and so forth, what hero he thought was the strongest, that was getting the least amount of attention, and he identified Viper. So this is a hero that they're not just picking to throw a curveball. This is something they have practiced and something that they have planned to pull out for quite some time.
I like the Viper pick for a lot of reasons too. First and foremost, against a Lifestealer, if you're a tree, if you look at Fnatic's lineup right now, they actually don't have a lot of ways to hold him down through rage. Nature's Prophet can sprout, of course, but I'm sure the Lifestealer at some point might just buy a Quelling Blade to be able to cut through it. So what is going to end up happening is Treant is going to use his ultimate, the Lifestealer is going to rage, and then he's going to get Viper ulted, and then he's going to not really be able to do much of anything. So it gives you two methods of stopping him through that rage that makes it so Fnatic have a lot of leniency when they're in those team fights. So I really do like Fnatic's lineup. I'm not actually sure if the Viper is going to be the one buying the mech or it's going to be the Prophet here. I would kind of lean towards the Viper just because he's going to be getting the free farm, of course, or well, not necessarily free farm, but we'll see how they end landing it. And Tongfu ends things with the gyro, so more AoE teamfight coming out from Tongfu. Pretty standard draft actually from them. It's a little side because of the Chen, but for the most part, it's just early game aggression.
Seeing them pick up that gyrocopter, I absolutely love because they had the range and again the initiation. Talk so often about how important that is. Having heroes that can make the enemy feel uncomfortable behind their own towers whenever you do run any sort of a push lineup. What they were lacking a little bit was direct AoE damage, and they got a ton of it in that gyrocopter pickup. An absolute magic damage monster in the early game. 690 unmitigated magic damage coming off a rocket barrage if you can isolate it onto a single target. And the call down, really what I love there, being able to chain together a nice coil, a waning rift, so on and so forth with the call down. That gives them the ability to not just focus fire one target, but to be able to take out Fnatic if they group up and make any kind of a mistake in positioning. Looks like we are going to have both teams moving out towards the dire side jungle, so we'll keep an eye on this. But you know, looking forward to this match. And again, it comes down to, you know, we had talked about these teams, you and I personally. Hold on, actually. King J is going to go ahead and poke his nose out. He's going to see a Treant or two. We'll see if Fnatic's interested in fighting. Doesn't look like they are, as they're pulling Fly and Hani back already. So it is going to be Era, and for the moment, at least No Tail hanging back. And we see Trixie actually making his way. So a little bit longing glares, some curse words and such thrown at each other, but it looks like that's about as bad. Yeah, it can't quite get in range of open wounds and preemptively. Already seeing the living armor, so a little bit of the barnyard dance here. Pawing at the ground and snorting at each other. Looks like they will go ahead and pull back. But what I was going to say about these teams is, you know, we've seen Fnatic peak so much and get so good so quick since their latest boot camp. And then Tongfu. Talking to a lot of folks in the know about the Chinese scene, they will tell you Tongfu is one of the best teams, but yet one of the most underrated at the same.
I think this match is way too close to call, honestly. Between the two teams, this might be one of the closest matches that we're not only going to have of the day, but maybe of even the entire tournament. And talk about Fnatic's bad luck with DD, how it picks up one again. I'm sure everybody has seen the other Fnatic game where I believe an AM got a DD and it did not turn out so well for Fnatic. So they're going to have to deal with that here this time. But very expected of Fnatic. They are going to be running the aggressive try. Lifestealer actually decided to not go to lane top. He decided to go bottom instead, which is a really good choice because King J with his Stout Shield doesn't necessarily care about the Treant damage so much, and that matchup is much more favorable for him than it would be even for a Gyro, because in his safe lane, Trixie would be able to harass pretty easily with his Treants and probably end up coming out on top. Then you have a matchup that we don't really see that often mid. It's a Viper versus a Puck, and the one thing that's really annoying now about Corrosive Skin is that it hits you even when you get hit by spells, and you can't really phase shift all the damage. So even if he's taking a bit of harassment, Hani, with the addition of tree armor, is going to be doing just fine.
Yeah, and then again, that's the effect of the Treant Protector pick. You get wrapped up in how well he works with the Weaver, but basically, especially when you run an offensive tri lane like this, you've got two heroes isolated in one-on-ones. That's where Tree makes the biggest difference. And we can already see Hani is doing quite well for himself here in mid. The Puck, though, certainly going to be able to catch back up eventually. Taking a look at Banana, of course, he's going to be left completely to his own devices, at least for the moment. But what's going to be important is when he does rotate over to this top lane. Right now, it doesn't look like that Hal's going to need any help at all. It's obviously just Era who's trying to trade last hits with him. But when he does come out, if he can catch Fnatic out of position and punish them, should be problematic. At bottom, our other one-on-one matchup going to be Trixie taking on King J. Trixie on the Nature's Prophet against this Lifestealer should certainly not be a problem for the LS. He'll take a little harassment. And once the Nature's Prophet gets some phase boots, he should be okay for the most part. But still, there always is that kill potential when it's an LS versus any hero in a one-on-one.
Seen that before in the past, actually. There were a couple of games where I believe it was Hal playing it, but he ended up getting first blood, or not first blood, but he killed Mushi 1v1 mid when Mushi was Timbersaw. That was like really awkward. But regardless, I think honestly bottom is probably going to go better for Trixie. Eventually, once you get phase boots, the Stout Shield doesn't really matter as much anymore, and you're going to start over-harassing and being able to push him out of the lane. And Hani and Mu mid are just kind of like man-fighting. And Hani says, yep, you can't really trade with me because level 2 Nether Toxin is actually very strong. And again, with that Corrosive skin, it's actually really annoying for Mu right now. Hani is doing a great job mid.
Making a huge difference. And we can see every time we take a look at Hani, he is kind of low, but then Living Armor again. Just makes it so frustrating to be playing any one-on-one situation. So far, it's been a relatively quiet early game. We take a look at the CS. We can see Chen, who's been left to his own devices in the jungle. He's sitting at the top at 17. 13 for Gyrocopter, so he's winning that battle. The Weaver only with 6 right now. We'll talk about that momentarily. 12 in mid for the Viper, so he's doing great. And actually, you know, as you had mentioned, Hani, and this isn't due in large part to the Living Armor, but still, his last inning is just excellent. He's sitting at 13 to the 7, or excuse me, to the 5 of that puck. So up at top, we're seeing Hal just left completely alone now as Rubik's just beginning to rotate around the jungle, try and find some experience. He's just short of level 3, and Lifestealer now even engaging in some pulling. So neither of these teams really all that interested in trying to crack the early game open that fast.
Speaking of, Tongfu actually smoke up here mid. They want to try to go around. Hani is pretty much the only target on the map right now that Tongfu could possibly go for. And Tree Armor is still only level 1, and of course that's after the nerf, so it doesn't have nearly as many instances. And this could be an opportunity if Hani isn't aware, but I'm pretty sure that he's onto something because he's starting to very defensively position himself here.
Staying back towards that tower, realizing that something's going on. We're going to see No Tail and Fly. They're going to run right into them. Sansheng sees No Tail. There's going to be the lift. Bringing him back. Nova from low ground. There's going to be one net. No Tail's in trouble. Taking a lot of damage. Living Armor not going to be good enough. Give him first blood. Sansheng draws first blood on No Tail. Puck gets there. Now we're going to have Gyrocopter coming in to engage. Fly's in trouble. Fly making a run for it. That's going to make it 2-0. Hani trying to get back to mid, and Era salving up on the high ground, giving a little harassment. We can see that they're doing some pretty good damage, but Tongfu just handling themselves much better in that fight, and a 2-0 lead early on as we see Era chasing up Hal's tailpipe a little bit. But yeah, that hurts a little bit. Don't isolate yourself against a gyro unless you got help coming. Nonetheless, 2-0, Tongfu takes the lead.
Interesting decision by No Tail. He walked up. I think that was actually the worst direction to run. If he had run back towards the river, he might have gone through Hao, but at the very least, I think the rest of his team would have been in a better position because Mu, of course, reacted straight away, and he was able to get himself in, and of course, Tongfu take the 2-kill lead. So Fnatic now, their lane top is not really feeling as productive as they would want it to, and No Tail's been standing out of experience range for quite some time, so he's still only level 1. I think he was favoring getting Fly a couple of extra levels because CM desperately needs them, but with only level 1 tree armor, it doesn't really make you feel as safe as maybe you would like to, especially since we know that Tongfu is going to be trying to pressure mid quite often. But in terms of the individual lanes, mid is still going better for Fnatic, and so is bottom lane, so I don't think they're going to hurt tremendously from that, but it's definitely not a good thing.
And Prophet TP's away. King J did not have enough mana. Banana's actually going to be getting a huge benefit here. I had the camera there momentarily. He had a huge stack of creeps here, so look at his gold. He's already up to 1,200 gold in the bank. He's now 350 as he finally cleans up the rest of that camp. He's going to be able to go ahead and one-shot by Arc Boots very, very soon. And what you're going to see is either a mech rush or they're going to start moving around trying to isolate heroes and pick them off that way. One thing that does bother me a lot, and you pointed it out, is the fact that it is just level 1 tree armor right now. Just having 1 point in that, and he's not even level 2 yet, so he's going to have to get another level at some point. Having just 1 level into that really negates the ability for Weaver to play as aggressive.
Courier.
Up down here, we're going to see the Courier picked off to the Chicken. Cleaned up by some rotating supports in the Chen and the Rubik moving around from Tongfu. Now they're going to go ahead and show their faces down here. Trixie has the help of Fly. That's a Chen and a Rubik, now making this essentially an offensive tri-lane. We'll see how they're going to deal with that. This isolates the Weaver now at top against the Gyrocopter. The Gyro in pretty good shape at 28 CS, especially in comparison to the Weaver. Weaver has played catch-up pretty well, now sitting at 20, so he's not going to be one of those ineffective Weavers who just starves to death through the early game.
Fnatic's game plan, most importantly, has already not come to fruition, at least during the laning phase. If you look at it on paper, they probably had 3 lane wins just because of their heroes. Of course, we talked about the Viper and how good he was doing. He has 26 denies, and it's 7 minutes in. This Puck has 11 creep kills. That's how badly he's winning this lane. So the longer this goes on unobstructed, Tongfu are going to be having worse and worse time. And they realize this, of course. Banana and Sancheng are both in the woods here. They're making their way towards mid. Looks like they want to try to go for it, but in the meantime, top, they might be going on How as well.
Now, gonna be sprouted in. Here we go. Call down's gonna wear him off. Era, very low health, but being healed up with the living armor. Trixie making his way up, but unable to get the kill as How, again, just sitting in too good of a position. He's level 7.5 to the level 5.5 of the Weaver, and just level 6 of Trixie. So nice gank attempt, but unfortunately, and then here in mid, we're gonna have some action break up. There's gonna be another net down, and we're gonna see Hani taking a lot of damage, couple more auto attacks. He is, no! Finally cleans up as Tongfu able to net themselves another kill, and Fnatic continuing to fall further and further behind. That's a very important kill for them, as you had mentioned, dominating this mid lane. And now if Tongfu can get some damage done to the tower, tough enough to do that with tree armor though. But just try to get a little bit of damage done to the tower and try to make something happen to free this lane up.
Fnatic are still okay, but things are definitely going wrong. They can't get Hani picked off anymore. They can't afford to make any more mistakes because their lineup, like I was mentioning before in the draft, is meant to not ever let things like this happen in the first place. You only aggressively tri-lane against a Chen if you don't want the Chen to move on other lanes, because at the very least you can move in time with that. And that's pretty much what Fnatic were trying to do when we saw No-Tail end up getting caught out of position in the rivers. So Fnatic, they've actually rotated Era bottom now. They realize they need to start prioritizing him over Trixie in the lane, and of course Trixie can just jungle anyway. So the rotations coming out of Fnatic are pretty much necessary, but I don't think it's something that they wanted to have happen. So Tongfu is still doing a really good job with their movement. And Hani, even though he got ganked, Moose still can't really do anything in this mid lane.
Absolutely. We can see Moose sitting at level 7. Viper's a full level ahead of him despite dying. That's how dominant he's been in that lane, other than that one death. So still sitting at 9 minutes, 3 kills on the board. It's a relatively quiet game. We're going to see Sancheng, and he's got a passenger. He may be coming in. They're going to throw the coil. Haste rune, coil on Hani, and get ready. Here's the lift. Out comes King J. Open wounds is going to be there, and he's netted down. Could not have executed it better. And Tongfu, even blowing the hand of God, looks like they want to push this lane and force some sort of a reaction out of Fnatic. But as of right now, as we approach 10 minutes in, they've got 4 kills to 0. We take a look at the gold graph. They're already putting together a relatively impressive early game lead in both experience and gold.
Hurts Fnatic, because if they lose this mid tower, it becomes very difficult for Tree to really feel as useful. Like, you want Tree to be able to keep your tier 1s alive for as long as possible. That is the biggest goal, because you lose control of the map so much more, especially when your mid tower dies. But it doesn't look like Tongfu is willing to fully commit to this. And like I was mentioning before, if you don't fully commit to a tower against a Tree, that tower could be at full health by the time you get to see it again. So that's one of the nice things that Fnatic's lineup has to fall back on. The downside is that Treant is just now hit level 4, and the Crystal Maiden is only level 4 too, whereas Rubik is nearing level 6 and Chen's almost 8. So the supports on Tongfu definitely getting the better this early game, and at some point something's got to give. Fnatic, I really did like their draft and the way they laned it, but they are giving away so much in terms of kills and letting Tongfu pretty much do whatever they want right now.
What worries me for Fnatic is we talked about it during the draft. They picked a team that wants to be surgical. They want to get out and make things happen in smaller skirmishes. This is not the strongest 5-on-5 team fight hero or composition you've ever seen, especially when you compare it to Tongfu, that has 2 monsters of 5-on-5 in Puck and Gyro. Then you have the longevity that a Chen's going to give you. This is the worst situation they could be in, where Tongfu is able to just get guns forward and push across the river. Now this tower has been healed up a bit, but not nearly that much. And now when Fnatic having to face this out, I don't even know how they can begin to engage. And maybe if they had a Tree who could walk in an overgrowth, but even then, it doesn't matter. The Tongfu is just in too good of a position right now.
It wasn't supposed to get to this point, because if you look at Fnatic's team, outside of the Nature's Prophet ulti and I guess CM Nova, they have no real form of deep push. I guess you can Shakuchi spam as well, but it's not necessarily that mana efficient, at least for Era to be using his mana that way. But they were supposed to, again, just win the lanes really hard. And
Powell got really greedy. He's going to get away, though, because No-Tail, not being level 6, they had no way to slow him down or to knock him out of the TP. So manages to survive. Moving back out a little bit. We can see he's still sitting down near the bottom of the CS at just 27. He is making good progress towards his Blink Dagger, though. Only needs about another 600 gold, give or take. Meanwhile, the Prophet making progress towards his Might. It's been relatively quiet. We've seen him bounce around from time to time, but his movement is going to be especially important once Fnatic begins to stabilize, if they can stabilize. Right now, I mean, it's not completely out of control by any stretch of the imagination, but whenever you see a graph that is just not just dipping down because you lose a fight, but on a slow downhill slope, this means something's got to change. You have to change your game plan, otherwise you're going to wake up 10,000 gold behind with no way to play your way back in.
Trixie, Sansheng, Wishikuchi, and a bug inside of him. Well,
and yeah, Trixie in trouble, going to be telekinesis back, and finally, he's brought down 5-0. Tongfu. Basically, Tongfu's executing the game plan that Fnatic drafted to execute. They're just moving and picking single heroes off from time to time, and it's built them a hell of a lead. And really, when you look at this, I mean, look at the Weaver. Weaver has Treads and his Aquila. That's about it. I mean, the DD's certainly going to help. But the rest of the heroes, even the Viper, who was so dominant in mid, is now beginning to fall off in terms of pure last hits. He's down near the middle of the pack. And this Chen, played by Banana, he's not far from that mech at all. What in the world is Fnatic going to do if he's able to get a mech up by 15 minutes?
It's going to be too much of a difference in gold, and top How might have overstayed his welcome here a bit, but can they even stop
that damage? Yep, there's the overgrowth. Finally, Fnatic makes their way onto the board. In the meantime, in mid, look at that tower, by the way. Hang on, there's going to be a coil thrown onto... Okay, that used to be a Crystal Maiden. Not sure. She just completely evaporated. But 6-1, Tongfu gets a return kill for the cost of their carry, who died at top. But Lifestealer managing he killed a tower. I'm trying to find where, but yeah, must have been
bottom tier 1. They were split pushing him, and Sansheng were down there the whole time. And even though How basically went in and died behind a tier 1, it doesn't matter if they're counter pressuring 2 towers. Honestly, trading his life for that safe lane tower is probably worth it for them at this point, just because they know that they got so far ahead in the laning phase comparative to what they were actually supposed to get. And the Lifestealer having the armlet, the Chen having the mech, this is becoming a nightmare very quickly for Fnatic, because their team is not built to push or counter push against this kind of a lineup that reaches its maximum potential this quickly. So Fnatic's game plan kind of falling apart here. Not that they're totally out of it just yet, but they definitely have an uphill battle ahead of them.
What's going to be hard is, at this pace, Tongfu can completely set the pace of the game. They can set the tone of the game. When Fnatic's lineup was really predicated on the idea that they would do that. They would be the ones who determined where the little skirmish fights took place. But it's like we talked about during the draft, verbatim. We said, if they get a set of core items up, they're just going to be able to just face forward and walk down a lane, and Fnatic's going to have a hard time stopping them. And that's assuming even farm, and it's certainly anything but. As we can see, that gold lead is ballooning to 7,500 now, and the experience, although they've stopped the bleeding, it's still 5,000. And against the lineup with the Chen and a support Rubik, you would think that they would be able to kind of keep pace. But for now, Tongfu looking to hook up with How. They're going to hang back and hope that Fnatic reacts to How and tries to slow this down en masse. And this is exactly what they want. They're moving their entire team up to this lane and just waiting for Fnatic to show their face, because this is a situation in which they can thrive. And it looks like Fnatic is not at all taking the bait. They're just willing to sack this.
They don't really have a choice anymore. I think they saw that Banana finished the mech and they were like, nope, we can't really do anything about this, try to counter push. What Fnatic may do, and might actually only be their only game plan, is to fall back into split push mode, because they have a Nature's Prophet and a very mobile hero and a Weaver and Tree Armor to save from counter ganks. The problem is, I'm not sure if Tree Armor is actually going to save them anymore, because Mu has a Blink and the Lifestealer has Armlet, so if those two initiate on you, it might be a bit too much damage before you could actually TP away. So Tongfu definitely looking really, really good here in game 1. Fnatic, if they didn't have a Crystal Maiden support, I would honestly say that it wasn't so bad, but Crystal Maiden he doesn't do really anything at this point. Yep. He can cast Crystal Nova, which is a decent deep push, and his mana pool is never really going to suffer because Arcane Aura doubles the effect on himself. But what is the CM going to do against this kind of a push?
I want to point out this tower at one point was within about 10% of its health and all the way back to full. Again, just the effect of a Treant Protector. But yeah, I mean, whenever you draft a Crystal Maiden, the idea usually behind a CM is to win your lanes 1 through 5, because that's when she's excellent. She begins to taper off very, very quickly. And, by now, usually she's still useful, but they've just fallen so far behind that, hell, even this point, the Weaver's beginning to feel pretty used. I mean, you're just not seeing the damage output they're going to need to deal with what Tongfu can bring to bear in the Lifestealer and everything else. We are going to see a kill take place as Mu and King J manage to find themselves a free one down at bottom, watching mid. Tongfu did take the tier 1. Looks like they're in no rush, though. Going to go ahead and pull back. 7-1, though, remains their advantage. And yeah, we're getting very near 5 digits.
The thing that's really scary about Tongfu is that they just now have decided to do Roshan for the first time. They probably could have done it earlier, but there's no real point in doing it earlier because the later you take the Roshan, if you know your opponents can't get it at all, which fighting in the pit against Hao with his call down and of course the Chen, the puck, it's really dangerous for Fnatic to take that fight anyway. If you take it later, there's a good chance that if you do win the team fight after the fact, the later the game goes, the more the team fights matter, of course. So if you can take it a little bit later, it's definitely to your benefit. And they know the tier 1 on every actual tier 1 is dead on the side of Fnatic. So free Roshan for Tongfu. Fnatic not quite in a position to counter push just yet. They're going to get there just in time to realize that, oh yeah, they killed that, and if they TP, we're probably going to have to back.
Man, Banana's actually got himself a medallion now, too. Now, that medallion's so important just in trying to deal and focus down the only 2 real damage dealers on the team right now. Eventually, that profit will become a factor, as we do see. He gets the last hit on the tier 1 at top, but Tongfu's going to have no problem with this. They're just going to shove down and go, okay, you want to try and base race with us when we have a Chen and we have this kind of a lead? We're going to take your tier 2. You can take our tier 2, but when you TP back to fight at your tier 3, we're willing to fight you. We have everything we need. We have an armament. We have Mu with the Link. We have a mechanism. We even have a medallion, so that when we catch the Weaver and we catch the Viper, they're just going to melt to nothing but physical and magic damage. So already at the tier 3, I mean, what can you do? Fnatic trying to get back into position. This tower already down to about half health. Hell, the tier 2 hasn't even dropped yet. So I'm surprised Tongfu's actually not a bit more committed to this. I would expect him to be a little bit further up on the lip of the steps here where they could engage. We see there's a net on Hani. Now we're going to see the waning rip. Call down's going to be there. Era being pursued out. Fly taking a lot of damage as well. There's a time lapse back. And now the counter initiation, they're going to mech through that damage. Hal sitting up front. He's the one with the Aegis, so he has no problem taking this damage. Tier 3's gone. Does get denied by the Nature's Prophet, but Trixie coiled down and cleaned up. Mu landing. And San Shing with one Fade Bolt notches. A double kill. This is going to be a set of 19-minute racks. You want to talk about a dominant performance. Tongfu putting on a show, however, Fnatic, a little bit of payback. The overgrowth kicks off the fight. Era's there, we'll get 1 kill, but look at the damage already. Brought back down. Trixie threw out the Nature's Wrath, doesn't matter. He's going to be forced out as well, and Tongfu, after dropping 2, forcing buybacks, takes down 2 more, a tier 3, and a set of racks. What a performance, all before 20 minutes.
Tongfu came to play. I think everyone is finding that out right now. So obviously brilliant performance out of Tongfu. They got all the openings they needed and they took every single opportunity. And really, I can't fault them for any plays that they've made this game. Every decision they've made has pretty much been spot on. Fnatic just couldn't really find their footing ever since the beginning of the early game when we saw No-Tail end up getting taken out so early. And it really hurts to say, but stuff like that changes the complexion of the lane so much that Fnatic had the lane switch almost immediately. And your game plan goes down so fast when you have to do stuff like that, especially with Fnatic's type of lineup, because it's not necessarily great at deep pushing, but it's really good at making sure that you can win your lanes. And when Tongfu were in the draft, they saw what Fnatic's game plan was. They were assuming the aggressive try, so instead of last picking something besides Gyrocopter, they took a hero that they knew in lane wouldn't really feel as much pressure as a Lifestealer would, and just sent King J bottom so he could actually get something done against the Nature's Prophet. So all in all, Tongfu's draft, their play, game number 1, I can't really find any faults.
Yeah, I mean, 12-2 really speaks volumes, and we already saw the gold graph, a gigantic lead for this Eastern team, this Chinese powerhouse that, again, whenever you think of really good Chinese Dota, the names that come to mind are no surprise. You think of IG, you think of LGD, etc., etc. Tongfu very often, for whatever, hang on, Trixie, gonna be brought, they're doing so much damage, I can't even call them fast enough. They're just blowing these heroes up 100-0. With a handful of spells. They're that far ahead, and more importantly, it's not just the gold. You've got 2 level 13 heroes on the side of Tongfu. The highest is 3 at level 11, but that's the same level as the supports. The highest level on the side of Tongfu right now, or the highest level on the side of Fnatic, is the same level as the supports on Tongfu. Just an utter dominating performance. And now they're going to go ahead, bring down one of 2 last remaining tier 2 towers, and they're rattling their saber now at the tier 3.
as good as this game has gone for Tongfu, it just as easily could have gone that way for Fnatic had they not given away the free kills and such in the early game, because Tongfu's lineup, it can fall back on the fact that they have a gyrocopter and a lifestealer, but if Fnatic get any momentum with the kind of heroes that they had, it's really hard to come back and, oh, Hani.
Ain't gonna be telekinesis back. There's a coil, only catches one. Hani actually made it away because of the Ghost Scepter, but trying to dodge out the orb. King J gonna track him down almost certainly. One swipe and he's gone. That's a killing spree. Chen Hill, Hand of God, guarantees that Tongfu not gonna be scared at all. Crystal Maiden just kind of flips the bird, given the ulti just as San Xing pulls back. But I mean, Fnatic at this point just really have no hope of defending these towers. You hate to make it sound so hopeless, but yeah, there you go. Hani gonna be telekinesis back and right down. And that's the GG. You're talking a 22-minute route, Draskell. And coming into this match, again, Fnatic has been playing some phenomenal Dota, make no mistake. But Tongfu, a team many consider to be the dark horse of the entire tournament, just showed why they deserve so much respect.
Unbelievable play out of Tongfu, honestly. Like I said, I couldn't really find anything wrong with what they did. Even though they were technically losing 3 of their lanes in the first couple of minutes of the game, they found the openings they were looking for. They managed to gank mid, and killing Hani, or killing No-Tail even in the river, that is like the beginning of where everything pretty much went south. And he decided to take a really weird route up the hill. I'm not sure if he thought he was going to live regardless, but everything went really badly.
Well, a 22-minute, 11-second win, 2-16, the final kill score. We saw it. Let's throw it back to James and the crew back at the desk so they can break it down.
He was going to live regardless, but everything went really badly.
Well, a 22-minute, 11-second win, 2-16, the final kill score. We saw it. Let's throw it back to James and the crew back at the desk so they can break it down.
Thank you, AC and Draskell. So, Tongfu, as Andy Draskell, mentioned, couldn't find any faults in their play. 1-0 up now, but I have to kind of look at Fnatic and go, Treant Protector in an offensive tri-lane, it doesn't just feel, it doesn't work for me.
I mean, the draft was okay, I feel, but the laning choice was not so much. I think they anticipated that Tongfu would go aggressive tri-lane, which Bruno and I was talking about. Yep, we thought so too. And that really caught Fnatic off guard. I mean, Viper should win middle lane pretty handedly because of Treant's help and the fact that Puck really can't do anything against the Viper. But when they met that tri-lane and they went aggressive tri-lane with the Treant Protector, there's nothing they can do, and they just lost basically every lane after they started ganging the Viper and killed him off twice. Very good play coming out from Tongfu. The fastest win so far in the winner bracket. Another funny thing, they copied Navi's lineup almost to the 4 out of 5 heroes, the same way Navi didn't dare to win. So I think we got some very good picks in those lineups with the Chen and the Rubik.
What did you make of the match, Ben?
I mean, those were like the top tier pre-6.78 picks. Like Gyrocopter, Rubik, Lifestealer. Those are heroes that you don't really want to give away unless you have a superb strategy. Their strategy wasn't that bad, but they just got too far behind. What exactly does Viper do besides win the laning stage? He won his lane very handily and had so many denies, 20-something denies and 30-something last hits versus Puck's maybe 11 CS, but he has living armor. He's annoying, and he's somewhat okay, but I don't really see where it fits in.
Well, we'll have to see what Fnatic are going to be able to do in game number 2, but for the moment, we're going to go over to Casey, who is going to unleash the audience onto camera.
Oh, unleash. Uh-oh. Guys, I'm supposed to unleash you. Are you ready?
Yay!
So I was just talking to my new friend here, and your name is?
Patrick.
Patrick, my new friend Patrick. And we were talking about how much energy you all have had all day long. How much caffeine have you had?
Maybe about a 350 milligrams of caffeine.
That's some good math you got going there. He told me 2 cups of coffee and a Dr. Pepper, and you're slurping down a Monster. Can we see that? All right, not bad, not bad. So what team are you rooting for right now? I mean, obviously Tongfu took it. Do you think it's going to continue to be in their favor?
No, Fnatic just messed up a bit. Yeah.
No hard feelings.
No. No big deal. I mean, yeah, it's a big deal, but.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And you've been here all day too. So tell me what you've thought about the tournament so far.
I was here really to see Na'Vi play, and I got to see that. It was amazing. Even in the first game where I saw Puppy going out, it looked like he was feeding a lot, but he was actually setting up kills on the carry. So
Puppy is tall. Can I just...
Yes, he is incredibly tall. And he probably wouldn't want me to say this, but one of my friends thinks he's very cute. Hear that, Puppy?
It's turned into a dating game. All right. Well, this has been really exciting to watch, and I've been feeding off of the energy here in the crowd. I know there's a lot of energy at home. We've been following all of your tweets on Twitter. We really appreciate the support. And if you have a question for us to ask, I'll just ask. You guys are here. Why not ask you? Any particular questions you want to have asked for the winning team after this particular match? Whatever you say, I will ask it within reason.
How are you so good?
Right. Listen, smartass, you are on. I will ask that question. How are you so good? Mark my words. If I don't, I owe you $5. I'm serious.
I'll hold you to your word.
I know you will. Thank you very much. All right, I'll send it back to you guys, James.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah, and when anybody says, by the way, their friend thinks he's cute, they mean themselves. But it's okay because it's Puppy and he is pretty cute. So nice to see what the audience have to think.
Yes.
Yes.
Can Fnatic bounce back?
I hope so. I predicted 2-1, so I'm expecting Fnatic to take this game. What do you think?
I said 2-1 Tongfu. They're looking good. Maybe even 2-0. My predictions are just way off the charts, though. I said 2-0 Na'Vi, and I forgot to take into account that they lose every first game.
Oh, we'll see how that goes. But we can actually take a look at some of the highlights just from the game that just played out. And it was pretty much, yeah, this is how they got their tower. And they earned it. They were smart enough not to go back and defend their tier 2 tower on the top lane, and they've got an Aegis on Hao as well. We're playing the Gyrocopter, so it doesn't matter if he drops down, but he didn't actually end up going down, and they will get the tower, and you could just see how far ahead they were.
And their heroes are not the ones that you can come back from behind with. There's no like Tidehunter for game-breaking team fights. Crystal Maiden and Viper, they just don't really do anything when Tongfu just comes snowballing down the mid lane, just looking for your racks.
Yeah, so there we have it. Bruno, what do you make of just the whole situation for both teams?
Well, first of all, I have to say that there was something that K-pop Tossis, our friend that's doing all the e-game stats, pointed out about Tree and Weaver being really strong and having a 64% win rate together. You know, that's actually true. But I was checking about this tournament. It was played with this game 6 times. The only team that was able to beat that twice was Tongfu. Tongfu knows how to play against Weaver and Tree. They did put 4 heroes, sometimes 5 heroes on the mid player. The Viper died. There's no living arbor that can save you when there are 4 people hitting you. And they executed this plan of just rotating really fast, taking tower fast, because otherwise they'll regen back to full life. They did very well. So I was trying to see what Fnatic can do about it. And we always go back to No-Tail. And we always go back to what can No-Tail do. And it's Meepo. It's what everyone is hoping for.
You think it's Meepo time?
Well, I checked and he's actually 4-3 with Meepo in the last 3 months. 6 months. So
I'd have to put the blame on his team then.
Yeah.
There's no way that's No-Tail's fault.
No, and also, since there's sometimes 5 Meepos, you have to times it by 5.
Oh, so it's 2015.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. So
it sounds
2015.
It's still the same win rate,
but
but
that's a lot of wins.
that's a lot of losses.
Not as many.
It's a lot of wins. Bruno,
I don't know. I just want to say, Wisp 24-5. That sounds much better.
It does. I love it when you talk numbers, Bruno.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So we're hoping for the Wisp right now because we need Fnatic to win a game in order for my prediction to come through.
Right, and mine as well.
And then yours as well.
You said Tongfu 2-1?
Yeah.
I said Fnatic 2-1. So we all need a 1-1.
And him
We agree on this. So please skip this match.
Fnatic Na'Vi. Na'Vi Fnatic 2-1.
Yeah, we just saw Puppy as well, signing autographs.
Interacting with the crowd.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
He's easy to spot though.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think
guy.
Fnatic just went out and no one noticed him. He just snuck his way through the crowd, and then Puppy came along 2 meters tall and instantly got picked up by everyone.
Meters. We're in the US here. Get that out of here.
You guys got to
I don't even know how
get
tall
with
that
the
is.
program.
I've seen so many Na'Vi fans here in terms of just the what they're wearing. They have everything that you, from a distance, you're like, oh, that's a Na'Vi player.
Yeah,
because they've got
exactly,
the headset, the jersey. You know, it's just like, okay. Look.
See, right now I can
See,
point
look,
out 5
like,
Na'Vi
as far as I
players.
can see, it's just Puppy signing an autograph for Kurokai right now. I mean, Kurokai, you know, he's a bit of a fanboy, but seriously, tone it down, Kurokai there. Yeah, but they are big fan favourites. But that's the great thing about the International as well. You will be able to win over a lot of fans if you're able to perform. And Fnatic can still do so, but I'm very impressed with Tongfu in that game. That was very convincing. And as you mentioned, Malk, it's the fastest win so far.
In the playoffs or in
the main event.
At Battle Royale.
All right, well, it looks like we're actually ready, and the game has just popped up. If you're, you guys will know if you're watching us on stream on Twitch TV, but also make sure if you've got a compendium, you want to go in and check out some of the in-game coverage as well. You'll be able to get your commentators in there, and I believe you can get even items if special stuff happens, but also, Valve did actually link that to Twitch, so it doesn't matter where you watch, you're in good hands to get some rares. But it looks like they are ready, so we're going to go into game number 2, where Fnatic need to win this to tie up to 1-1, or Tongfu will be the second team to advance to the upper bracket semi-final. So here we go, Fnatic versus Tongfu.
10 seconds remaining.
Tongfu versus Fnatic.
Seconds remaining.
And
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Talked about the draft, it all made sense, but when it came to execution, Tongfu was just on a completely different level.
You know, I want to really talk about Tongfu's strategy in the first game. It was super standard, like they were saying. Back during TI2, especially, those picks were so common. Everybody knew how to deal with it. But Fnatic, they took a very interesting approach. The strategy that they actually picked could have worked just as easily as it could have failed. And in that sense, it feels a little bit thin, because if you get behind, you're always going to be behind. You're not really going to have any comeback potential. But that's why they picked heroes like Prophet to try to supplement it a bit. But we just saw that Tongfu were just a train. They could not be stopped. So for the second game, if you're Fnatic, maybe go back to your roots a little bit more. I feel even though Fnatic is a team who can play a lot of things, that was a stretch for them. I feel as though that might not have been as comfortable as something that they could have played. And obviously you don't want to go down to the lower bracket already. There's a lot of great teams down there. I mean, of course, it is the International, so even the lower bracket's stacked. But yeah, first pickup coming here from Fnatic is going to be a Lifestealer, and they give away a bat +1.
Bat +1, and here's the thing, you know, giving away the bat +1 to first pick something else, if it's an IO or perhaps even an OD, that's one thing. You know, getting the Lifestealer, and Fnatic loves their multi-core lineups. That's no secret. They love to build lineups around the Lifestealer, a Lone Druid, a Gyrocopter, those heroes that all can function well in the mid-game, but function much better whenever they can give each other some relief from the pressure. But now, the Visage pick given away, and you have a Bat Rider that is an innate counter to your Lifestealer, but of course, you know, giving it away, they knew the bat was going to be picked, so the lasso that goes through Magic Immunity, that's one way to shut that LS down. But this is why. This is, as you said, like in game 1, it was a lineup that Fnatic, you know, they can run it, but it was a departure from their sweet spot, a departure from what they're best at. Lifestealer and Chen, that's what they're best at.
I like this a lot more already, just because Era gets his Lifestealer. How many times have we seen him on that hero just dominate? Every time I see him play a Lifestealer game, he's something like 15-1 and some other ridiculous number. It's like he has never, ever had a bad Lifestealer game. So I do love the fact that Fnatic's able to get that first, but Tongfu start off with a ridiculously strong first too. So if you're Fnatic in this situation, typically when you see things like Bat Rider, I love the strategies that revolve around having so many high priority targets that you can't really pick and choose, because the Bat Rider has to look for the golden opportunity, which you don't really want to give him. So we'll see if they want to add anything. I was actually going to say DK, but of course Tongfu take the liberty of banning that out. So not really much of a surprise. We've seen the Lifestealer DK together. It's unstoppable death machine, basically. Just kills all your Attitude Towers. I think if you get both of those heroes, you should just spawn with no tier 1s.
There you go. You know, something we've seen Fnatic run very frequently. They got away from it from a while, but you and I want to say we actually saw them do it in the prelims. I mean, to be honest, all the games start to run together when you do that many in such a short stretch. But they love to do a Lifestealer plus a Lone Druid plus a Chen. That kind of a lineup, especially if you can get the Lone Druid off to a very good start, it's so hard to stop, because you can just let the bear take a lot of the damage, let him slow push. You can use the magic immunity from Rage on Lifestealer, go in, take a few swipes, back out, and just wait for it to come off cooldown over and over and over. And the idea, and this is something I actually talked about a lot with Puppy whenever I was casting with him during the G1, whenever you think about about Lone Druid, the proper way to look at that hero isn't what the bear does, it's how do you get past the bear, because at any point in the game, unless you just pick him off by himself, which granted a Bat Rider is going to be able to do very effectively, unless you just do that, you're always thinking, how do I get past the bear to get to the other heroes that I need to get to? And in many cases, and especially with the Chen on the lineup already, when he has Hand of God, the longevity that's going to give them in team fights, plus all of the creeps and Lifestealer's innate skill set, you can see how this kind of lineup can get out of control very quickly. But Tongfu, grabbing a team fight hero in their own right, they've got 3 damn strong picks coming out now with the Gyrocopter.
The Gyrocopter, of course, like you said, solidifies a lot of team fight. The thing about Tongfu is they still have a lot of options. If they wanted to, they could go aggressive. It's less likely on Dire's side, but I was actually talking to Era this morning about it, and he brought up a really, really good point. If you're Dire side and you're running an aggressive tri-lane, there's a lot more spots you can actually ward the pole camp, and it's a lot harder to de-ward, whereas the Dire pole camp, you can de-ward it pretty much every time with 2 sentries. There's not going to be any issues with that. So we'll see if Tongfu want to try to do that. I have a feeling they won't, just because they have a 1-game lead right now, and it's really safe to just go let the Gyrocopter farm, have the Visage, pick maybe another hero. Nyx actually is still in the pool, and that was a really common dual support that we've been seeing during this tournament. You can just use that to roam, but of course we haven't seen what Fnatic's going to be fielding mid just yet. They need another support, and they of course need Trixie's hero as well. So I think Fnatic, though, given I haven't seen the 3rd pick yet, I just feel comfortable with them on those heroes. I mean, that's the best way I think I can put it.
No, I exactly agree. It's like this 3rd pick, it almost doesn't matter. Like they, having the Gyrocopter taken away, they already had the DK ban. Those are 2 good options that function in that way I mentioned. There's just this subset of heroes, this subset of carries that do have late game potential, but they can do a lot so long as they're able to run in a multi-core lineup. And 2 of those, the Gyro and the Lifestealer, already picked up. And we can see Fnatic burning through their time, taking their sweet time with this 3rd pickup. And this is really going to give us the complexion of the lineup. It's actually going to be a Venomancer. So Venom, one of those heroes that used to be immensely popular, even going back to the International 2012. We saw him picked and played very frequently there. But now whenever you look at what they're going to be able to do, it is very difficult to engage into a Veno, especially if you're a Bat Rider before Force Staff. Getting Galed after you jump in and try to lasso, then try to pull him back. And then the Storm Spirit now, pick up from Tongfu. I'll tell you what, it looks to me like Tongfu is ready for this Fnatic lineup. And we talked about it last game whenever we saw the Chen and how it worked in their lineup. This time, obviously, Fnatic the one rocking the Chen, but Tongfu is just willing to fight. When you have 2 of the best initiators in the entire game in Bat and Storm, and now Fnatic finally gets their initiation, but the damage output from Tongfu has the potential to be immense.
If the Storm initiates on you, or the Bat initiates on you with that team, it's going to be really hard to save you. Even if you get sent back, even if you get Chen healed, because of the Visage Burst and Gyrocopter, of course, on top of that, it's going to be a lot of pain in a nutshell. And the Puck pick was necessary for Fnatic. They couldn't not pick Puck here. If they didn't, they'd have nothing to deal with Storm. In the laning phase, Puck is going to edge out Storm, not by a large margin, but he'll be able to do quite well. And the Bat Rider could be in the offlane in this situation, which means Tongfu probably need 1 more support. But of course, people have been known to throw curveballs before. I just feel as though Fnatic is a lot more standard in their pick. They've basically taken Tongfu's approach in game 1 here and game 2. And of course, they're going to be looking for Trixie's heroes still. They're probably not going to be going aggressive, but they might be anticipating that Tongfu are. Typically, when you have a hero like a Venomancer, it offsets the imbalance of picking what people refer to as greedy heroes. And all that really means is you're not really great at fighting early, whereas I don't know if any other support other than Veno can compensate for it that well. So it looks like Tongfu's choice is going to be Bane. Kind of surprised that hero made it so far in the pool, actually, when Fnatic first picked a Lifestealer. But I suppose if you're Tongfu, you already have the Bat, you feel pretty confident that you're going to be able to control him. So Tongfu's lineup is done, and Fnatic, 1 more to go.
When you look at what Tongfu has picked here, I would actually be a little bit surprised if they didn't run an offensive tri-lane. I mean, when you talk about effective heroes that are trying to shut down a Chen tri-lane, whenever you have a Bane, he could Nightmare one of the creeps if you have to. You're going to have Visage and the Gyrocopter, of course. Gyro, a monster in an offensive tri-lane whenever he has heroes that can allow him to get close. And when you're going to have Nightmare for that, you're going to have Grave Chill out of Visage. That would be so good because it frees up 2 solo lanes for 2 heroes that really want a solo lane. And the times that you see Storm Spirit get completely out of control tend to be based on him getting a nice some of speed out of mid, or being given a solo safe lane, which might be the case as he would be matched up against a Prophet, which would be an annoying matchup for him, but he would still get the levels. He would still get a base amount of gold as Fnatic has completed their lineup with that Nature's Prophet, and this is a flat-out overwhelm you lineup. That's the only way to say it. They just want to get a bunch of stuff and run them into a tower.
Well, that's kind of been the game plan for either team so far in this best of three, at least, you know. So Fnatic, I do favor this kind of a style for them. I think that's pretty much the theme here, is this is more within their comfort zone. Tongfu can run a lot of different things. We've seen their versatility in the preliminaries already. The one thing that kind of concerns me for Fnatic is what could potentially happen is the Bat Rider versus the Nature's Prophet, and eventually Bat will be able to overwhelm you just because you can, the Sticky is such a wide radius that you can typically hit Treants and the Prophet at the same time because you're not going to be getting that far away from the creep wave. So there is risk in that lane, but Tongfu could be running in for a level 1 clash here.
Yep, Tongfu, and you know, it's easy to underestimate just how strong a lineup with a Bat Rider is at level 1. If you put your first point in a Sticky Napalm and you're able to catch 1 or 2 with it, it makes it so hard for the enemy team to retreat, plus the bonus damage that comes from his own right click. So any team that has a Bat Rider in many cases will be pretty willing to at least look into the idea of a level 1 fight, but looks like Tongfu only dipping down to drop a ward or 2, and this comes down to something you had mentioned. I was actually sitting with you this morning with whenever Era said that, and you know, it's such a good point. Whenever if you're going to offensive tri-lane, in many ways the Radiant side is a little bit more advantageous, especially when it comes to vision and camp blocking. We already see 2 put down, going to make it very difficult for this Chen, especially if they continue. And look at this, another sentry going down to block the hard camp, and that's going to be, you know, No-Tail's going to be a little bit pressed to get a nice start here.
This is going to be horrible if they don't find that other ward, but could be catching Sansheng here.
Yep, there's the open wounds, waiting on help. No-Tail's right behind him, trying to body block him. Here comes Hal, and that's going to be enough to scare him back. Since he had placed his first point in open wounds, he would not have had magic immunity for the Rocket Barrage, and level 1 Rocket Barrage is not something you want to mess with. Now we're going to have a Nightmare onto the Veno, Fly caught out, Sansheng still there. And there's the Grave Chill right afterwards, as you see. The damage output immense, and down he goes. Fly, first blood in game 2. Not the Fnatic wanted, but Tongfu already looking big and in charge in this offensive tri-lane.
The offensive tri-lane from Tongfu was a little bit obvious, but they wanted to be able to get fly in range to go for the Gale there. I think if he had just been a little bit closer, it could have very easily been a first blood for Fnatic. And this is a nightmare right now for Fnatic because their tri-lane has been dismantled. No-Tail can't stay in his woods anymore. He dropped the sentry to try to deward the camp, but they can't actually deward it until they have a flying courier. So he is forced out, which means that it's effectively a 2v3 in bottom, and already Fnatic are going to be having some problems here.
We can see Trixie going one-on-one with King J, and No-Tail's there as well, so King J's going to have to be a little bit careful. I mean, he does have Firefly to fall back on, but we can already see he's in decent shape, and I mean, really, when these lanes took shape, it looked pretty even. Mu ends up going mid against Hani, and Hani doing a great job, but Mu right there on his tail, 8-7. And, you know, No-Tail just going to be in great shape, or not in great shape, I should say, because, as you had mentioned, the preemptive warding by Tongfu, just basically, this just feels like another game where Tongfu just knew exactly what they needed to do to knock Fnatic out of their game plan, or at least slow it down.
Honestly, it's not often where so early into the game you just have the sense of one team is not going to be having the easiest time in the world, and that's really how I feel about Fnatic right now. The one little bit of solace that they have is that they can go in, they can try to gank Mu, which they're doing right now actually.
Yep, there we go. In mid, we're going to see the Storm Spirit picked off. A nice kill from Fnatic as they tie it back up, get a little revenge for the first blood.
Really nice movement from No-Tail. He realizes, I can't go top, we can't kill King J, Sprout does nothing against Firefly, and Nature's Prophet doesn't have any innate disables, so really nice choice of lane gank there. The sentry's going to be fading soon from the big camp, so No-Tail should be able to stay in his jungle if he manages to deward the other one that's blocking the big camp here, but still, getting 1 kill is going to be nice for Fnatic, but I think they kind of have to do more work than that if they want to really fully recover.
I completely agree with you. I mean, their lineup is basically based on nothing but momentum. Whenever you grab a Nature's Prophet and a Chen, I mean, that Prophet's going to be able to contribute a bit after he gets built up, after his gold game kicks in, of course. And we'll see how Trixie's going to end up building if he is going to grab a Midas. More and more players have actually been skipping the early Midas to occasionally prioritize other items. But again, yeah, looks like No-Tail's actually going to smoke up. And they're going to try to get more work done as they know they need to do so, because if they don't get the momentum early on, they're just going to end up with one of those stall kind of feelings where maybe they'll get a tower or two.
Courier snipe.
And up here we go. There's the courier. And makes it to the trees just in time. Trixie going to be playing back at Lee. Well, no, never mind. He's just going to run forward to the shop, get himself a set of boots. Down at bottom, we can see Era. A very difficult time. He's sitting at 2 last hits. 2 compared to the 22 of Hao. I mean, really, these lanes are just completely coming apart at the seams, and Tongfu just dominating.
Tongfu are totally abusing the fact that, like we said, 1 kill, warding a Chen's camp, really hard to deal with. Era might be in trouble down here, though.
Down at bottom, we're going to see him pursued out. He's trapped inside. Can do nothing but try to find his way out. Blocked in. Rocket barrage. He's going to rage and do what damage he can, but he knows it's all in vain and now we're actually going to see another kill in mid, but that time going to Fnatic. So Fnatic giving as good as they're getting, but still the gold gain 100% in favor of Tongfu. The 3 top in terms of CS belonging, at least in part, to Tongfu as it's tied up between Puck and the Storm Spirit.
The one thing that keeps going through my mind right now is that Fnatic weren't expecting an aggressive tri-lane. If you look at Era's inventory, he doesn't have a stout shield. Even if you were planning on going tri versus tri and you have ranged supports against you and a ranged carry, you would pretty much always buy one in that situation. So maybe Fnatic really weren't expecting it, or maybe they just felt super confident, one or the other. I can't really see any reason why Era would start with those items if he thought that Tongfu were going to actually be laning against him. But things definitely still going well for them. There's some movement now on the side of Fnatic. Fly and No Tail are going to rotate over mid.
See Moo locked down for the moment. He's going to blink away. Yeah, no follow-up to the coil. 2-2 it remains. A little bit of movement here and there. But yeah, and this is exactly kind of what I'm talking about. You know, Hani spent the coil, but if they're not real careful, if they don't start making things happen elsewhere, you're going to have this feeling like we saw right there. They just kind of went for it and then petered out. They just couldn't follow it up. They didn't have the confidence to do so. They're going to rotate Fly and No Tail down to bottom now. And Hao and Banana are in position. Sanshing's there as well. Centaur gonna poke his big snout over across the woods and see that it's not the safest place to be at the moment. Storm's actually making his way through the woods right now, but the Bad Rider has got to be getting close to his blink at this point. Yeah, he's about halfway there.
Once he gets that blink, it's going to get even worse. It's not like normal where you say, do I want to last at the Lifestealer, do I want to go for the Puck, or do I want to go for the Chen? Well, the fact of the matter is, No Tail hasn't really had the most spectacular early game because his jungle got warded, and to his credit, he actually still has 1 kill and 1 assist, so his movement has been great, but he's still playing from behind, so you don't have to emphasize going for that hero as much. In Era, I mean, what can you say? He's got 10 creep kills at 6 minutes. He is definitely not having the time of his life either, so the Bat Rider's job is made easier by the fact that Fnatic are pretty much playing from behind from the get-go. So Tongfu, if they want to try to group up and start applying pressure, they can. The one good thing for Fnatic is that Moo has been really, really held down here in middle. He's not even 6 yet.
24 CS to the 32 of Puck. He hung in there in terms of that. I mean, obviously he got beat pretty badly, but not crushed. But yeah, as you mentioned, he's already ducked into the jungle just for fear of being caught out again before he hits level 6. Now we're going to see open wounds on the Hal. There's the Gale as well. Sanshing coming to try and help. Bane's there. Does not have Fiend's Grip, and we will see the gyro drop and a sprout. How beautiful initiation of Hani. Caught them both with the waiting rip and the coil, and No Tail, who had about as bad a start as a Chin could hope, or could hate to have, now has 3 kills to his credit, 3-0-2. Fnatic blowing this game back open, and we were talking about momentum, Draskell. This is that catalyst they needed.
Did that so badly, and they're going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to this tower as well. I don't think Tongfu are going to defend. The Gyrocopter is only level 5, so there's no call down. They are going to throw out the Glyph, but since the Bat Rider still doesn't have money for his blink, I think Fnatic are going to be able to get their first tower of the game right here.
Down below half. Yep, not going to be any sort of a true response on Ching's there in case they decide to push on through, and they very well might. I mean, No Tail's got an Ursa. Yeah, they're at least going to test the waters, at least try to force some kind of a reaction. Taking a look at the Bat, he's just short of that Blink Dagger, and for sure if he had it right now, they'd feel much better about taking a fight. Hani still has Coil on cooldown, so any kind of fight, there's actually going to be a Gale thrown out, Banana Cobb with it. And Fnatic at least getting some work done. However, Hal in the meantime is creep cutting and getting a lot of CS out of this top lane. That looks like Fnatic finally will just give up the ghost as the last of the creeps die. And mid, Moo even, who is now level 7, so he's going to have that mobility Storm Spirit is characterized by. Doing a little bit of damage to the tier 1, but it looks like both teams ready for a breather, fall back to their respective corners.
Fnatic's decision to fall back. No reason to push it too much. You just got a huge turnaround. You don't want to just go and throw that away. And the nice thing is that Hani is not really far behind at all. His CS was actually higher than the Storms until just recently. Moo's been able to recover, of course, due to that bottom gank. But he's going to have his blink at about 600 gold. That does allow Fnatic to initiate pretty much whenever they see fit. So both these teams have the capability of jumping. I just always really favor puck initiations because he's actually opted to max Waning Rift, so his silence is going to be 3 seconds, which means in that 3 seconds, you're going to have Era able to hit on pretty much whoever he wants, and he's starting to recover now because Tongfu aren't actually sitting against him in the bottom lane. So Fnatic have definitely gotten themselves back into this game in a big way, and I know it's really early, but whenever you have Chen lineups and they're not able to accomplish a whole lot and you're forced to move a lot, it hurts them so bad. So I'm glad to see that Fnatic has been able to come back with that gank.
Yeah, most Chen lineups are kind of like a train. It takes a while to get them up to speed, but once they're there and they have that momentum, it takes a lot to slow them down. And very often you'll just see those kind of lineups derailed, if you follow the metaphor. And not going to be the case this time as Fnatic able to get the engines roaring very early on. 5-2 as we approach 10 minutes. We can see it's a very close game nonetheless. Less than 500 gold separating these two teams. 1,000 experience actually moving in favor of Tongfu. But yeah, I mean, when you look at where things were in the gold, Tongfu was on the way to a decent lead at this early stage. They were coming up on 1,500 instead. They managed to turn around and give themselves a 500 gold lead. Now we already see Tongfu smoking up, and that blink dagger going to be shown off, and he's going to try to jump away. Oh. Beautiful play by Hani, showing off that APM. The haste rune certainly not hurting things either. Elsewhere, we can see the Prophet is hooked up with Era. They might try to split push this as very wisely, and this is just such good sense out of Fnatic, realizing like, okay, there was probably a whole team there, and they were probably smoke ganking, which means they are completely out of position to defend this this wide side bottom lane tier 2, and they still have their tier 1 up, so perhaps thinking they can trade a tier 1 for a tier 2 here.
Definitely a trade you're going to want to make if you're Fnatic. They're going to TP to it though, and King J is going to be able to blink away for the time being. I think he's more here to just delay it. I don't think he necessarily can stop it on his own.
Yep. There's going to be open wounds on him actually. They can't pursue him over the woods. A lot of damage being done. Era gets him with the infest. Lot of play now. The counter initiation cooldown's there, as is Gravechill Storm. Going to get some payback with the Vortex. And Tongfu answers with a kill of their own. They're going to be able to deny this tower if they time it right. Let's see if there it is. Gyro gets the deny, and in the meantime, that tier 1 is still standing just outside of deny range. Such a heads-up play. Hang on. Fnatic actually going to bring down a tower elsewhere. Now, this is what Fnatic does best, and this is when they look the best. Whenever they're able to control the map to set the tone and pace of the game, and they are just so good at moving in small packs of 2, of 3, and finding openings in lanes, anticipating reactions out of the enemy team, and being elsewhere when those teleports occur to get something done. We are going to see Fnatic smoke up now. They've got 3 smoked up, 1 on the high side, Hani and No-Tail, moving from bottom to top. And the rest of Tongfu actually in a very defensive posture right now. They recognize that this is a very tenuous time for them. They cannot afford to make too many more mistakes as they're beginning to fall behind.
Especially since the Chen finishes the mech. That's the big thing here for Fnatic. And because of the fact that the Venomancer went Arcanes, it means Chen doesn't have to waste the money on them. So typically you'll see people, if they have a really good start, they'll go Arcanes because they know they can get the quick mech. No-Tail, we know he didn't have that good of a start because he had to leave his jungle straight away. So now Tongfu are in a situation where they can't actually fight. So they're going to end up trading the tier 1 for the tier 1. Fnatic do not have a glyph. They are going to try to TP to maybe fight this though.
And up at top, they're going to come on down to the mid lane. That mid tower does end up dropping, but Tongfu able to withdraw. Now this is such an awkward position for Tongfu. They have 2 of the best single target initiator, gank oriented heroes on their lineup, but as you said, they just don't feel like they can fight at the moment. The Gyro is farming fairly well. He is way ahead in GPM of anyone else on the map, more than 100 GPM lead in terms of what he's generating, and in net worth he's getting up there quite a bit as well. He's got his phase and his Aquila. That BKB, you really can't underestimate how important that is whenever you factor in how reliant a Fnatic is on Puck and what he can do. Hani, it basically makes or breaks this team, at least at this stage of the game.
initiations are going to have to be spot on, more or less. Typically, you want to try to catch the Storm. Bane is nice, and of course, King Jay and the Batrider would be nice too. The Gyrocopter is okay, but he's going to have a BKB really soon, so yeah, you're not really going to want to initiate on him anymore. The main thing is, you want to prevent your Chen from getting lassoed or went on by the Storm. That's the big thing, because if he can get the Chen and the mech off, or excuse me, the heal and the mech off during the fight, then you're pretty much good to go. I think Fnatic right now are definitely in really good shape, and because of the fact that Trixie, unlike last game when he was doing this build, I felt like when you're behind, going Midas phase is a little bit risky because you have no real team fight. Now they do. So I think more or less this is the inverse of last game, where Tongfu had really good lanes and I felt like it was going to be tough for Fnatic to deal with, but they pull it out with one really, really good triple kill and push in bottoms. So still anyone's game, of course, but Fnatic, I would like to see them still applying some pressure.
Yeah, I just pulled up the goal graph. That was my concern as well. They have that momentum, but now they're beginning to just kind of peter out. And they're doing this to themselves. It's on them to keep that sense of urgency, to make things happen on the map. Tongfu is happy as can be to have some time to farm up some more items, especially on that Gyro. Gyro's item progression absolutely huge, because they're relying on him to not only survive in these fights, to continue to pour out magic damage with Rocket Barrage, but they want him to be building physical damage very, very soon. He's already got the phase, which certainly helps, but after that BKB, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see him skip going with any kind of a Helm of the Dominator, and instead just go straight up with some kind of a damage approach that'll allow them to begin to be a little bit more, to basically to put this Storm Spirit and this Batrider to use, because so far these two heroes have done very little else other than farm.
Mu hasn't really had a choice, unfortunately. He got ganked twice before level 5, and that is the nightmare if you're a Storm. You do not want to get ganked before level 6, because what ends up happening is you can't escape it. He's very, very vulnerable during that time. So that's actually one thing that worked in Fnatic's favor, is when No-Tail had to leave his jungle, mid actually became easier to gank. So Mu, unfortunately, receiving a couple of deaths in the early game, and they could be going for another one here, but I don't think they have vision of the high ground. Wow, they are so close to getting revealed by Mu.
With a passenger. Oh, this could be bad. There we go. He gets a waiting rift off on one. BKB, though, going to buy House some time. And Era stunned down. There they're going to mech through it. Damage being done on both sides. Hands of God gets him back up. And How locked down with the net. What a coil. Got the two they needed. Sanxing chasing Hani away, but the fight now beginning to turn. It's 2 for 1 so far. Mu reinitiating, Fly's in trouble. Hani trying to help him out, but one more auto attack, enough to make it a double kill for Mu. Hani trying to bottle through after the phase shift. Trixie's auto attacks, enough to force Mu out, and he will be netted. What a play as Fnatic manages to make it a full 5-man wipe and blow this game wide open.
That was superb, honestly, by Fnatic. They walked up the hill, they saw that Tongfu was more or less out of position. That BKB just finished. He used a 10-second BKB, and he was so low by the time the rest of his team got there that How simply couldn't fight. I mean, how are you going to fight when you have 20% HP? Era's at full. The Hand of God and the mech were both used. Fnatic just had way too much in the tank for Tongfu to compete that fight, but you kind of have to fight it if you're Tongfu, because if you just let your carry die and then they walk into the tower, there's a good chance they're going to lose it anyway. So they commit. They unfortunately make not the best trade in the entire world, and Fnatic just getting more and more momentum here.
See, here's the problem, Draskell. That fight, as good as it was, as phenomenal as it was for Fnatic, you look at the gold, all that really netted them was about 2,500. And granted, it is still very early on, but the fact that they had that downtime that allowed Tongfu to get themselves back into it, to get the gold closer to 0, means that now they have to continue to have that urgency. They don't want Tongfu to be able to do what they're doing now, which is smoke and try to take a target of opportunity, and that target is going to be, Hani just blown up. I mean, what else can you say? Tongfu jumped him immediately, and Hani again, the start and end, the beginning and end of the effectiveness of Fnatic's lineup, no doubt. And we're going to see Fly actually sent home by Chen, and yep, Chen Airways gets him back to safety, but Tongfu taking down a very important target there. Boots of Travel actually picked up on this puck, as he wants his mobility to be not just high, but global.
The Boots of Travel for me is 50-50. On one side, it does let you be at every single fight, which is a puck. You really want that. Like, that's pretty much the main reason why you buy bots in the hero. The mobility to be able to farm is secondary because most of the time Trixie or Era are going to be farming what you would teleport to regardless. So that mobility is great, but he has less than 800 health. And I think we've just seen the problem with having less than 800 health when you're against a team who has a blink initiator and somebody who has darn near global initiation in the Storm. So once the Orchid is done on Mu, that puck is going to become food for him if they're not fighting in the 5 versus 5s. So I don't know, man. The Boots of Travel for me, I'm really conflicted on it.
The Shadow Blade now done. Hang on, we're going to have an initiation on the move. They're going to... Oh, Fiend's Grip! Banana in the right place at the right time, and Hani cleaned up. Moo going to be able to jump to safety, and Banana able to slide himself back to safety because Bane doesn't walk, he slides. He's a boss like that. But 18.5 minutes in, and Tongfu, now this is, again, going back to game 1. This is the kind of plays I expected to see out of Fnatic. It's a very surgical approach. They are derailing and delaying any future aggression out of Fnatic every time they get a pick like that. And yeah, especially when it's Hani. When it's Hani that's dropping, they just can't do anything without him. And Fnatic staying a long time on their side of the river to be in this kind of shape with this kind of a lineup.
Tongfu, the other secondary effect that their ganks are having is if you look at them right now, King J is actually getting closer to his own BKB. Hao has a BKB, of course, and Moo's probably going to be making one after his Orchid. And at that stage, heroes like Venomancer, the Puck, the Chen, they fall off pretty significantly. So I think Fnatic probably wanted to have more done by this stage in the game. They've gotten almost every single outer tier tower except for the tier 2 mid. But you want to have map control against Tongfu. You don't want to let them have areas to farm, because once that happens, Era had such a poor start that he doesn't have enough right now to really carry the team by himself. And Trixie doesn't either. I mean, Trixie's still farming very well, but they need more time. And the more time that goes on, the less relevant that hero like Venomancer and, to a lesser extent, the Chen actually becomes. So Tongfu, I still feel, are doing pretty well for themselves, but Fnatic, they realize they have to do something, so they're smoked up.
Looking for a big coil and a big rift. He is moving so quick, man, with the bonus from smoke, from drums, and from those Boots of Travel. That is a very quick puck. And they are just north of the majority of Tongfu. If they can get an angle here, this could be huge. Getting in a position on the high ground. Here come the familiars. And dropping down wards. And then now the Venomancer spotted out, as well as the rest of them. So a big missed opportunity. Tongfu at an awkward angle there. They just couldn't find the angle of initiation before the smoke wore off. So Fnatic comes away wanting.
Hurts as well. Any waste of time for Fnatic, I think, is a bit amplified. The Nature's Prophet's going to help a little bit, and all Moo ends up getting picked off in middle lane, overstaying his welcome again. I actually don't know why he was there. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe he was baiting for his team to do Roshan.
I see Fnatic charging back out now, coming out in mass. And that's going to force the back from Tongfu, waiting for a better opportunity to try Roshan. It's 12-7, 19 kills in a 21-minute game. 3,000 gold, the current lead for Fnatic. The experience damn near even. Take a look at the overall net worth. You can see the gyro still on top. Prophet's gold gain beginning to kick in, but really Era has recovered so well on this lifestealer. For a while there, he was just in some trouble. It just looked like he was not going to be able to get the start that a lifestealer wanted, but bouncing back, now has his armlet, his drums, and his phase boots, and he's in great shape to fight. But again, it's all about the positioning of the Bane and the initiation, single target initiation coming out from the Bat and the Storm Spirit. And you can tell, I mean, Fnatic with this kind of lineup and with this kind of lead should be playing a bit more confidently, but there's just no room for error. If they mess up and end up losing one of their key heroes very early on, they just have to back, and Tongfu can route them.
Tongfu too is they can chase so well.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a Blink Bat Rider and you have a Storm. Those are two of the best chasing heroes in the business, especially at this stage in the game. So Fnatic, if they lose a little, they're most likely going to lose a lot in terms of team fight. So I totally agree with you on that front. And with the Orchid finished, if they want to try to go for team fights, I feel like they can. They can actually focus Era with an Orchid, and they can focus the Chen or the Puck, pretty much whatever target they decide is the highest priority at any given point. That's the strength that a Storm with an Orchid actually gives you. Not many heroes can do that, because either A, they lack the initiation range, or B, the item progression of just a straight Orchid doesn't really make sense. So I do like Tongfu right now in terms of their team fight potential, because the more time that Fnatic spend on their side of the map not really doing anything, it's hurting them more than it's hurting Tongfu.
That's kind of, I'm getting on the same page with you. And how often do we see this? Whenever you have this kind of a lineup where a Chen lineup has a lead, and granted it's not huge, but it's considerable enough, and we're going to hang on because this is going to be bad. What a beautiful gank. Could not have been more efficient with it. And this is why you ban the puck when you see a lifestealer early on. You do not want to deal with this combination, especially when you're a mobility-based hero who has to be able to use his abilities to have any chance to defend himself. And a very high priority pick there for Fnatic. And I'd like to see more of that out of them. If they're not going to group and push, they need to at least be moving their heroes around in small packs and looking for skirmishes.
That's one nice thing that Boots of Travel also gives you, is that if the puck is anywhere near the Lifestealer or even the Nature's Prophet, for example, you can just get to the fight right then and there, go for the pick immediately. That is some reach that even Tongfu's team with his Storm doesn't have. And every single time the Storm is dead, Fnatic feel incredibly confident because he's one of the only initiators who can go in and maybe go on the puck and silence him and get back out with no harm basically done. So that opens room for the Bat Rider to go in and so on and so forth. Fnatic, they're not going to be able to push the tier 2. Unfortunately for them, Moo is already alive. And the next big team fight, I think, might even just end up in a Roshan kill. I'm not sure if Fnatic would go for the tower this early on because it's still only 23 minutes in. Feels like a much longer game, actually.
It does.
But if they get a good team fight, they're not going to have the time, I think, to do both. Well, I guess tier 2 mid is actually pretty low. But Fnatic very aggressively positioned here at the moment, and Tongfu are setting up around Roshan right now.
What really scares me for Fnatic is the build how's going, and this is what I was talking about. Then, you know, not going for something like a farming build, going straight for the butterfly. Now, what's going to happen, especially if Tongfu's able to take a free Roshan here, it's going to be impossible for Fnatic to really put on any kind of concerted pressure. I mean, they can take a win in a big team fight, but the idea of them being so strong that they could just overwhelm an Aegis on a gyro at this point, it's really just a little bit of wishful thinking. They're going to get this for free. And Fnatic spending a little bit too much time being cute in the jungle. They're going to end up giving up a free Rosh. That is devastating because it is so, and they actually put it on the Storm as well. So having Moo ready to come back up with a full health bar and full mana bar after he dies in one of these fights and be able to, as we said, chase or clean a fight up, it's going to be gigantic. But the gyro, again, getting a butterfly, once he has magic immunity and he has the evasion of a butterfly, how's Fnatic going to damage it? They just don't have any other way, and now, you know, it's pretty obvious, but even their magic damage before was not that impressive, and that was negated, but at least they had the Lifestealer to fall back on with his right click. Once that's negated, or at least mitigated, it's going to be just so hard for them to be able to bring down that gyro.
You're going to be counting on Trixie getting a Hex. That's pretty much the salvation for that issue. And the thing is, if he gets the BKB off before the Hex goes out, then the team fight's going to go really bad for Fnatic. Like, as you said, a butterfly is going to make it so he's pretty much untargetable. And if it happens the other way, and they manage to jump him and actually kill him since he was not the recipient of the Aegis, then it'll be a completely different story. But of course, the Hex isn't really even close to being done. Trixie still needs about 2,000 gold for that to happen. And Tongfu are actually baiting out the Storm right now, which is interesting because if he has an Aegis, I don't think that Fnatic would go for him anyway. And yeah, I don't really think anything much is going to happen to this.
Yeah, it looks like that Fnatic, not all that interested in taking the bait. But, I mean, more and more, again, this is, Fnatic is, you know, they moved around so much, so well early. And now, here we go. We are going to see Hani look to make something happen again. Brixie, right there. Got an invis rune, so trying to bait out the Prophet, making it look as if he's overextended a bit here in the jungle. See Tongfu's grouped up just north of Howl. The rest of Fnatic is... Oh, if Hani decides to go for this, it could be problems. And let's see how much he is willing to commit. Doesn't look like all that much. He's going to spot him. Is he going to go? He is. Now he's got a lot of help behind him. Howl taking a lot of damage with the feed. Grip is there. Howl, cooldowns, has the rest of his team coming. King J there to lasso back Hani. That's a dead puck, and now the Nightmare, No Tail, trying to do what he can, but Moo comes in and grabs the Chen. The teleport did work. So Chen trading himself for the Lifestealer. That's exactly what I was saying. If he sees him, that was actually bad that he saw him that time, because it was too nice of a target, too juicy of a target to pass up, but he had a whole team behind him in Tongfu, getting 2 excellent kills, and this is more time that Tongfu has to farm, and more importantly, that butterfly is now complete on Howl. Fnatic has officially run out of momentum, and they're going to have to find a way to get the engine churning again as we approach 30 minutes.
Thing in my head, I was like, don't do it, man. You're too close to the base. Even if you can't see anybody, there's no one visible on the ward in the jungle. It was a really questionable decision, but maybe Fnatic just feel like they had to do it. You know, maybe they felt like they didn't have a choice. They knew that at some point they were going to basically run out of time, and the gyrocopter was going to get to a stage where he's not really stoppable. Whereas Fnatic have one real core hero on the Lifestealer, and then I guess you could consider Trixie on the Prophet a secondary core. Tongfu has a Storm and a Gyro, and a Storm in this case I think is going to be doing a bit more work than the Nature's Prophet will, because Prophet just needs more time. Whereas Storm goes for a very aggressive item quickly, Trixie needs more time to finish his Hex, and luckily for Fnatic that time is actually going to be soon. But I do feel like you were saying, Tongfu looking to be really good in terms of position right now. The next Roshan is going to be probably 6 or 7 minutes, and Tongfu are probably going to be looking to make use of Moo's Aegis before it fades.
It's either smoked up, and the line is drawn, taking them right into the Radiant jungle. This could be a disaster if they're able to get in. If they walk along the line they've drawn, they might be able to get the Chen and have the Vino and the Lifestealer cut off. Here we go. Sanshing spots him. There's the lasso used. Fly never had a chance. Now they're going to pursue it out. And that's actually a lost gem. That's worth mentioning. And they're going to go ahead and try to get the Chen creeps, but not out. But losing the Vino, of all the heroes that could have lost there, that was probably the one they're most likely to absorb. 20 seconds until he's back up. And let's see if they want to push off of it. That Aegis doesn't have very long at all. Yeah, we're talking less than 6 there, about a minute and a half actually, until Moo has his Aegis fade. He's got 2,600 gold on him, so if he does want a BKB, he's certainly making fine progress towards it. Only needs about another 1,000 gold to put it in his inventory now. And they are going to go ahead and walk down the lane. Looks like there's going to be no contesting of this. Perhaps trying to just get some split push going with Trixie atop.
That's pretty much their only option. They clearly can't defend. They bought the gem for defensive purposes. When you're playing against a team that has amazing initiation, dewarding your jungle is almost a must. You know, you want to make sure that they can't see you, so they feel a bit more hesitant about playing that aggressive. But Tongfu, they get it for free. That actually hurts them so badly because, I mean, how can they even afford a gem if you're Fnatic right now? The supports are always going to be very strapped for money, and losing something like that is a massive, massive impact in the game. And Trixie and Hani here inside of the woods for Tongfu. They're trying to find somebody, but I don't really think they're going to get the opportunity. The one nice thing is that the Hex is done on Trixie, so if they do catch somebody, they can kill for sure now. It's not going to be like before where Hao was able to get the BKB and his team support. Even if his team is there, if they focus him, he most likely will end up dying.
Playing this very patiently. The Aegis reclaimed in 30 seconds, so it doesn't look like they're going to get any real use out of that. They may just wait out another Aegis, and like Fnatic it's reached that point where they're so built, especially the Gyro. Again, you can't even engage him. He's about to go buy a Demon Edge most likely. We'll see if he does stop off and pick it up. Nope, just going to blow on by. He's got 3,300 gold in the bank. So we'll see what item he wants to pick up. There's the BKB bot on the Storm Spirit, and they're running out of targets, man. They're running out of people they can actually do damage to.
It's pretty much the recurring problem. Their lineup, like Fnatic's lineup, has a good damage split in terms of how much magic damage they have versus how much physical. But at the same time, that can backfire when your physical damage dealers aren't farmed enough to do enough to the heroes that have BKBs, and that's kind of what's happening right here. And a lot of that goes back to the very early game when we saw Era. I mean, he is still trying to recover. It's 31 minutes in. This Lifestealer has 113 CS. That is below 5 CS a minute. That is really, really hard to deal with, especially considering right now the gyrocopter is almost at 300, so he's closer to 10 CS a minute. And Hao just bought a reverse, so I think he might just be going straight for the Satanic, just be totally unkillable, walk up the ramp, attack the tower, and just yell, "Come at me." I think that's pretty much the goal.
And right now, I mean, the Fnatic, it's, you know, it's one of those bizarre games where they had so much momentum and seemed to be in such a good situation leading things off. But look at the gold graph. It is, I mean, it's been slow. It hasn't been a gigantic, abrupt change. But Tongfu is just more efficient in their farming. They can play much more aggressive when they choose to do so. Because Fnatic, the only way Fnatic's aggression really works is in the early phase, they can get away with running 2 or 3 around. But now that you're at 30 minutes, that's much more difficult to do. What you want to do in this situation is begin to just 5-on-5. And they're not bad in that department one little bit, especially if they get the jump on Tongfu, who has 2 great single-target initiators, which tend to be the best getting the jump on you. But they've just waited around so long that Tongfu is just getting too full. Like they have too much stuff, too many items, and yeah, I mean, Hal's not far at all now from finishing that Satanic. I mean, he's gonna be there very, very soon.
And once that happens, even with Era's damage, I seriously doubt they'll be able to kill him. They'll need like a Hex before the BKB while the Satanic is like on in order to even kill him, which is a pretty hard window to find. But I think they could still kill him. It's just going to be very difficult because say you do focus How, right? You go into the fight, you Hex him right away, you go in, you have a Storm for counter initiation, and you have a Batrider and a Bane. That's a really, really scary counter-initiation squad, at least if you're in Fnatic shoes right now. But you kind of get this feeling of helplessness right now from Fnatic. I mean, really, what can they do? Can they walk in and take a fight against How with as farmed as he is? Because Era went essentially a mid-game item build. He had to. I'm not saying that he really had a choice because he was so far behind, but because of the fact that he's gone a build like this, he wants to try to be active because he realizes his team's purpose is during the mid-game. Well, it's getting past mid-game now, and they haven't gotten enough. They needed a Rax. They haven't even killed the tier 2 mid yet. And Tongfu, during the ultra late, the way that Hao's building, this is the hardest of the hardest carry builds. Butterfly, Satanic, BKB, and probably something like an MKB or a crit. That is about as hard carry as you get.
The way it feels is basically How decided it was time for the late game and didn't ask Fnatic, and Fnatic's not too happy about it. And yeah, he's got his Satanic done. He just finished his Satanic. His net worth is, I mean, the only person keeping pace is Prophet, and the problem is that we actually are going to see a tower end up getting destroyed. But, you know, the problem is, as farmed as Prophet is, he's not a hero who can just deal with a gyro on his own. And where are the other sources of damage? As you mentioned, Era having to go essentially, with the mid-game item build, and it worked. That's the thing. Fnatic was in very, very good shape. They had taken control. They had put Tongfu back on their back foot. A couple of bad decisions and a little bit of wasted time here and there, though. And, you know, this is what we talked about during the prelims whenever we casted Tongfu. Tongfu is just such an excellent team at playing from behind because they never get impatient. They don't feel pressed. They don't decide that they have to go do something because they're behind. If they feel like their composition is good enough to stand on its own legs 10 minutes from the time that they fall behind, they will just sit back and make you execute to finish them. And really, Fnatic just didn't.
And Fnatic are finally taking the initiative here too, which is a good thing to see. They're going towards the Roshan pit, but Tongfu obviously know it's going to be up as well, and they have actually counter-smoked, but I don't believe there are any sentries down. Oh, here we go.
Going to be seen, he's way out front. Oh, what a coil! He got everyone with the waiting rift as well. Moo going to reinitiate. BKB is up, but the great initiation coming out of Haughty. How? He's hexed out, he's down to half health, he's used the Satanic already, Moo can do little but drop a Remnant, and now he's isolated out, he's silenced out, and he will drop! How's there though? King J gonna get the lasso out on Arrow. They actually chained the ultimates there. Not the best execution. Buybacks on both sides. Banana chasing him out. Wow, Moo coming from nowhere, coming from downtown, and buybacks aplenty on both sides. Roshan at stake here. And in the end, we actually end up with the exact same thing we started with, Fnatic ahead by 3 kills.
Initiation was the only reason that team fight went even a little bit well for Fnatic. I mean, what more could you ask for? The downside is Chen actually died, I believe, or didn't get to use his heal. Something happened to Chen and he didn't get to use his heal, which is a bit of a bummer. But they over-pursued. When you see double buyback after you win the initial engagement, you don't try to go back in, but here we go.
The infest out, we're going to see Moo in trouble. Roche still standing, Banana hexed out on top. In the meantime, the call down's going to reinitiate. Hand of God, not enough to keep him alive. How now hit with the open wounds. Roche at about 1/5 health. And that's going to be another 2 for 2. Trading up, check that. Going to be 3 for 2 as Trixie tracks down the Bane. San Sheng now in some trouble as the body block from Trixie's Treants locked him down just long enough for Fnatic to make it a double kill for the Prophet. And now Roshan might be their prize, and that was such excellent play there. Trixie using the Treants to body block and prevent the retreat, and managing to clean up 2 because of it.
I don't understand where How was. Like, was How just in the pit hitting Roshan the whole time? Because they just completely avoided him, and it feels like, I think he got a double kill, and then they split the fight up, and then How decided, I guess, to go for Roshan because he thought the rest of his team maybe could hold off Fnatic, but that was definitely not the case. And we often talk about how farm is very important, but it also depends on who has your farm, and How has basically all of their farm. He is almost doubling the next highest in terms of CS on his team. So if he's not actually in the fight and being active, Fnatic have a very, very good chance of being able to eliminate the other 4, and I think that's more or less what happened. So they give the Aegis to Trixie. Honestly, it would be better on Era, but of course he was dead. He couldn't really do anything about it. But winning those 2 engagements back-to-back, Fnatic definitely not out of this yet.
Honestly, you have to identify that as what it is. First of all, it was one of the most amazing puck initiations in tournament play I've ever seen. He caught everyone, and like you said, that was the reason they won there. Without that, that's probably a turnaround, especially after the buybacks. However, Hani just playing a phenomenal game. He's actually picked up a sheep stick of his own. Having the Scythe of Ice is one more way to cope with this gyrocopter. And gyro is getting huge, make no mistake. 3,700 gold. But you want to talk about huge? How about nearly one-shot buying an MKB for Trixie? The guy's inventory, actually he just did, never mind, there's not almost. The guy now has an MKB. He is hitting very hard, 290-ish damage coming out of this Nature's Prophet. And it has really been the play of Trixie and Hani that have held Fnatic together. And that's not to say the rest of the players haven't been doing well. It's just that the composition that they drafted required them to make some plays in some big situations. And they've gotten that out of 2 people, and that's these guys.
Really solid performances out of them both, and Fnatic now smoked up. They want to try to go on mid. There's a DD on this puck as well, and like you said, he finished up that Hex. If they get one more decent engagement, considering it's 38 minutes in, right now the only person on the side of Tongfu who has buyback is the gyrocopters, so it's getting to that stage where the fights are having more and more impact, and it's really anyone's to take. If Fnatic get that one good engagement, if Hani gets a coil and a silence like he did last time, and there's that kind of follow-up now with the Prophet having an MKB, they could very easily just snowball that into a Rax.
Across the river, and they will be spotted. There's a ward, yep, and they know it. Dewarded with that gem formerly possessed by Fnatic. They lost that, of course, when the Vino died, but for the moment, able to dodge out the gang. Now they're going to go for it again. That's no tail up front. Now they're going to make sure that they have their chain of initiation down. As we've seen time and time again, whenever they get the jump on Tongfu, hit a couple of key targets, most notably the gyrocopter, being able to force him out of fights. That's whenever they're at their best. And he has 5,000 gold right now. I mean, take a look at the KD. Certainly Fnatic in great shape there. Net worth, the Prophet is keeping pace, but basically outside of the Prophet, at this point, Hao is doubling the farm of the Lifestealer. So, you know, there is going to come a point where, as good as the LS is, situations, even though he's got a couple of core items, he's just not going to feel nearly as useful as he once did. And really, in terms of physical target or physical DPS against Hao, he's already there. There's just very little he's actually able to do to this Gyro, who has 27 armor, a butterfly, and in case he does get in trouble, a satanic. So essentially, things are coming down. This Prophet is going to have to take over a lot of carry responsibility.
And that's why he goes for the MKB in this case, just to have some surefire damage on Hao. If push ever comes to shove, they can maybe take him down in the pinch. The one, I guess, upside to the fact that Hao is so farmed is, hey, he can only really buy one more item after the next one, right?
Right.
I mean, he's going to have a data list soon, and then he can go one more item, and then his inventory is pretty much full. But as I said, this is pretty much the de facto, I'm going to carry my team with 4 or 5 extremely expensive items, and then, of course, your boots and whatever else you decide to go for. But I don't know, it's interesting because looking at it on paper, you figure Tongfu during the team fights are going to be nigh unstoppable just because of him. But then you see them win the Roche fight basically 2 times in a row, and that's with Tongfu buying back. Sure, Fnatic did too, but it didn't really happen.
Right. Now it all comes down to positioning, and the bottom line is it was a great set of plays out of Fnatic at that Roche fight, and a couple of misplays, as you mentioned. Where the hell was Hao? He just, for whatever reason, was not a part of the second half of that engagement, so credit and fault due on both sides, but the result is Fnatic is on the aggressive. Hani has had a passenger for a while. Here we go, we're going to jump on Hao. He's silenced out. BKB's there, Lasso trying to bail him out, and he forced out the way. Hani now reinitiated upon. Can they get him? Hand of God is not enough. Trixie has the Aegis popped away, and Era trying to retreat will be doing so right into a call down, and now No Tail able to TP away as they lacked any kind of ability to stun. But in the end, Fnatic trying to play aggressive. That's what happens whenever they're just unable to drop the gyro and Tongfu doesn't make any mistakes. The fact that he survived was a brilliant play made by whoever has the force stab. I didn't even see who had it, but somebody must, because that's what happened. Is Mr. Visage, Sansheng with the force staffing him to safety. He was so low, and if Gyro dies there, and I don't think he had, well, yeah, he may have had enough to buy back, but forcing a buyback would have been huge in itself. But a great play by Sansheng.
Well, not only that, but the counter initiation by King J, I mean, he was there almost instantly as well. I think he was actually lassoed onto the Lifestealer before they even pushed him out. So that's what I was saying before. It's like, yeah, you can hex it, you can go for him, but it's not like Tongfu has nothing to stop you. They have a lot of single target disables, and their range is great. So even if you think you're going to be able to catch out Hao, there's a good chance that his team's going to be there to help him pretty much immediately. And Hao does finish the dayless, which means that he only needs one more item. He can sell that Ring of Aquila, get a couple hundred extra gold for that, and then just decide to make his final item, whatever that may be. So Fnatic, I feel like if their laning phase didn't go so poorly for them, and I don't mean poorly in the sense that they weren't able to find kills, because No Tail still did, but poorly in the sense that Era had 10 CS at 7 minutes, this game would have been totally different by now, because he would have had maybe an MKB himself, or his damage output, at least in some sense, would be higher to the point where heck, he might have died there in that circumstance, rather than getting away with about 10% HP. So Fnatic, they do need to find that opening, but the thing about Tongfu is that they're really not giving it to them.
No, not at all. And you know, it's it's dire straits when you look at an Era played Lifestealer who is hitting for, when the armlet is toggled on, about 240 damage. And then you go, but that's not enough. When it's not enough because your gyrocopter with flak cannon is going to be pouring out 350-ish damage every single time he pulls the trigger, that's just something your supports can't stand up to. Poor Vino is going to end up being four-shotted by that, even though he's at a decent level at 13. Poor Chen can only take 3 shots before he drops the flak cannon. And the range at 1,000, I mean, he's just not going to be able to be anywhere near the vicinity of these fights.
The cannon is going to start being like the one-shot No Tail ability. No Tail's got 900 health. I'm pretty sure if he gets 1 or 2 crits, it's just game over. Like, there's not really going to be anything he can do about it. And he doesn't have enough money to buy any other support items, which is kind of a big deal. And we were talking earlier about the force staff that the Visage has and the medallion. The supports of Fnatic don't really have the luxury to afford those items. And force staffs can have a huge, huge impact in the later game, just being able to force yourself out if you get called down, or be able to be in a better position so you don't get targeted in the first place. And Fnatic, they have been making the most with what they have, which in terms of overall CS and farm is not really that much. The amazing thing is that they're still managing to keep it very close in terms of the overall income, and most of that's due to the fact that Trixie is doing a monstrously good job at splitting the map and finding farm in a very, very tough situation, because normally a Nature's Prophet against a Storm, you don't want to be the Prophet, because you know that Moo can just go in and the rest of his team can be near to follow. So very well played game by Trixie so far, and he has picked up another ultimate orb, by the way, so I believe his next choice is going to be either a Scotty or a Manta, but I'm kind of leaning towards Scotty, actually.
After talking to them this morning, you and I spoke to them. We heard them extol the advantages of Scotty over most other ultimate orb items once you manage to get up your Scythe of Ice. And I agree with you. I see him getting a Scotty. It's going to be able to tank him up a little bit. He will get some damage. Manta is just an item in this situation. Really, all you're gaining from it, other than a little bit of survivability, and of course, you know, the able to split maybe if you want to push. However, it's mostly, I mean, you get the movement speed, and that's actually not my words. Those are the words of Era this morning, and why they often choose on heroes like a Prophet or so on and so forth, even on a Shadow Fiend, which is how it came up in conversation. Choose to get Scotty instead of a Manta in many situations. So anyway, both teams have been playing cautiously for quite some time. We're approaching 46 minutes in. The gold graph is still very, very even. Less than 1,500 gold separates these two teams. So, you know, the thing is, the gold graph and the experience is actually very much in favor of Tongfu, which is a story in itself. But the gold graph is really kind of deceptive in games like this, because the composition of Fnatic has well had their time of greatness eclipsed. Like, the window of opportunity that they drafted to capitalize on has closed a long time ago. And what it's going to take for them to be able to make things happen now is they just have to out-strategize. They have to outplay Tongfu. If all things are equal, Tongfu has a composition that should win at this stage of the game.
Absolutely, and the weird thing about it, actually, is if Era gets another item, which he's sitting at 4,700 gold right now, I'm assuming his next item choice is going to be MKB, so Trixie and him both have one. If that happens, they might actually have enough damage to take down Hao. The question is, how good is the initiation going to be, and can they focus him hard enough before King J and everyone else on the side of Tongfu is able to help him out? Because if they can, Hao not being in a team fight is an instant win for Fnatic, because like I said, most of the gold difference that they have is pretty much Hao. He's got 557 CS at 47 minutes in. That's completely insane. And he's not any tankier than he was earlier, because he didn't buy another tank item, of course, after the Satanic. He just went for damage. And he's got actually 6,300 gold right now. And Tongfu going for Roshan. No contention at all coming out of Fnatic. That's cheese. This might be a problem.
That's, I mean, I guess I'm a little at a loss. Like, that's a fight that they should feel confident taking. Like, the big threat of Tongfu's lineup is becoming how easily they can crack your tier 3s. There's only one tier 2 still remaining. Just how unbelievably strong Flat Cannon is, because Flat Cannon activates when you attack buildings as well as heroes. So what they're going to be able to do is slow push to death. They have two of the best single target initiators in the entire game, an immense amount of range since they have the Blink Dagger and almost the Force Staff now on the Bad Rider. But again, it really comes down to the Storm Spirit. He already has the BKB and the Scythe of Ice and an Orchid Malevolence. He has the ability by himself to shut down 3 heroes if he manages to catch them out of position. So what they can do is just walk down a lane, slow push, let Hao walk up to the edge of the steps, activate Flat Cannon. That'll clear the entire Fnatic squad away unless they just want to be taking mass amounts of damage for free. So it forces them to either 100% commit with one hero, which will be Puck, or it'll force them to walk forward and try to stand and fight. And that's when Tongfu's lineup begins to shine, because then you have 2 heroes in the Bat and the Storm, and because of the items they built, can literally between the two account for 4 heroes on the side of Fnatic.
Initiation range alone is a problem. That's something that Fnatic, I think, are probably having the hardest time with, because if you're playing Fnatic style right now, and you're trying to split push, and you're trying to either do that or take an engagement where you can get some kind of blink initiation, with the reach of Tongfu, their ability to react is some of the best that you're ever going to see in terms of their hero picks, especially the Storm. That's the one that is the biggest deal here. And Mu, even though he's had not really the best start, he started off 0-2, and he was level 5 like 9 minutes into the game. Definitely not something you want. They have fully recovered, and Mu has actually played fantastically during the mid game. Like, his target choice, just his overall counter initiations have been really good, and they are smoked up inside of Fnatic's woods. They're not going to find anyone, fortunately for Fnatic. They're all going to be able to teleport back to base and be safe. But this is pretty much Tongfu's time. Like, they have, oh wow, he just goes into the base for Era.
Era scythes out. He's down to half health. Yes, they get him. Tongfu able to get the biggest pick off they could have possibly hoped for. Bane taking the last hit on the death, and that is crippling. He has buyback. Buys back, they're all in. There's the glyph. Buyback's out. This is going to be Tongfu's time to shine, and they've got the entire team pinned back inside of their base. Hao. Mass amounts of damage. Utterly crippling in the amount of damage he can do. Look at the tower melt. The Visage Familiars and nothing but right clicks from Hao. They have to commit here. This is exactly what I was saying they would do. It's an all or nothing. They can't hang back and defend. They have to just make up their mind, otherwise you're going to see Mu jump them. Here we go. There's the lasso onto the Vino. He's going to be brought back, and now Mu's in there. Going to see the Fiend's grip onto Era. What immaculate placement out of Banana. Era's going to be scythed out and brain sapped to death. The Aegis does get popped, but that was the last buyback Era had. Trixie, Nightmare, they're just going to wait for help. He's going to be Vortex back, and that'll be that. No tail. Back and cleaned up. Back out of profit, but he has very little help. Tongfu, not done. They're going to go take double racks. Hell, they're just going to push to tier 4s. 56 seconds until the Lifestealer is back up. And Hao, with his Satanic still available, yeah, he's just going to activate the Satanic, lay into the creeps with Flat Cannon. Now down goes one tier 4. The second tier 4 already down to half health. 40 seconds, there's the initiation. Attempted initiation of Hani. They honestly didn't even blink. Now scythed out, he's going to be netted down. Now we're going to see Vino picked off again. Got the ulti off, got it on a couple. Mu taking a lot of damage from that Prophet. Hani, though, phase shifting out, trying to buy himself some time. Trixie going to be pursued out by Mu, and GG! A long one. Into our first game. Fnatic looked like they had this game, if not in the bag, at least in control, Draskell.
Yeah, their lineup, I really did like their lineup during the early game. Fnatic, they started off with a strategy very similar to what Tongfu did in game 1. It was pretty standard, at least in terms of a push style. And just from the get-go, Tongfu knew exactly what to lane, exactly how to make it so they wasted some time, just enough to the point where Fnatic didn't have the firm foothold that they really want with a lineup like that. And small things like that can definitely change the impact of a game.
51 minutes, 46 seconds, the official game time, 22-25. The final kill score, Tongfu blanks Fnatic 2-0. Let's throw it back to James and crew and let them break it down.